Command said it hit more than 90 targets, including military logistics infrastructure. The strikes were designed to further degrade Iran's ability to attack commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz. After those attacks, missile alerts were reported in Bahrain and Qatar, which appeared to be targets of Iran's retaliation. The price of crude, meantime, a little bit higher, a little bit firmer after yesterday's 5% gain yesterday. Brent is higher by about 0.7%, WTI up by about the same. Equity futures, though, holding steady here. S&P 500 looking to add by 4 at the open. Dow looking to be down 4 points, and the Nasdaq looking at 170 at the open. Democratic candidate Graham Plattner says he plans to withdraw from the Senate race in Maine following an allegation he sexually assaulted a woman in 2021. In an online video, Plattner said his decision to quit the race is not an admission of guilt, instead a reflection of the reality he now faces with support drying up and fundraisers threatening to direct money away from his campaign. Reports say SK Hynix's U.S. listing is more than 7 times oversubscribed ahead of an official pricing today. The South Korean memory chip giant is selling close to 180 million American depository receipts and could raise about $25 billion, which would make it the biggest offering ever.
The latest Fed minutes offering some insight into where rates might be headed. Senior economics reporter Steve Leisman joins us with the details. I steal your joke. Did you say that yesterday, that with Warsh, it's not going to be the Fed minutes, it's going to be the Fed seconds? They're not going to be nearly as forthcoming?
Yeah, somebody was right. That was a joke from my friend Mark Spindell, who's written a book about the Federal Reserve. So I can't take credit. I can't take credit for passing it on. Well,
I used it earlier.
Joe. Whatever works.
Yeah,
whatever.
But I really did think I came up. I think a lot of my jokes might not be worth. That's good. I think that might be good. Anyway.
You know the old phrase, Joe. Good writers borrow, great writers steal. So go for it. What I want to talk about, though, is this divided Fed on the rate outlook that yielded a divided set of minutes from the June meeting, suggesting rates could go either way or nowhere, depending upon inflation. But on balance, the minutes left a more hawkish impression about the rate outlook that came from the meeting itself, saying that upside risk to inflation was elevated while concern about the job market, well, that had moderated. Share what gave you that hawkish tilt from the minutes. Concern inflation could continued high inflation expectations could lead to higher inflation expectations and wage and price decisions as well. If you saw a case for raising the target rate at the meeting, ultimately they supported no change at all. There were worries that essentially high commodity prices, some supply disruptions could last longer than anticipated. And the minutes added that if inflation remains elevated, almost all said some policy firming would likely be warranted. Many members also emphasized the inflationary part of AI, with the build-out raising prices now before you get any boost in productivity. From the other side, most saw a scenario where inflation would dissipate and return to 2%. If that happened, almost all saw rates remaining on hold or even declining. Now, we already knew from the meeting that the Fed was sharply divided on the policy outlook, with 7 officials forecasting rates on hold, 1 expecting a cut, but 9 forecasting at least 1 rate hike this year. The probability of a September rate hike was mostly unchanged, still high at 63% since the meeting. We've had a weaker jobs report, a decline in oil prices, and now a resurgence in oil prices. And Joe, apropos of a discussion we had a few weeks ago, under which chairman did the minutes go to being just 3 weeks after the meeting?
I don't know. Should I have remembered that from what you told us?
No, you should have remembered it, but it was part of a discussion we had about the guy who said, well, I'm not trying to tell you anything, but actually ended up being more transparent than we kind of give him credit for.
Greenspan? No.
There you go. So
he was transparent.
There's these little things he did. He introduced the balance of risk. He introduced the statement every meeting, and he would tell us after every meeting. It's important to have this discussion because Warsh wants to go back to the future to Greenspan. Well, Greenspan actually increased transparency, so I think Kevin needs to keep that in mind when he figures out what he's going to do here. Greenspan told us after every statement they had a balance of risk that kind of showed us which way the Fed was leaning. And he brought us the minutes just 3 weeks after the meeting. They had been, I think, released after the next meeting.
How did Mervyn King communicate? I mean, that's a question we should be asking since he's going to head that task force, right?
Great question, Melissa. And the whole thing is is reflective to the point of being central bank incest, in the sense that what happened is Kevin Warsh in 2014 wrote the communications paper that was subsequently followed by the Bank of England, and that was under Carney, but eventually Mervyn King. And so King's going to follow the things that kind of Warsh recommended. Warsh recommended dialing back some communications, but making the communications they had sort of more important. So it's a good question. You can read that 2014 paper that Kevin Warsh wrote after he left the Fed for the Bank of England. Now, also interesting, Melissa, you bring this up, was what did the BOE do? And what the BOE does a lot is they go outside looking for commentary and looking for analysis of how they operate. That's what Kevin's doing. He's going to have, he said last week he would release the names this week of who's going to be on his task force. We know, as you said, Mervyn King's going to head up the communications task force, but there's going to be 5 of them, and we don't know. And what it means is, for the next several months, when we ask Kevin Warsh a question, he's going to tell us there's a task force for that.
Good thing we built all those memes. They're going to come in handy over the next 7 months.
And only a dad would know this, a dad joke teller. Greenspan was an answer on Jeopardy, or was a question on Jeopardy last night, and this colorfully named Fed chairman was blah blah blah, and it was who is Alan Greenspan? That was just last night.
Huh.
He was
That's
on.
a good one. But I like this idea that the guy who made his mark by saying I don't tell you anything, actually started the whole move towards transparency.
Yes.
A good point.
And Melissa,
Yes.
begins and ends with. I mean, if it were be Ohio, I would be
Well, I was
really.
saying Mike Santoli.
Mike Santoli.
You know, the letters, the beginning and the ending would be the same for
And
testing.
and I looked
Ohio.
it up, and I'm hoping for
Alabama is also.
Alabama. Well, I'm hoping for Ohio because I'm a native son. I love Ohio, but they climbed from number 7 to number 5 last year, and it's been going up year after year, and it has apparently infrastructure and AI stuff is important to Scott Cohn this year. In Ohio,
The other
I don't know, but I'm pushing Ohio now.
Let's see.
I'm pushing Ohio because it's really strong. It's a heavily weighted. It's now the top weighted category. 18% is infrastructure, and that's Ohio's strongest suit. All right?
Are you going to bet on
No, don't. We're not allowed even to. Ixnay,
between us?
Ixnay on the Alshike. Ixnay on the Alshike.
Let's move on. Coming up, concerns about autonomous cars, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration calling out self-driving car companies for vehicles that block emergency responders. The head of the agency, Jonathan Morrison, will join us for an exclusive interview next.
welcome back to Squawk Box. Let's get to Phil LeBeau. Talked about this earlier. He's with the head of the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Chief Jonathan Morrison. And we got to get these bugs out, I guess, but it's good to do it, to figure it out now, I guess, right? Right, Phil? I didn't
better figure it out, Joe, because
better
you know, people who have been in the city where one of these vehicles has become stuck, it's become a growing concern and issue. Let's bring in Jonathan Morrison, who is the administrator for the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Jonathan, Joe set us up there essentially saying what you guys have done. You sent a letter yesterday to the Waymos, the Tesla robotaxi operators, the Zoox operators of the world, essentially saying, when it comes to interacting with first responder vehicles, police, fire, ambulance, if they're not doing it correctly, they're a potential danger. What is it you specifically want these companies to do?
Well, first of all, Joe, Phil, let's be clear. The promise that these technologies offer, it's really undeniable. The potential safety benefits, the potential mobility benefits, and the potential economic benefits that automated driving systems offer, it's incredible. That said, it needs to be done right. And we at the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, we're the cop on the beat, enforcing our laws, enforcing safety on our roadways. And when we see unreasonable risks, such as automated vehicles blocking emergency response scenes, we're issuing a call to action to make sure that automated vehicle companies are prioritizing the safety of the public and, as it relates to here, prioritizing the safety of those who put their lives on the lines to keep us safe.
Jonathan, you've seen these videos. I mean, there's no shortage of them on the internet right now, where they are either blocking the street, they drive into an emergency situation that the police are trying to control. What's your reaction when you see these videos?
Some of it's growing pains, right? This is new technology. It's being developed, it's being deployed. And when an automated vehicle sees a situation that it doesn't know how to respond to, oftentimes the best thing to do is to stop in place. That leads to some frustrating situations. We're focused on those situations that create risks to the public, and we see these interactions with first responders as an example of that. So this is one of those areas where if I'm an automated vehicle developer and I'm deciding, okay, do I want to maybe focus on, do I want to allow my vehicle to go another 5 miles per hour, or do I want to spend my time addressing issues with first responders? The answer is clear. They need to fix the issues with first responders.
You say they need to fix it. Some would say NHTSA needs to do a little bit more. Why not require that there's an immediate operator as opposed to the current systems, which is essentially the vehicle through AI and through its technology communicating with the home office? That's clearly not happening fast enough. I mean, I've looked at a couple of these videos where the police officer is saying, look, the vehicle's got to move. It ain't moving. Should there be a requirement that there is an immediate first remote operator who takes control of the vehicles if the police or the ambulance EMT teams are there saying, get out of the way?
Yeah. First, let's be clear. We are not seeing imminent safety risks that are presented by these vehicles on a day-to-day basis. These are rare circumstances, but every single one of these circumstances, it goes too far. You know, the automated vehicle developers, they have some sort of remote assistance situation, but the technology behind this is so complicated that having situations where somebody's actually able to drive these vehicles remotely, that can create its own risks. So we're focusing on proactive solutions to address these specific situations. Meanwhile, we're excited about the capability of this technology. We want innovation to take place in this country. It's just we need to assure that this is taking place in the right manner. So we work with them, we hold them accountable. We've investigated a lot of these developers. We've overseen a lot of recalls with automated vehicle companies, just like we do with traditional vehicle companies. While automated driving systems are novel to a lot of the public, it's a similar approach that we take under our system of regulation within the United States. We hold traditional automakers accountable, just like we're going to be holding automated driving system developers accountable.
Jonathan, should they slow down the number of cities in which they're targeting to add autonomous vehicles, rideshare? Because it seems like we get a new announcement almost every couple of weeks. And some are looking at this saying, wait a second, you're not ready for prime time. You shouldn't be adding these cities.
I think an automated driving or automated vehicle company, they need to make sure that they're ready to enter into a new market. And by and large, they spend a great deal of resources mapping out the locations, understanding the rules of the road in that location, and ensuring readiness to operate. Usually they're operating with a human in the vehicle for a long period of time before they remove that driver from the vehicle. But you're right that prior to launching in a new location, they need to be working with law enforcement, they need to be working with the city officials, they need to be working with the community so that folks know what these vehicles are capable of doing and that they're ready to go.
Melissa, I think you have a question for the administrator?
I do. Jonathan, we just debuted our latest CNBC investigation, Blacklisted, this week. We took a look at the potential national security risks associated with Chinese-made LiDAR, security experts pointing to possible malware that's inserted into the LiDAR at the factory level of production or through firmware updates. Also, the possibility that Beijing could be accessing the data. Is there any concern on your part about the dominance of Chinese-made LiDAR in autonomous vehicles? Chinese-made LiDAR makes up about 80% of the global automotive LiDAR market.
Yeah, we're spending some time looking at the potential vulnerabilities posed by foreign adversaries, the technologies that they're introducing in this country, and that is an area of concern, I think, across the government.
And yet you're just talking to Phil about this rush to sort of allow autonomous vehicles on the streets across the country, in new cities constantly. At what point do you say maybe we slow down and take a look at the systems and the security of these systems before we push it into every city across America?
I think you can walk and chew gum at the same time. So we are engaged actively with the developers of the technology. We're actively engaged with the operators of these systems, and we're asking them tough questions. But we want this technology to move forward. We want it to improve. We want innovation to take place. If we spend all our time looking at just the concerns with this technology, I think we risk losing our advantage with this incredibly revolutionary technology that we want to see succeed, and we want to see it developed right here in the United States. So our approach is we are the cop on the beat. We're working with the developers. We're holding them accountable when we see unsafe activities, but we're also looking to enable innovation moving forward. Again, the benefits to society from a well-developed, well-deployed automated driving system. This is a technology that will never drive drowsy, will never drive drunk, will never drive distracted. It's undeniable. The ability to have expanded access to personal mobility for people with disabilities, for the elderly, to enable full participation in our society and our economy. We cannot lose sight of those benefits. But this technology needs to develop appropriately, it needs to be deployed responsibly, and that's where we at the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration come in. That's this administration's approach to a lot of things. We want to encourage and enable innovation, but do so responsibly and safely.
Have you been in touch with any of the other
Jonathan, one last question. I'm sorry, go ahead, Melissa.
Sure, just one last one. Have you been talking to, let's say, the FCC, which would potentially have purview over Chinese-made LiDAR since they are transmitting data in some way? Any conversations there? Is there a possibility that there could be any sort of walls on how far Chinese-made LiDAR go into autonomous systems?
Yeah, we work with our federal partners, and I think that's those are some questions you might need to ask the FCC.
Sure.
Jonathan, we appreciate you joining us today. Hey, real quick, one last question. You've proposed getting rid of the brake pedal. What about getting rid of the steering wheel? You see that happening, let's say, in the next 5 to 10 years?
Well, I think when you look at the technology, we have federal motor vehicle safety standards that require certain pieces of equipment. If you have a vehicle that's designed never to be operated by a human, it doesn't make sense to require a brake pedal. It makes sense to require that they meet braking standards. If you're looking to require a brake pedal, that's kind of like the government saying, I'm sorry, Mr. Ford, you can't build that Model T because it doesn't have horseshoes, right? We need to stop that approach of blocking innovation in ways that don't enhance safety and just don't make sense. So we're taking a common sense approach to innovation here at NHTSA.
Which could mean no steering wheel, if we hear your comments correctly.
Absolutely. If you're developing a vehicle that is designed never to be driven by a human operator, does it make any sense to require manual controls for the vehicle? I think the answer is pretty clear there.
Jonathan Morrison, Administrator for the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Jonathan, thank you very much for joining us. Joe and Melissa, I will send it back to you.
All right, Phil, thank you. Our thanks to Jonathan as well. Coming up, some of the other stocks on the move after an AstraZeneca heart disease drug failed to meet targets in a late-stage clinical trial. Squawk Box being right back.
Time now for today's Aflac trivia question. The last time the U.S. hosted the FIFA World Cup was 1994. Which stadium hosted the final? The answer when Squawk Box returns. Answer to today's Aflac trivia question. The last time the U.S. hosted the FIFA World Cup was 1994. Which stadium hosted the final? The answer? The Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California. Brazil defeated Italy, winning its 4th World Cup title.
Let's get to Dom Chu with a look at this morning's pre-market movers. Hey, Dom.
All right, so Joe, Melissa, we're going to start with shares right now of PepsiCo, which are down just about maybe 1% after reporting better than expected revenues for its most recent quarter, but a slight miss on earnings. The company said productivity savings and tariff refund claims should help mitigate some of the good portion of higher costs, but it expects higher input inflation to persist, I guess, in the second half of the year. So PepsiCo shares are down 1% on that bit of news. Now, for more on the quarter, tune into Squawk on the Street at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll see an interview with PepsiCo CEO Ramon LaGuarta. Again, 9:30 a.m. Squawk on the Street. Next, we're going to check out U.S.-listed shares of AstraZeneca, which are sinking just about 8.5% right now after a late-stage clinical trial for a rarer heart disease drug failed to meet its target. AstraZeneca said the medicine did not reach its main goal of reducing deaths and recurrent heart-related emergencies over 140 weeks compared to a placebo test. Shares of Ionis are also plunging 19% of the news. The company is co-developing that drug in the U.S. Alnylam shares are now surging by about 18%. It already has a treatment for that heart disease on the market right now, so keep an eye on that pharmaceutical space. And we'll finish with a check on shares of SpaceX, which are higher by just about 0.75% after it ended yesterday at $148 a share. That was its second straight close below its initial trading price of $150 during its IPO day. We are still about 11% above its IPO price of $135 per share, but 25% off its record close. That was almost $202 per share. So SpaceX, again, up just around that $150 mark. Joe, Melissa, I'll send things back over to you guys.
They led into you with the FIFA soccer thing, so they must be. They must like what we do when we talk about this. They're prompting us to talk. So you would contend that Morocco at plus 475 has a chance with France tonight at 4 p.m.
Well, what's the France line, the money line right now on France?
Minus 175. Morocco's plus 475.
All right, that's actually not bad. Minus 175. So if I'm laying out $175 to win 100, I thought that there would be a little bit more in terms of France being able to kind of command that game. I would expect that money line to be much deeper, much bigger, I think, for the France side of things.
You've seen France play.
I have seen. The goal differential is kind of crazy, right?
The guy is unbelievable. But
Kylian Mbappe has scored, I think, half their goals.
A lot of consonants. Mbappe.
Yeah, Kylian Mbappe has scored, I think, half their goals during this World Cup at this point.
I gotta check with. I'm excited. I would have never believed it, but I'm looking forward to this tonight and tomorrow. Belgium, Spain.
At this stage, it's like watching the Elite Eight in the NCAA. So I think anyone has got a shot, and I think if you reach this stage, the game should all be fairly good. I hope they are.
There's like a whole other show here going on.
Do you?
No. I don't know what you're going to ask me. No.
Are your kids into soccer, Melissa? Are your kids into soccer?
Then, they run around the field, chase the ball.
That's what they do with that.
I don't think all that's
That's what it's. That's not that much different than what we're watching at the World Cup either.
We have kids the same age. Thanks, guys. We'll see you later on.
All right, let's check out shares of Meta. A new Reuters report says the company plans to start manufacturing an AI chip beginning in September. As part of its plan to boost its overall computing power to 14 gigawatts next year, the data center chip codenamed Iris is being designed in-house with help from Broadcom. Meta is working with Taiwan Semiconductor to manufacture it. The report said testing the chip took only 6 weeks and found no major issues. Other chip stocks, meantime, take a look at chip stocks across the board. This is worth noting because we're seeing a pretty distinct rise across the board here. Micron up 4.5% pre-market. Squawk Box was coming right back. runners-up in the top states for business. Scott Cohn will count them down for us next. Squawk Box returns in just a moment. The time has almost arrived to reveal our 2026 top state for business, but first, the states that came so close. CNBC's Scott Cohn is back in the top mystery state. Scott.
Hey, Melissa, yes, we put all 50 states through their paces, 138 metrics in 10 categories of competitiveness. So after all that work, we're going to draw this out for as long as we possibly can, starting with those runners-up. For 2026, our 20th year, let the countdown begin.
State number 5, Minnesota, the North Star State and the home of Minnesota Nice, with America's 4th best quality of life and a world-class infrastructure. But it comes at a price, ranking 31st for cost of doing business. Number 4, Texas, the Lone Star State, with America's top workforce, 2nd best economy, and access to capital. But with poor health care, high crime, and a lack of inclusiveness, Texas finishes 49th for quality of life. Number 3, Virginia, the Old Dominion, with America's 2nd best infrastructure and 5th best education. But Virginia's economy has suffered under federal budget cuts and business costs are growing. Our top states runner-up, North Carolina, the Tar Heel State, with America's top economy, even though the sharply divided state has struggled to pass a budget. America's 3rd best workforce, smart and growing. But those workers pay the price with a high cost of living, and a lack of worker protections is bad for quality of life.
A shout out to North Carolina, which has been either the number 1 or number 2 state in each of the last 5 years. And longtime viewers will note that each of those 4 states has been a top state at least once in the years that we've been doing this. A total of 8 states have been top states for business. So will this year's state be a repeat, or will we add a 9th to the elite list of top states? We'll find out next hour. We'll speak with this state's governor, and you can see where your state ranks. Topstates.cnbc.com. Guys?
You're teasing me. You're making me think it's Ohio. You're making me think it's Ohio.
I mean,
Because they've been moving up. It's been moving up. Lots of infrastructure. I'm from there.
the 2 O's,
The 2 O's, first and last.
right? It takes 2 hours difference.
Yeah,
Such a good
now I'm really excited, Scott. And if you disappoint me, I'm not going to take that kindly. It should be. You know what I want you to do too? This is my suggestion, and I will help you with it. Worst states for business. Bottom.
Well, we do.
5.
We rank all 50 states. We rank
So
all 50
they're already
states,
there.
and
They're
so
already there.
there is a bottom
But
state.
I want to play it up,
Yeah.
and I want to really, and I, for Minnesota, I'm surprised that was there. You didn't even mention that might be the best state for Leering centers. You didn't. They've got almost every corner has a Leering center. That's not part of the criteria for this.
No,
Scott?
no.
Okay. Avoiding me.
It's diabolical.
Yes, you are. If it's not Ohio, you're going to be in big trouble. Come.
Thanks,
Coming up.
Scott. Thank you.
Coming up, PGA Tour CEO Brian Rollout on the business of golf and the future of the game. He joins us from Sun Valley, Idaho. What he's doing out there. That's next. Squawk Box turns in just a moment. Welcome back. To Squawk Box, let's get to our Julia Borston, covering the Allen and Company Conference. Oh, that's it. In Sun Valley, Idaho. She's joined by PGA Tour CEO Brian Rolap. Hey, Julia.
Good morning, Joe, and that's right. Brian Rolap joining us here in Sun Valley. Let's start with the news that was out just a couple weeks ago about the PGA Tour instituting a new format, splitting into 2 tiers, starting in 2028. It's just around the corner. How is this going to impact your media deals going forward?
Well, we hope positively. One of the biggest reasons why we decided to look at the competitive model and improve it was we knew as much as golf is growing, as much as the PGA Tour is growing, we could be better. And we could be better for our fans, we could be better for our players, but we could also be better for our partners, including media partners. We were too complicated. Fans didn't understand our standings. They didn't understand the competition. Our partners had a hard time marketing the sport because it was too complicated. And so how do you make it more simple and lean in to what is already a growing sport? So one of the first things we did when we just announced this process were invite all of the partners we had, CBS, NBC, others, but also the partners we didn't have, digital streamers and others, and say, blank sheet of paper, if you could redesign this competitive model, what would it look like? We didn't take all of their ideas, but a lot of their fingerprints and their influences on this. And so I'm hoping that we're creating more value for all of our partners, including our media partners.
We've seen Rory McIlroy express some concern about this new 2-tier system. Have you heard more pushback from the players?
No, not really. And I think if you talk to Rory, he's made some comments since then. I think he, as he understands more of the model, I think it's helped. But I think the players have not only been really accepting, but as importantly, they were really part of the process. So when we started this, we set up a group, and the majority of the group were current players. And knowing that you can't design a competitive model. I love golf. I love sports. I've never stood over a putt for money, or for real money anyway. But they have, and so they needed to be part of this, and so they've really been part of the process all along the way, and we've been really transparent the last 8 months about what we're doing. So I think if there are any players who aren't as happy with some of the outcomes, I think they understand why, and they understand why we're doing it, and for the greater good of the PGA Tour and the game.
So all of your media rights partners are here in Sun Valley. All the CEOs of all the media companies are here. And the tour is reportedly interested in extending your rights deals, which expire in 2030. Before then, right now you have the NFL, where you used to work, where you used to negotiate their media rights deals, set to negotiate its deals before your deals are up. How concerned are you about getting your deals done before then, so the NFL doesn't eat up all of the budget for media rights from these companies?
Yeah, listen, I think the NFL is one of one. It's an amazing business and product. You can't really plan your rights around what they'll do others. I think anyone in this business, the best you can do, make sure you have the best product as possible. Make sure that you're responsive to the changing landscape in media, that you are thinking what's best for the fan and media partners, and you need to stand on your own. And I think that's not just in sports rights, but any content in this hyper-competitive media landscape, you need to create value in order to gain it. So I can only worry about what I can control, and I can control those things, or at least influence those things. So we'll have our dialogue with our partners. Our deals go through 30. We may go early, we may not. We haven't really had those discussions yet. I think the first step we're just finishing, which is just get the model and the competitive model right, so you know what you're actually going to be in the market with.
When you were at the NFL, you led a big push into streaming. You have Amazon, Netflix, Apple all here. Do you think you're going to lean more into streaming rights for the PGA?
Well, I think the streamers are definitely going to be there for any sports content. I think they've shown that, and they're all a little bit different about what they're looking for, both from a product standpoint and a volume standpoint. I don't think you're in this business at all if you're not looking at digital distribution. The reality is, we all know it. You talk about here all the time. People are shifting their consumption towards digital. That's not only for the live event, but that's for everything in between the live event. So you need a really good digital strategy. At the same time, you need a very good linear strategy, because linear is not going anywhere. It's still where you aggregate the bulk of your audiences. So it's not either or, it's an and. That's something I did in my old job a lot, and I think that's where most sports leagues are going. So you sort of need to be, it's cliche, but it's true, fish where the fish are,
Yeah.
and they're kind of all over the place, so you need a strategy to do that.
A quick final question about your rival, Live Golf, struggling with funding right now. Do you think it will survive, and what does it mean for the PGA?
I honestly don't know. I don't pay too much attention to it. I read what you read. I know they're out trying to figure out a new model and to raise money. Again, I worry about what I can control. I think the momentum the PGA Tour has is great. I think by any metric, it's up and to the right, viewership, attendance, and we're trying to lean into that and make it better. So, and I think our competition is broader. Our competition is anything that's looking for your time or your eyeballs. That's our competition, so we think about it broadly.
So your competition and also your partners are all here in Sun Valley.
Yes.
Brian Roloff, thanks so much for joining us. We'll let you get down to the conference.
Thank you.
Guys, back over to you.
All right, coming up, prediction markets cashing in on the World Cup. They have also they needed a reaction shot from you. Did you see? You were briefly on. I don't know what. Fat finger. No, you weren't. Yeah, I'm glad you weren't digging for gold. Taking a bite out of. They've also taken a bite out of the sports books. Former Nevada Senator Dean Heller is now a Kalshi advisor. He'll respond to the critics next. Squawk Box returns in just a moment. You know.
These guys are not regulated in any way, and so what they're doing is they're out there, marketing to 18-year-olds, telling them this is an investment. Betting is not an investment; it's betting, and all the predictive markets have called it sports betting at one time or another, and for them, it's about 90% of their business. So, look, I have no problem with Kalshi or Polymarket in the sports betting business, but be regulated, pay your taxes, don't market to teenagers, follow the rules.
And that was New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, who is now a strategic advisor for the American Gaming Association. And joining us now to respond is Kalshi advisor Dean Heller, former Nevada senator. We should mention that CNBC and Kalshi have a commercial relationship that includes customer acquisition and a minority investment. Senator, what do you think of what Governor Christie of those? How would you respond? Where to start?
First of all, Joe, thank you very much for having me on your show. It's great to spend a few minutes with you and talk about some of these issues. I just watched Chris Christie's clip a couple of minutes ago myself, and there's so much misinformation out there. I don't know how much Christie's getting paid to say all this stuff, but literally that clip that you just played, 90% of it was inaccurate. Uninformed or inaccurate or done on purpose, I don't know. But I've seen this play over and over again. I represented Nevada, of course, in the United States Senate, so I defended the gaming industry over the years, and most of these people are my friends, but I've seen this movie play over and over again, and they did the same thing with this misinformation when it came to Indian gaming, misinformation when it came to offshore betting, misinformation when it came to sports betting, misinformation when it came to the Wire Act, on and on and on. So this doesn't surprise me, but what Chris Christie said in that clip, 90% of it was false.
Well, both you guys are getting paid. Maybe he's getting paid more. Is that why you're mad?
Well, I'm not upset. Like I said, gaming, they're all my friends. But I look at the innovation that's going on with these prediction markets. You know, it's a platform that's more transparent, it's more consumer friendly, and it is regulated. It took Kalshi 4 years to get licensed through the CFTC. So that's regular, and daily, you know, there's a watchdog watching over what these prediction markets are doing, who they're transacting with, so on and so forth. So to say that it's unregulated, flat out false.
But if you were let's say you're DraftKings or one of the other gambling services, it does seem like, I mean, Kalshi and others would be a really potent competitor that seems like they didn't have to go through some of the same, it's been very difficult for those companies to get where they are right now. Kalshi just comes in, and you say that it's not, what Christie say, it was 89%. You say volume in sports is 2/3. Is that more accurate?
Yeah, that's about right. I mean, I don't know why the states wants to regulate the commodities industry, but that's what you can do through the prediction markets and through Kalshi. We do weather, we do political campaigns, we do a lot of things. And sports betting, yeah, it is part of that. But keep in mind the difference between gambling and the prediction markets is that prediction markets are peer-to-peer. In other words, with the gaming industry, if you lose, gaming wins. With prediction markets, all we're doing is putting a buyer and a seller together. And by the way, Joe, I worked in the securities industry. I was an institutional stockbroker for a number of years, starting when I was in college. And what I did is I took buyers and I took sellers and put them together, found a price, and I got a fee, and that was it. I did not have a position. And this is how prediction markets work. It's peer-to-peer. It is not a win-lose situation like it is in gaming. And gaming, of course, manipulates everything so that you are bound to lose. So ask people that lose, that make $4 million, but they have to lose $40 million in order to make that $4 million. That's gaming, and that's fine. And if you enjoy doing that, and I hope gaming succeeds, all I'm saying is this is two different arenas, and they both should get along just fine.
Senator, you used the word manipulate, so that got my ears perked up. What are you saying is happening in sports gambling versus the predictions markets?
I'm just saying there's a strategy. There's a strategy. When you walk into a $1 billion casino, obviously the reason you're walking into that facility is because a lot of people have lost a lot of money. And there's algorithms that make sure that the house wins most of the time. And the difference between prediction markets and gaming is in gambling, if you start beating the house, they're going to show you the front door. That's not true with prediction markets. That's not true with Kalshi. We just put the buyer, we put the seller together.
One of the parties, though, can still be an algorithm. I mean, there's studies that have shown that there are bots that get in on and they get in front of. It's not that retail investors are bad at predictions markets. It's just that they're slow in placing their bets because the bots get in there beforehand. Is that much different from what you're talking about?
First of all, I'm not quite sure what you're getting into here. You're getting outside my sphere of knowledge when you start talking about bots and all those things. But we're not talking anything different. We're not talking something different or not transparent. It's very, very transparent. That's the upside to the prediction markets, is you know that that's going on. It's very consumer friendly. Take a look at what's going on with the World Cup right now. $22 billion in prediction market bets that have been placed because of the popularity of it, because it's so consumer friendly, because it's so transparent, so on and so forth. So the right place to be right now, and clearly the growth of this particular industry is playing out in front of our eyes.
How about the notion that, you know, states are like, wow, we were counting on this, all these tax revenues we were going to get from the gaming associations, and now everybody's using prediction markets. Meanwhile, are you walking around in like an overcoat and dark glasses? And are you still living in Nevada, Senator?
Like I said, the gaming industry, they're all friends of mine, and that's fine.
You might say that. They might say you're no friend of theirs anymore. Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm not too worried about that. The gaming industry is going to be just fine. Las Vegas is going to be just fine.
Yeah.
They've said this over and over again. Whenever a new innovative technique comes out, that it's the end of the world. Go to Las Vegas, enjoy yourself. Prediction markets, again, is a completely different industry. I think the two can get along quite well.
Right. They do have beautiful structures and resorts, and something's paying for that. That's what people always say.
Gaming has a lot of problems, but prediction markets is not their problem.
Okay. All right. We appreciate your time. And you know what?
Thanks, Joe.
I like the opportunity to say Nevada over and over and over again, and for you to say it, because I mean, it's one of my biggest pet. When I hear someone say that, I'll correct them on air when they say, I'm not going to say the other pronunciation, because I respect Nevada's residents.
Joe, you have a lot of fans in Nevada.
Thank you. Because of that. Anyway, thanks, Senator. See you later. It's just after 8 a.m. on the East Coast. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC. I'm Joe Kernan, along with Melissa Lee. It wasn't you that they showed. It was Julia. I'm sorry.
I said we look so much alike. Constantly.
It was out of the corner.
Julia.
It was out of
calling her Melissa.
It was out of the corner of my eye. Among today's top stories, U.S. Forces launched new strikes on Iran after President Trump declared the ceasefire over. Iran responded by targeting U.S. military sites across the Gulf. There's no immediate word on the damage. A group of U.S. states reportedly getting set to sue Paramount as soon as next week to block its $110 billion deal for Warner Brothers Discovery, alleging that it will hurt competition. And Graham Plattner has suspended his U.S. Senate campaign in Maine after a sexual assault allegation involving, this person was actually a liberal, accusing him, not a Republican. So, you know, this one they had to listen to. Maine Democrats must now pick a new nominee to challenge Republican Senator Susan Collins.
Let's switch gears to the energy markets. Joining us now, Paul Sankey Research President. Paul, great to have you on with us. How do you interpret the events that's going on right now, increased strikes and the impact on oil?
Well, I'm back on television, unfortunately, right? So, you know, we had a quiet couple of months back there, and, you know, I've warned people here at CNBC, oh no, I'm back, you know, so the situation obviously has gone rotten again. We never really resolved it. As you know, there's three huge issues here: control of the Strait of Hormuz, the whole issue of nuclear, and the whole issue of Israel-Lebanon. And then, you know, do we bribe the Iranians with vast amounts of money, which is relatively easy, obviously, and we really haven't advanced the solution to the three major problems. And so the ongoing situation continues. You have to remember that the Houthis have cut Suez throughput by Bab el-Mandab by 50% for the last 3 years. So I don't think we're anticipating a return to full Hormuz volumes ever again, as we saw, you know, 27th of February before this started. On the other hand, as you know, the US is quite immune to this in many ways. You know, we are certainly oil and energy immune. There are other issues around sulfur and other commodities, but the fact of the matter is, you know, we can handle this situation. It just seems like it's going to remain an open wound, I'm afraid to say.
So we saw a 5% increase yesterday. Today we're seeing oil markets fairly subdued given the other headlines that have happened overnight and this morning, up by about 1% on Brent. How do you anticipate this playing out? I mean, I don't think many analysts think we're going to go back up to crisis level highs, but how far can we go?
Yeah, I mean, crude oil is not the problem, right? Nobody's burning crude oil in their car, and the problem is US gasoline in many ways. So yesterday, by contrast, what we saw was a new low in US gasoline inventories and a major problem in terms of capacity of US refining. There's enormous risk around US refining, particularly in extreme heat. The potential for accidents increases. And then, of course, we've got hurricane season coming. So I think what we found out is that governments can control the crude price. You know, you've had enormous releases by the US government, by the Europeans somewhat, certainly by the Japanese, over 1 million barrels a day from Japan. And then, of course, as we all know, the Chinese at one point had cut imports by as much as 8 million barrels a day of crude. And in fact, yesterday announced that they will now start exporting products, which will take the pressure off in Asia. But there's no real solution to the refining problem here. And as you know, refining margins have gone through the top of the range here.
Yeah.
We would normally say that above $15 a barrel is about a good margin. It costs between $5 and $10 a barrel to refine for someone like Valero, and we're at 60. So that you can see where the problem is. And there's an incremental problem with the ethanol market, which is frankly too complex to get into right here. But that's also at very, very high levels.
And we've seen the refiners do quite well in this stock market.
Yeah.
Valero, for instance. I mean, is there some more juice in this trade?
Well, we're going into earnings, and so, I think it becomes a political risk question, not a profit risk question. So far, the Trump administration has done a very good job of staying out of the market, because what's made us so strong here in oil and gas has been free market. And you have to remember that. Once the government starts messing with it, as they have in Europe, it ends up as a disaster. But what we've seen here is no limits on exports. We're exporting a lot of product, which is great for the US, great for the dollar, great for our fiscal balances. And so I would urge the Trump administration to stay out of this and let the market sort it out. I would also say that U.S. gasoline demand has stayed high. So although people are saying headline,
despite EV penetration,
exactly,
et
and if you look at gasoline as a share of income, or really the extent to which it's still on the front pages, what you've seen is actually here. If you think about $4 gasoline, which is not even where we're at right now, in Germany it's $8. So there's a lot more pain in other countries, and really the U.S. gasoline price is structurally cheap. And it's just a headline number. And what I would say, and this is where you have President Trump alongside Elizabeth Warren, which is never comfortable, is blaming gouging is flat nonsense. And anyone who blames gasoline price gouging as the reason for high gasoline prices just reveals their ignorance about oil. And I'll leave it there.
It's just too bad. It is it's set globally. It's too bad we can't just sell it around here at our own barrels, but we could be down in the 50s probably. But why would we sell anything for 50? We could sell it for 80. It'll never be that way. It's set globally.
Yeah, but I don't see when exports has been a bad thing.
No, it's not.
So, I think we should compete for how much we want to pay for gasoline versus how much, Europe does.
And, some cars are driving around burning oil. I don't know whether
Well, I think the failure of Tesla in terms of how far we thought it would go and how far it actually
No, I mean, if you need rings or something, I've had cars that are spewing smoke because of the oil being burned, and never mind. You say cars are driving around burning oil. There's plenty of beaters around out in New Jersey that are burning oil.
I mean, I think the fact of the matter is that ethanol basically makes no sense. It's a less efficient fuel, and you shouldn't be trying to turn crops into oil when you've got abundant oil in Texas. It just makes zero sense from the first principle.
I thought it was funny when you said it's bad. I'm back on TV. I was feeling bad about myself because we're on every day. But if you're on, it's because the war is back.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Thank you, Paul. Good to
Thanks,
see
great to see you.
Coming up, stocks to watch and weekly jobless claims data, and then Becky will join us from Sun Valley with former Liberty Media CEO Greg Maffei. Plus, the time is here to reveal America's top state for business. Here's another look at Stock Phone's diabolical hints. He will join us later with the governor of the winning state. Squawk Box will be right back. Squawk Box taking a check on equity futures. Pre-market, S&P higher by about 13, Dow looking at 40, and the Nasdaq strengthening throughout the course of the morning, now looking at about 264 points. Let's get to Don Chu with a look at this morning's pre-market movers. Hey, Don.
All right, good morning, Melissa. Good morning, Joe. We're going to start with another check on the big stock story of the morning so far. PepsiCo shares, which are now moving down to the tune of 2% after reporting better than expected quarterly revenues, but a slight miss on its earnings for its most recent quarter. The company said those results were tempered by North American consumers tightening their budgets due to inflationary pressures. So keep an eye on PepsiCo shares down 2%. Now, for more on the quarter, be sure to tune into Squawk on the Street at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time for an interview with PepsiCo CEO Ramon Laguarta. So that'll be a big one to watch there. Next, let's look at shares of DraftKings and FanDuel parent company Flutter, which are moving in opposite directions as investor Michael Burry, made famous in, of course, The Big Short, says he bought shares of the sports betting companies. He anticipates regulators will eventually crack down on prediction markets operators that have cut into those regulated companies' businesses. DraftKings up 0.75%, Flutter down about 0.25%. DraftKings, by the way, is down 20% this year, while Flutter has plunged almost 50% as well. And we're going to finish with a check on shares of Dow Components, Microsoft, and IBM. Microsoft's down roughly 2%, Big Blue down just about 4.5%. This is following a Bloomberg report that Starbucks is developing in-house tools with the help of artificial intelligence that could replace some of the software applications it buys currently from Microsoft and IBM. The software could roll out by the end of next year, pending results of some of that testing. So Starbucks in focus because of Microsoft and IBM and those stock movers. Melissa, I'll send things back over to you guys.
All right, Don, thank you.
You got it.
Coming up, media moguls gathering in Sun Valley for the Allen and Company retreat. Becky Quick is there. Becky, what's coming up?
Hey Joe, hey Melissa, we are going to talk this morning about a new horse racing league that's being announced, and it means business. Coming up, former Liberty Media CEO and founder of Band Ventures, Greg Maffei, is going to join us after the break. We'll talk to him about his vision for reinventing the sport. It's really interesting. You're going to want to hear all about this. Squawk Box from Sun Valley returns right after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to Squawk Box. We're live in Sun Valley this morning. I'm sitting down with Bond Investments founder and the former Liberty Media CEO, Greg Maffei, who is going to talk to us about a new deal that he's launching with the founder, Danny Epstein, who's launched at Skylark. They're announcing the launch of a new horse racing league that's set to begin in February of next year. The vision is to transform horse racing into a season-long championship format featuring teams competing throughout the year. The league will launch with 10 teams competing across 3 different states with more than $10 million in prizes and purses on the line. Joining us right now is one of the business leaders behind this new vision, Greg Maffei. He is Bond Ventures founder and CEO. Of course, he's also the former Liberty Media CEO. And Greg, thank you for being with us this morning.
Thank you for having me.
So when I first heard about this, the first thing I thought of is what you did with F1, which I think you said in your last interview with David Faber back in November of 2024 that you were most proud of what you had done with F1.
Well, F1 is A, so exciting, and B, we took a sport which was great, but in some ways was stalled, and grew it in the United States dramatically through a whole bunch of reasons. Grew it around the world, brought in a younger fan base, brought in a larger female fan base, and it was exciting. Took a good business and made it a better one.
So tell me the vision for what happens with horse racing, because I think of a few events that I watch every year. Kentucky Derby, whenever I can. That conflicts with the meeting in Omaha for Berkshire Hathaway, but I try and watch it every year anyway from the lobby in the hotel room. I think about that, but I don't think about horse racing much beyond maybe the three big races.
Well, that's a great point, and I think that touches on it. First, there are 31,000 paid races in the United States every year. It's still an enormous business, and there's an enormous fan base. But a lot of it is concentrated on things like the Kentucky Derby, which drew 24 million fans, which is 50% or 40% bigger than the Masters.
That statistic shocked me.
Yeah, there's enormous interest, but some of it's episodic, and we're trying to capture both the fan interest that's in big events like Kentucky Derby and bring continuity across the season, continued interest. A lot of people show up at the Kentucky Derby, see a bunch of 3-year-olds, they see them race there, and they'll never see them again.
Yeah.
The 3-year-olds, not the jockeys. They see the 3-year-old horses race there and never see them again. One of the ideas is to create continuity of interest throughout the season, be able to build interest, a real championship that culminates for us, going to culminate in Keeneland in Lexington, Kentucky.
So how many races is it?
So we will have 3 days of racing initially, targeting getting to 6 days of racing. And on each day there will be 4 events, 2 on turf and 2 on dirt. Each team will put one of their 8 horses in those 4 events. The 10 teams will have, therefore we'll have 10 at the starting gate. And we'll have a full field on every race.
This is the type of thing where with F1 you did it celebrity driven, you did massive marketing campaigns. How do you do that with horse racing?
I think a lot of that will happen, and we're going to see, not only we started out with some of the strongest stables in the United States, Godolphin, Windstar, Vinnie Viola and Gary Barber. Some of those teams won the last 2 derbies. So we have people who are strong in the industry, but we're going to definitely lean on social media. And we have some plans to introduce some celebrities who will own parts of these teams and show their true interest in horse racing, and hopefully the fans will follow.
The fan base right now, I mean, it's bigger numbers than I had expected, than I realized before that. Is it a really high-end racing fan?
Yeah, I think
what's the demographic of who these fans are?
First, it's a broad fan base.
Yeah.
By some surveys and estimates, 50 million people are interested in horse racing. But it is definitely a high-end fan base. There's glamour, there's a heritage that horse racing has. It's not called the sport of kings for nothing. And I think we can tap into that, create high-end experiences at the track, but also create a lot of excitement for people who want to be, through either social media or broadcast, see a part of that and open that up.
Where were these events aired?
So we're talking with some media partners about that. One of the things we can do, though, is show a whole bunch of angles and a whole bunch of different things. For example, put a camera on every horse or every jockey, and if you're betting on that horse, you can watch the race from that angle.
So a lot of it is technology that you're putting into this.
Absolutely technology driven. Yeah. Drones, utilizing drones for racing.
Right. Greg, let me talk to you a little bit about the media landscape, because of all your years in the cable industry, in the media industry, what's happening right now. What's your assessment of the state of where things stand? We just heard about this Comcast NBCU spinoff. We heard about the Fox deal. to come through with Roku. Where do you think things stand? What's the health of the industry?
Well, it's traditional cable is obviously challenged. My friends at Charter know that well. You know, we've seen an increased competition from fixed wireless, increased competition from fiber, and it's a competitive landscape. So when you see deals like Roku, I think that's recognizing how much the landscape is, if not eroding, shifting, and how much of it's going online. And I think you'll see more actions to try and recognize that.
When you say troubled industry, do you think there's a next leg for this industry, or is this going to be like a melting ice cube?
Well, I think you'll see continued connectivity in the United States, people finding ways to connect to all kinds of media, but a lot of it is going to move from linear, continued movement from linear to new forms, and that'll be on the content side, but in addition, new ways of connectivity. We obviously see SpaceX. You know,
Right.
I don't think
With Starlink.
that's going to be with Starlink. It's
Yeah.
going to be a massive part of it, but that's just an example, and I think you'll see more versions of that.
You were always a fan, or at least historically for many years you've been a fan of putting the content and the distribution together. Is that still your vision?
I think I would describe it a little differently. I think there's a lot of content which has been very valuable to help pull that together. I think that the world has probably had its day of you know, pulling those things together. But I still think if you're a big distributor, there are opportunities to promote. It could be non-linear ones, it could be online ones. They'll have a huge opportunity to promote, create content, and make value out of it.
Does the Comcast spin out of NBC Universal make sense to you? And by the way, I say this as a Comcast shareholder, as a former employee. Full disclosure.
I think it creates flexibility for those entities, for Comcast and NBCU, and flexibility and optionality is probably pretty good.
Meaning the potential to merge or buy something or get bought?
Yes, I've seen management suggest that's not why they did it, but I do think it creates that optionality, which is a positive.
Okay, let me throw this out there. There's Rich Greenfield had a note out yesterday from Lightshed just suggesting that maybe Brian Roberts was doing this to get a currency that he could use to buy a gaming company. Take-Two, I think, was his top guess on those, but Nintendo's out there. You've got a lot of others like Riot, too. Does that make sense?
There were there certainly were massive rumors a few years back about NBCU combining with EA.
Right.
So that potential has always been out there, and that probably does create more flexibility having the content-only company rather than having the pipes with it.
That's great. Greg, congratulations on this new venture,
Thank
HRL.
you.
We look forward to seeing how this all comes together, and we thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Greg Maffei. Joe, we'll send it back over to you.
Okay, Beck, thanks. Up next, a read on the labor market. We'll get jobless claims data and market reaction. And then CNBC's top state for business reveal. Finally, Scott Cohn is going to be bringing us the governor of this year's winning state. Squawk Fox. Be right back. Well, we're closing in on weekly jobless claims. We are just, that data just moments away. Let's check out the futures while we quickly can. The NASDAQ doing pretty well today, up almost 300 points. Let's get to Rick Santelli standing by at the CME in Chicago. Rick, the numbers, please. Should be on any
good morning, Joe. Yeah, remember now we had the 4th of July holiday, so maybe there's a little seasonal adjustment issue here. 215,000. 215. That's actually very close to expectations. We were looking for a number, maybe a few thousand above that. And last week, well, last week becomes 217,000, the number we were looking for today. So that was an up 2,000 on the revision. So that means if you look at the first week in June, we had 230,000. That was a high water mark of the year, going all the way back to December of last year. And basically, we've had a string now in the 2 teens. These are historically very, very low. And if you look at continuing claims, it's now the 4th week above 1.8 million, 1,814,000. And by my calculations, that's almost spot on with expectations. In the rearview mirror, 1,806, a subtle downward revision. So do remember, after 7 consecutive weeks of being in the 1.7 region, now we have 4 weeks above 1.8. I think that we're seeing a slight elevation, but still by historic standards, these are very well behaved, and it really does draw so many conclusions. I hear so many of my sources trying to unravel why this has so been mysteriously calm while other aspects of the labor market have been a little bit more volatile. Many believe there's just been a lot of reforms in these areas, and maybe that will account for moving the numbers from higher to lower. On the interest rate front, here we sit at 4.19, Joe, on a 2-year. That's down 3 beeps on the day. If you look at 4.57 and a 10, that's down 1 on the day. And there's been all this talk about, of course, Mr. Market versus, the Fed group. And what I can tell you is that a lot of the snugging up that we've seen in 2-year, well, if you look at where the 2-year Fed fund effective spread was, so take a 2-year minus the Fed funds effective rate, that was slightly negative at the very end of last year, beginning of this year, and now it's in the mid-50s, which if you look at history, I think for the last 50 years, it's been roughly about positive 35 basis points. That was just a normalization, taking out the easing cycle. Listen, the market's a proactive pricing mechanism. It's always right on any given day. That doesn't mean if you look at it 3 weeks down the road or even 3 hours down the road that it's going to have a new pricing, but that's dynamic. That's what markets do. One thing we want to point out, today's the last of 119 billion of Treasury coupon supply. We had 3-year, we had 10-year. Today we have 22 billion reopened 30-year bonds. And the reason I mention it is it's because the first 2 auctions have found very, very, very solid investor demand. That auction will be at 1 Eastern. Joe, back to you.
Thought that was today. Rick, you're absolutely right. Thank you, Rick. Steve Leisman, Joe. Yeah, no, that was news to me. But Leisman, he can barely contain himself. What's going on, Steve? Joins us now with more.
Rick is right. These numbers are very well contained and have been for quite a while. And why they are is something of a mystery. We're in this low fire, low hire world right now. I do want to point out, though, that a report this morning from Citi thinks that the Fed is about to flip in its concern for being more concerned about inflation. They think the weak job market is the one that is going to be bothering them pretty quickly, especially because they see inflation declining with the decline in oil prices. I want to give you read you a commentary that they came out with just this morning, saying the unemployment rate dropped from 4.3 to 4.2, but only due to a 0.3 percentage point decline in the participation rate. Absent that, the unemployment rate would stand at 4.6 for sure. If the unemployment rate was 4.6, I can say to you, the Fed would be talking a lot more about the employment side of the mandate. And I do have a chart, if you've got it out there, guys, which is on the participation rate. You can see it falling. I've been looking at it this morning, and it's kind of broad-based. It's not one particular segment. It's not people with bachelor's degrees. So that whole idea of college people losing their jobs from AI, that's not in the data. They're not dropping out of the workforce. It's very white. It's somewhat Hispanic. It's not Asian, but there's no particular trend on it, guys. But something worth keeping an eye on as to whether or not what's happening in the participation rate is sort of undermining or buttressing or making look better the what's going on in overall employment. Joe?
Yeah, that's not good, right, Rick? We don't like that. I mean, we want everyone. That's a disturbing chart. Do you have an explanation for it, Rick, or
well, Joe, I know where your mind's at. We're mind melding right here. We know what's going on. That the government in its, a benevolent generosity, and maybe it's changing now. There are some changes that are on the books, but offering many who need help in the entitlement programs. But there's many that may abuse that as well. But I think if you're a working age individual and you're able-bodied and you don't have any issues, I don't think that you should be trying to game the system. And I think sometimes that is what happens. And I think that siphons off these borderline cases of individuals who look at what they can get by not working with all the various government programs and what they can get by working, and they really are, maybe they're of age close to retirement or maybe COVID affected. There's a variety of reasons, but I think that is one aisle we can make a difference at, because I totally agree with
Rick,
you.
that
We need to be benevolent to the right people.
It doesn't explain, my friend,
Not all of
the
it.
change, right? You even
Not all of
even
it.
discussed earlier that there might have been certain programs that are harder to get, which could explain why jobless claims are as low as they are. But if you look at the chart, there's been a change, and I'm certain
No, on
there has
jobless
not been
claims,
any
it's
change.
removal of fraud. Removal of fraud. That is definitely
Right.
going on in
Okay.
many big states.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so but the point is, Rick, that it's hard to look at that chart, and I'm sure that jobless benefits or benefits from the government have not, under this administration, gotten easier. Therefore, it seems like you cannot explain the change or the decline in the participation rate
but
to
there's a
benefits
time
being easier.
A lot of the things you're saying are true with this administration, but a lot of these things are happening now on the fly. Many things are changing as we speak. And do recall some of the issues when this administration first came in with the tax issue and the vote there with regard to some of the changes in healthcare, for example, that were actually due to COVID area expansion that should have sunset after COVID. There's a lot of those things that are making a difference, and you're right. The change is going on, and I'm not dispelling there's a trend here lower, but I think we can turn that chart up a little bit.
Okay. All right. We've got Conan's
Good
waiting
thing.
around. He's waiting around, and we want to do. We're going to go to break. Thank you too. What's coming up?
CNBC's Top State for Business revealed Scott Cohn will bring us the governor of this year's winning state. That is next.
again, the time has arrived in our 20th year now for America's top states for business. Scott Cohn, I mean, this is like your thing, joins us from this year's top state to tell us at last where he is. Hey, Scott.
Hey, Joe, the wait is finally over. We put the states through their paces in 10 categories of competitiveness, 138 metrics. To reveal this year's top state for business, we turn to a true champion.
I'm Archie Griffin at The Ohio State University, member of the College Football Hall of Fame and the only two-time Heisman Trophy winner. We have a winning team in Ohio, both on and off the field. As someone who was born and raised in the Buckeye State, I want you to know that I'm thrilled to announce that Ohio is America's top state for business. Congratulations to all Ohioans, and as always, go Bucks.
We are live at the Boathouse at the confluence of the Olentangy and Scioto Rivers in Columbus, Ohio, on a beautiful July day. In the 20 years that we have been doing this, only a handful of states have reached this level, the pinnacle of American competitiveness. And now, in 2026, Ohio is among them. Let the countdown begin.
For 20 years, we've crisscrossed the country.
America's top state for business 2013 is South Dakota. Yeah, you got it. It's Texas.
To the places.
Washington State is America's top state for business 2017.
The people.
We're pleased to have you with us.
Welcome back to Texas.
And what an honor it is to have CNBC here.
The personalities that make America compete. In 2026, our journey takes us someplace new. Ohio, the Buckeye State, with 1,623 out of 2,500 points. America's top infrastructure, 143 million people live within a day's drive. The lowest cost of doing business, and top 10 rankings in economy, access to capital, and cost of living.
We've been strategically focused on making Ohio literally the go-to state in this country for business.
But there's still work to do. Ohio ranks 23rd for education, large class sizes, declining college funding, and 35th for workforce. So now the State Jobs Agency will invest $300 million over the next decade to recruit and train 500,000 skilled workers.
This is aimed at getting people prepared for real jobs in the real world.
It's been a long climb for Ohio, 30th in our first study in 2007. From the buckle of the Rust Belt to the heart of it all, Ohio, America's top state for business 2026.
Let's show you where we were yesterday for all of those diabolical hints. We were at 2 of Columbus area's 22 metro parks. The Bison were at Battelle Darby Creek Park in Galloway, and the water, that was at Prairie Oaks Metro Park in Hilliard. 2,291 acres and lakes that were used to be quarries. We thank the folks at the Columbus Franklin County Metro Parks for all of their hospitality yesterday. Now, about those hints. What was I talking about? Siren song. Well, Ohio was the home to the first commercial ambulance, 1865, commercial hospital in Cincinnati, the first police car, Akron in 1899, and the first professional fire department, Cincinnati, in 1853. It takes two Wright brothers to invent the airplane. And they, of course, did that in Dayton. Changemaker, well, this is the state where the cash register was invented by James Riddy, who was trying to prevent fraud at his saloon in Dayton. Stop and Go, the first electric traffic light, installed in 1914 at Euclid Avenue and 105th Street, that is, in Cleveland. And ending where we began, Governor, you're going to help me with this,
O-H-I-O.
There you go. Mike DeWine is the 70th governor of the state of Ohio. We are happy to have you with us. You are in your final year in office, term limited. Not a bad way to go out.
No, it's a good way to go out, Scott. Welcome to Ohio. Thank you for coming, and thank you to CNBC for ranking us #1.
Well, you did it, and we heard you all talk about in your State of the State speech earlier this year how Ohio was strategically focused to become the go-to state for business. And I wonder if you can take us through that strategy a little bit, both what you did that led you to this, but also what didn't work, and what still is sort of a work in progress?
I think one thing we have is what we call Jobs Ohio. We're basically privatized a number of years ago under Governor Kasich. We privatized our economic development. And when I became governor, I started working with them very, very, very closely. They're aligned with everything that we do. It gives us, I think, a strategic advantage. But you know, I think it's a cultural thing in a sense, in two respects. One, we are focused on making this a business-friendly state. You know, taxes are low. The legislature has been great about leading in regard to that. Water, we have an abundance of water, but we also take care of H2 Ohio, which is our program that we started 8 years ago. Takes care of that water. All those things are important. I think that the other part about culture, if I could, is Woody Hayes, former coach of Ohio State, famous coach, said you win with people. Ohio has great people, and we have people who are very welcoming. So when people move here, let's say the company moves them here, they get here, okay, what's Ohio all about? And then a few years later, the company said, well, now you need to move on to something. No, we don't want to leave. No one wants to leave. Yeah. And so that I think is that culture. We are workers. We get up in the morning and we go to work.
Let's talk a little bit though about one of the big issues in this state, and it's a big issue everywhere. You heard the statistics about cost. Ohio does best cost of doing business, which also means low wages, and number 9 for cost of living, so that's not bad, but it's cost of living related to the other states. There's an affordability issue in this state, which one of the pieces of our data that doesn't show up necessarily at the top is you have among the highest property taxes in the country. So what are you doing about affordability, and what can your successor do about affordability?
Well, we took action along with the legislature a few months ago in regard to the property tax. You don't hear people talking about a problem with the income tax or other taxes. You know, we have low income tax. We continue to see that reduced. Property tax is the one thing that, because we rely on property tax for a significant portion of funding our schools, and so we're moving on that. We hear the people, and we've taken action, and we'll continue to do that in the future.
A lot of people say that data centers are contributing to the affordability crisis. You were an early proponent of data centers. Now you've taken back or paused the tax break for data center developers. Are data centers, and you have a huge one going in Pike County, are they contributing to the affordability crisis, and what should be done about that?
Look, I think data centers, Scott, are contributing to our economic development in the state. They draw in other companies and other business. We absolutely know that. But one thing that we have said and we are doing is to make sure that when a data center comes in, they pay their fair share. When they come in, they should not be causing other people's homeowners' rates to go up. The other thing we've told data centers is you need to recycle that water. There's technology today that maybe wasn't in place a number of years ago. That's now in place, that we can do that.
We have a resident Ohio person on the set back in New York, Joe.
I for a second I told Melissa here I'm teary, and Governor, thank you. That it's just finally happening. And Scott, they said you were at a boathouse. I thought Governor knows. I'm sure Governor DeWine, you know the boathouse in Cincinnati, in my home. That's where I thought you were for a second. You could have been in Cincinnati if you wanted. I know you know Montgomery but I have a surprise.
We could. I think Scott was just trying to trick you. That's all it was doing.
He was, but
he didn't want you to really know where
I was surprised. I was surprised for you. I don't do this for just anyone. Uh-oh. I can't do it.
Can't pop it.
No, I can't. I have graffiti here.
Twist a little harder, Joe.
I'm trying. It's not working. What do I...
Well, okay.
Wow. That's even worse than a premature popper, isn't it? Not being able...
It's not popping at all.
I need some help, Stack. Am I not strong enough to do this?
By the way, Governor, Joe is holding this, what's called as a party popper.
Are you supposed to take off the outside?
In the air for you.
Maybe I'm supposed to take off the... Bear with me for a second. If I do it, I'm going to do it.
That's all. I feel like I need safety goggles.
Joe is going to be celebrating this for like the next year. Governor, I want to ask you about Jobs Ohio. You mentioned that you privatized the jobs agency, and we know that this is, of all the economic development organizations that we deal with as we're coming up with this, it is one of the most opaque, and it's gotten a lot of criticism for that. I know there's a bill pending to try and make Jobs Ohio more transparent, because this is taxpayer money ultimately. What do you do about that to keep the deals coming in, but also make sure that the taxpayers are looked after?
Well, I think there's a happy medium that we can reach. You know, the thing that what Jobs Ohio has done is given us a real competitive advantage. And I want to stress this for any company that's looking where they want to go. Not only do we have all the advantages that you talked about, but we have follow through. When we talk with a company, Andrew, for example, when they come into Ohio, we sat down with them literally at the governor's residence. My wife Fran and I had them over for dinner. We had Palmer Lucky over and others. But what they said is, look, we want to be in production within a year, but we also want to have the ability to expand out quickly. And so they're now in production, almost ready to production in the next few days. Within, I think, less than a year, they wanted a building. We got them a building, but it's the follow-up. What do we do to make sure that everything that we promised actually occurs? And that coordination between Jobs Ohio and our economic development, and directly the governor's office and the governor and the lieutenant governor, all those things, that follow-up, I think is really the competitive advantage we have.
One of the things that you need to be able to deliver for companies quickly is workers. And I know Jobs Ohio, you just announced, is going to be spending $300 million to get those tech workers. But you may have heard that Ohio finishes 35th for workforce in our study. It's a glaring weak spot. Yeah. Not just because the workers aren't here, but they're not coming and many are leaving. So what do you do about that beyond that investment?
Again, we win with people. We have focused, and we're also in this for the long run. It's a short run, but it is the long run. We have taken on the whole area of literacy. My wife, for example, has spread the Dolly Parton Library, free books in the mail for children 0 to 5. Now in 440,000 homes in the state of Ohio, we lead the country in that. We've focused on the science of reading. We've switched everybody over to that science of reading. We're going to continue to work, frankly, on that. But it's not just early childhood education. It's also, we really open things up so that a young person in high school has a lot of choices. We have more private schools in the state than virtually any other state. We have 14 great public universities. But in addition to that,
but you're also cutting funding to your public universities. What's going on with that, and what do you need to do to restore them?
I don't think the evidence shows we're cutting. But look, we are also focusing on the student, to give the student choice. We say in Ohio, if you're in the top 5%, we don't care if you're in Ripley, Ohio, or you're in Cleveland, you're in the top 5% of your graduating high school class, you're going to get $20,000, five times 4, and you can go to any state school for that, or you can pick a private school in the state of Ohio. We've seen the number of kids in that cohort. It was at 60% that would go to school in Ohio. Now we're into about 85% since we put that into effect. So we are focused on that school choice and giving that student more assets so that they can take that and go where they want to go.
Yeah. Joe's got another question.
Yeah, my first.
Did you get it open, Joe? Did it pop up?
I'm gonna try. You know, it's very, you know, to not be able to do it, it's embarrassing. But I want to talk about the possibility of another. I'm a St. X grad from Cincinnati. I think Vivek Ramaswamy is a St. X grad as well. Is he destined to be governor in your view? And would that? I mean,
well,
did you back him? Did you back him?
Yes, I back him. I support him. I think he'll be a good governor. He told me, we've had a lot of conversations, that he's really focused on two big things. One's economic development and one's education. Those are very, very important. But look, it's a close race. You know, the last polls show them pretty much he and Amy Acton pretty much did even.
You worked with Amy Acton.
I did.
I mean, you came into office basically to COVID, and she was the
well, I picked her to be when I picked my cabinet. I picked her to be the head of the Department of Health.
So if she's elected, I mean, the polls are absolutely a dead heat right now. Is that a tragedy for Ohio in your view?
Look, Ohio. One thing about Ohio, whether we've had Democrat governors or Republican governors, they are either center left or center right. This is a state that has stability. And that's one of the things we tell people. We are predictable. We're not going to have any big changes that's going to bother you for bringing your company in here. What we tell you today is going to continue to be true 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. We're going to continue to focus on education and we have to continue to focus on that environment, that good pro-business environment that you have, I would say, discovered, you recognize.
Yeah. Mike DeWine is the 70th governor of the state of Ohio. Again, congratulations. You can now see where your state ranks. Our full top state study is online at topstates.cnbc.com. Ohio is America's top state for business 2026. Guys?
So happy. I'm so happy. Thank you. Finally. Thank you, finally, Scott. And we're going to have to do it manually. There. I mean, there's the confetti.
I mean, we were worried about premature popping.
Yeah, premature popping. Instead, I had.
Too late.
Instead, I knew you'd make that joke. Instead, I had to do it manually. Up next, stories making headlines again in today's show. Stick around, Squawk Box. Be ready.
Breaking on Squawk Box, jobless claims coming in at 215,000, just below the consensus estimate of 218. Shares of Pepsi falling after reporting mixed results in this morning's earnings report. CEO Ramon LaGuarta is on Squawk on the Street in just about 30 minutes. He says the company believes inflation is pushing consumers to tighten spending. And CNBC released its top state for business. Ohio is #1.
Ship finally came in. That's really good. Congratulations to Ohio. Make sure you join us tomorrow. Squawk on the Street. It's coming up right now.
Good Thursday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl King today with Jim Cramer, David Faber, and Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Chip stocks asserting some leadership this morning on the back of some bullish demand commentary from AMAT, news from Micron, Broadcom working with Meta. Q2 earnings season warms up with Levi's and now Pepsi. Oil prices higher after a second night of U.S. strikes on Iran, and now retaliation from Iran on sites in Bahrain, Kuwait, and Jordan. Hormuz traffic has essentially collapsed. Our roadmap begins with the chips, though, leading that bounce ahead of the open as investors shrug off some of those Iran strikes.
Plus, Meta is reportedly planning to put its custom AI chips into production in September. This is it looks to double its overall computing capacity over time. And we're keeping an eye on Pepsi consumer headwinds. Despite a second quarter of price cuts, the company saying economic concerns continue to weigh on demand. Pepsi shares are under some pressure this morning. We're going to break down the quarter with that man right there. He's the CEO, Raymond.
Let's begin with stocks, though, and the oil markets after the U.S. and Iran did trade strikes for a second consecutive night. This is the president on Air Force One last night talking about dealing with Iran.
We have many ways we can win, but we've already won militarily. They have very little left, and they want to make a deal so badly. They called a little while ago, they want to make a deal so badly. I just don't know if they're worthy of making a deal. I don't know that they're going to honor the deal.
Jim, we mentioned that tanker traffic has slowed down appreciably. The other story is diesel, and now that Russia is banning diesel exports, they're the second biggest exporter, up 11% yesterday.
No, and that's business. That's who it impacts. It's business to business gasoline, and it's not good for the numbers. A lot of numbers are going to have to come down. I do think that there is a skepticism on Wall Street that when the president says they're begging for a deal, it's become a refrain that we no longer, let's say, respect as much as we used to, neither as demonstrated by the oil price futures or, David, by the stock futures, where you would think, well, wait a second, if they're begging for a deal, then why are they widening the war? What is that?
I don't know. I'm not sure what to make. We had conversations yesterday with Mark Esper, a few others, around this. How do we describe this period we're in right now? It's not all-out war. It's not a ceasefire. How long will it go on? Does it maintain until the midterm elections in some way because you want to keep gas prices lower? I don't know, Jim.
Yeah, I do know this, that the market is trying again to ignore, because, Carl, if you ignored last time, you made a lot of money. If you drove your earnings estimates toward this, you didn't get a lot of pit action. You ended up sitting down, not buying anything, and you missed a great rally. I think people don't want to have that happen again.
Yeah. Meantime, the so-called crack spread, Jim, the difference between a price of a barrel and the price of a gallon, $57 a barrel. That is now with the biggest wide since June of 22.
Valero, which is, if you put up this chart of Valero, that's the one. And people keep saying, well, should I do Conoco? Should I do Occidental? No, don't do any of those. Do Valero, because that's the pure play, what you just talked about. And it's not done. It's just going to keep going higher. And it is even the whole way, because even straight up, because that should have come down. I mean, David, you know that the gasoline, we export a lot of gasoline, so it's a tight market to begin with, and that's the market that the consumer voter is focused on.
Yeah. It's quite a name. I did not realize that it was up almost 5%.
You don't think an export that's been in the ether for months, but you don't think that we actually implement one ourselves?
Oh no. I think look, it's a world market. We're very important in the world market. Now, yes, it's true that some regions we have to import, other regions we export, but we're like major player. We're actually producing more than we thought was possible. It's just that the crack spread reflects directly if the price of oil goes down and the price at the pump doesn't go down, that's called Valero. Now, it's not your fault. I mean, it's the way it works. It's always lagged. I mean, it's a business, by the way.
Like the prime rate.
Yeah, it's like the prime rate. I just say before Valero calls me, it's been a horrible business. The refining business is a very tough business. The fact is,
it's so.
Oh, it's not been a great business. It's not a great business, but in these kind of situations when you have the price fluctuate with these wide margins, Valero wins. The problem is that if you want to go build a refinery, it's very difficult.
Got it.
It's probably the most difficult thing to site other than a nuclear plant.
Yeah. A lot harder than a data center, I guess, to get a refinery.
And you can't put a refinery in space with bad latency.
Yet.
No refineries in space. You can't send the gasoline down.
Some people did think you could put them at the bottom of the ocean, but that's...
I don't think that's a good idea either. I know people who are trying to harness the heat from sort of volcanic... I'm not even sure how to describe this because I don't know what I'm talking about.
Science project.
They try and harness the heat coming from the bottom of the ocean to then spin turbines that will power data centers on shore,
Well, there you
or
go.
even in the ocean.
But Jonas didn't talk about that yesterday.
No. He was interesting.
Was he not terrific?
He's very thoughtful. Really largely positive on SpaceX.
Oh, yeah. And I am too because of Jonas. He's a guy who can swing.
Even though SpaceX below the opening IPO print today, we'll get to that.
He likes SpaceX, the company, more than he likes SpaceX, the stock.
Let's get to the chips. NASDAQ is on track to open sharply higher after posting a slight gain in yesterday's volatile session. On the flip side, more than 2/3 of stocks in the information technology sector are down at least 20% from their 52-week highs. Jim bespoke with a great table of the best performing names in the first half. Only 2 are part of the best performing names in the second half.
True. I would point, you said something very, very early on at Micron News. They're adding capacity, that's what's needed. But a lot of times these rallies have begun with particular analysts just standing up and saying, okay, I'm too conservative. Today is Wedbush's day. Sandus, get the you love this, David. Sandus, we're updating estimates ahead of Sandus' fiscal fourth quarter 26 report and raising our price target from 1,200 to 2,000. We see somebody reads that and they just say, I buy, because that's a monumental increase in estimate.
Yes.
And it's probably still too low.
But where were they? Because they're not far off.
That doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It should matter.
Yes, it's
But
not
this
particularly helpful, is it?
Well, maybe he was at the vineyard. I don't know.
I don't know where he was. It's
Matt Bryson.
It's Wedbush. Yeah.
Matt Bryson.
All right.
It was maybe not.
I mean,
what does he say?
Dan Ives doesn't even work there anymore.
It could be in Maine. Maybe Outer Banks.
Who?
I'm
Outer
asking
Banks?
where
I
Matt
don't know
Bryson.
well,
I had no Wi-Fi when I was in British Columbia.
I don't
maybe
know that
it's a place with no
maybe
Wi-Fi.
maybe he's incredibly
There's
steeped
no
in the
Wi-Fi and he
industry.
doesn't have Starlink.
Yes.
But to put this number up, people just say, you know what? What am I doing? Trying to
is
make
not that
money
far
with
from where we are
Colgate?
right now, Jim.
No, it's a catch-up play.
Yeah.
Although, by the way, you see Kraft Heinz moving up?
No, I didn't.
At 22 to 24.
Isn't that interesting? Catch up and it goes to Kraft Heinz.
Well, I'm just
what I'm going to go to Jim and Carl is.
Oh, if you go Time Warner, I'm done.
No, I'm going to go to the enormous amounts of capital being raised. I always come back to the same thing, and the question, of course, or the overarching question that all investors are dealing with is what kind of return ultimately will all this capital get. I would point out I've made a lot of, for I think the right reasons, that seminal moment when Google decided it needed to raise $85 billion in the equity markets.
Okay.
And have you taken a look at the stocks of the hyperscalers since then? Because I decided today was a good day to do that. They're not good. Now, was it a seminal moment? Without a doubt. And have the stocks performed poorly since then? Yes. Were they performing better going into that? Yes. Just wanted to sort of share that because we're coming off of the Amazon bond deal, $25 billion. We're still, what's next? What is Meta going to
so
do?
why don't you go?
Who else is going to have to issue in some fashion, not just in the not just in the fixed income markets, but perhaps even in the equity markets as well?
Do you believe that SK Hynix's deal is 7 times oversubscribed?
Listen, every IPO I've ever reported on was this much oversubscribed, that much oversubscribed.
It's a dangerous game.
Don't read a lot into that.
It's a dangerous game.
Do not read a lot into that.
I wish the stock
7
had gone
times,
down.
50 times, 30 times. Yeah, the higher the better, but ultimately it doesn't mean.
When I did stuff with Syndicate Desks, when I was at Goldman, I said, look, I want, here's the way it goes. Oh, my customers want 10% of the deal. Right. Oh, really? Well, it's 30 times oversubscribed. Yes. And then you come back to my guys now want 7%. Oh, whoa, it's not oversubscribed.
No, I know. We'll hit you on whatever you want. Listen, I guess my point is it doesn't necessarily mean that this thing is going to trade amazingly well in the aftermarket.
Very good. Because it's not really an IPO, remember, it's an ADR here.
Speaking of the aftermarket, Jim, though, you made a lot yesterday of the Amazon bond deal in terms of the capital, and I would point out those bonds are trading well. Those bonds have traded fairly well. They have not traded down in any significant
They have
way.
a lot of fixed
And
income
what I am
exposure.
told from a number of the firms that were involved in the underwriting is they think they could have printed a lot more in terms of for Amazon. So there is a bit of goes against some of your narrative yesterday.
Well, that's because, I see Meta wants to put a lot more compute up, and the stock's getting crushed today, even though it was added to the U.S. 1 list from Bank of America.
Yeah.
I mean, look at that. Remember, it went to 600 when we heard that they were going to do a web service.
Right.
Now it's back to 581.
Well, they have very ambitious plans to add a lot more gigawatts
this
of compute.
The Canadian project.
Yeah. But then that would make them a true hyperscaler where they would be offering the compute capacity, not just using it for their own business, right?
Well, I mean, we were hoping
this is also about their AI chip that everybody's developing their own AI chips. We know that, of course. We've got Google TPUs, we've got Amazon Trainium. They're all trying to lessen their dependence on NVIDIA's GPUs, which are very expensive. And yeah, so no surprise to a certain extent that development is going on. OpenAI is also developing its chip with Broadcom. Sorry, an accelerator chip.
No, but I think it's interesting. Amazon raises a lot of money in the bond market.
Yes.
Trades well.
Yes.
Google, you're still up. You're still up on the equity offering. If you did Google.
You are still up on that,
You still are?
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, maybe they're not doing that well, but at the same time, you're not getting killed.
No, you're not getting killed. You're not getting killed at all. But I guess my point is the narrative has sort of shifted from just all out, yes, go to the moon or Mars or wherever, to, well, wait a second.
We were getting jazzed that Meta wasn't going to spend anymore, but was starting to do it at web services. Now we have to find them to spend more? I mean, that's not good. The gross margins, come on, man. Carl, all I ask every time is to say, all right, so which one of you guys is making money? And I get, no, a couple of us are making money. Micron, Santis, Western Digital, Seagate. That's it.
Right. Yeah, well, we got SK coming tomorrow. We mentioned the reports of, I guess, the Amazon offer has been being greeted with stories about a chilly reception. Yes?
Wait, what?
The Amazon deal met with a distinctly chilly reception, pulling in only 1.6 times as many orders as the $25 billion of bonds offered.
Oh, well, I'm hearing a somewhat different story. In fact, saying there was as much as 50, they could have raised as much as 50 billion. Obviously, you move up in yield and that helps. But this idea that we're going to run out of money is being, certainly, I'm hearing combative words coming at me saying not a chance. Now, granted, you can imagine who that may be from, but that said, they believe they could have gotten a lot more done. Obviously, you got to pay a bit more for it. So is capital going to become more dear? Yes. But does it mean we're running out? No.
Meantime, it keeps coming back to Anthropic, is the one that's actually making a lot of money. Doing some work on Salesforce. Well, where is the money going if it's not going to Salesforce? Well, it's going to cybersecurity. I see Nikesh Arora. And
we do.
And that stock has just been unbelievable since Mythos. Unbelievable.
Meantime, we got some distinct weakness in software today. It's being cited because of the Starbucks piece, Jim, where they are developing in-house software that might lessen their dependence on third-party vendors.
Microsoft and IBM. Now, it's interesting because I was shocked. I don't know if you guys read that story. $400 million they spent on tech.
What? Who?
Starbucks.
Oh.
Yeah, well, $400 million.
That's a lot of money.
Well, that's a great place to cut, right? If you're Brian Nichol, you say, listen, call somebody, call Dario. Call Dario, get him in here. I want all this stuff done. I want everything changed. That's what people are doing. What? They're calling in Nikesh. They're calling in George Kurtz, cyber. And
That's
then they're
for
calling
cybersecurity.
And then next they're calling in, well, no, next is actually hardware, and that's why we see Micron up. And then the third is tokens. And I think that matters. And I'm stealing this directly from Jacksonator at Key. And until now, it sounded like I was doing it, and I sounded really smart. But then I said, I gotta credit him because that's just outright theft.
What's the thesis? Sorry, I've lost track. What are you talking about?
Companies, what they're spending money on.
Yes.
And let's say I'm a chief information officer. Okay. You come to me.
Yes.
Say, well, what are our priorities, Jim? And I say, well, David, our number one priority is cybersecurity. We saw that because of what Anthropic told us. Our number two is memory. We have no choice because these companies keep raising price. And then number three is tokens. Okay, we try to figure out how we can use Anthropic to solve our problems. I wonder if Brian Nichol isn't sitting down and saying, you know what, with Anthropic and saying, look, we're spending $400 million on tech. I want that cut in half. That's what's happening. They are making money on. They're like the winner. Now I don't like them. They're bullies.
Anthropic.
They're
Anthropic?
bullies.
Is that who you're talking about now? Okay,
yeah.
just
They're doing very well.
They are.
Was that a surprise to you?
No. They are incredibly competitive when it comes to the enterprise. I do, you know, what I continue to hear more of, guys, is the Chinese open source models
That's the
being
thing,
used.
right.
And that I was with, I won't say a company last night, a well-known company that is they're writing a lot of their software using those models now. And 60% of the software is being written at the company by AI. And I don't know, I think that's kind of, you got to keep an eye on that.
Buzzkill.
We've been talking about token expenditures coming in.
Too expensive.
Yeah, moving to lower price models.
How about the fact that Anthropic salespeople are trying to be told, you got to throttle back a little. You're doing too much business. You know, the tokens.
Well, we know that they had a desperate search for compute. That's why they did the deal with SpaceX.
But this is
a
a
perfect
major
example
positive.
of their need to pay them $1.25 billion a month.
If they were a public company, it would be like Sanderson.
Yes, I look forward to when we can sit here and OpenAI and Anthropic are both public companies and we can talk about nothing but them. That'll be great days.
Oh, I could talk about
Because then we
Pepsi.
have stock prices
All right,
and charts.
We really have to go, but we can talk about PepsiCo. That's what I'm going to do.
Well, our conversation obviously has said a lot because we're talking about tech. Haven't really gotten to the two big earnings prints so far. Levi and Pep are both lower pre-market. We'll get to both names. Talk about what Michelle Goss told Jim last night when we return.
Oh, yeah. I'm here. I'm here.
A lot of news this morning surrounding the compute and infrastructure build-out. We talked about Meta. In the next hour, OpenAI, Sam Altman will join Julia Borston in an exclusive live from Sun Valley. They'll talk all things AI, including the rollout of the company's new GPT models. First, though, Kramer's Mad Dash and the opening bell in just a moment.
Nine more minutes. See if we can start off with some cleavage today.
Space where
have majority of our assets is not especially.
I don't know what happened to the show, but they've stopped cleavage.
6%, 25.7% in the second quarter versus
I'm gonna go make
17% for
coffee.
Russell 2000 value. So there was some leadership on the growth space. Now, after rebalancing, the composition of the index changed somewhat, but nonetheless, there are opportunities in both the defensive sectors as well as more of an offensive sectors such as IT and industrials, and that's what we're after with our models.
And you mentioned international. So when you say diversifying into internationals, how would you go about that? And what part of international do you like?
We run several strategies in the international space, in the global space, as well as several strategies in the emerging market space. There are definitely some incredible opportunities there. This is a great diversifier to what we're seeing locally. I would say in the international strategies, we tend to keep our country exposure rather tight. We have a hedge fund where both sector and country exposures are kind of undesirable for us, and we're more about the stock selection and finding the opportunities in all spaces. And our positioning is typically within a couple percentage points, but definitely emerging markets in both long only and long short space.
So I wanted to ask you, because the current story obviously is what's going on with the Iran war and how it's escalated once again. And oil has moved higher, and granted it's a significant move, but it's not really a significant move when you see the recent highs of 120 bucks. So yes, it's moved higher, but no, it hasn't been dramatic and extremely volatile the way we could see it. Does that seem like a bit of a desensitized market? Does that mean a bit of a green light for investors in your opinion? Because it's certainly not as bad as it could have been this week.
Energy in general has been always a very volatile sector. I joke that, in our commentaries, I can say energy is the best performer, next quarter energy is the worst performer. So it's definitely not a new situation where energy moves so dramatically. And yes, considering the magnitude of what's been happening, this seemed more of a correction, one way or another. And as we're seeing today, the markets tend to dismiss the strikes, and the futures are up, and we're about to open, focusing on earnings and expectation for the earnings versus the oil prices. And so that may be the current market environment is, yes, that's important, but maybe on a daily noise basis. And then overall, the market, I'm hoping, is going to be focused more on the earnings momentum and earnings potential.
And now you're mentioning the earnings. Before I let you go, Lena, I just really wanted to know, next week we kick off with financials. Do you have certain expectations for the financials? You talk about industrials, financials, healthcare, people rotating into those groups. Do you have certain expectations for the financials, how they'll set the tone for the rest of the earnings season? What are your final thoughts here pertaining to earnings?
Well, again, not to predict the future, but I would say there are no indications of the bad performers. So we'll see what's going to happen. Generally, I'm a strong believer in the American economy and then, equity markets. And yes, they're volatile. Yes, they can move. But nonetheless, I think we're positioned well going into the earnings season.
You think so?
All right. Well, it's great to see you, Elena. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Elena
Thanks for having me.
Thanks. Co-CIO at Bridgeway. Elena, thank you. All right, a quick break. Sam Vadas and Diane King Hall are standing by. They have lots of news for you. Opening bell. We'll be right back.
The data and the decisions moving markets. Morning Trade Live breaks down the macro moves driving the price action, from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risk. Smart, fast, and always live from Wall Street to your screen. Morning Trade Live, where the markets meet the macro, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
My parents didn't really talk about money at all. In college, everybody around me had money. I didn't want anybody to find out that I wasn't middle class. I was using credit cards to do anything and everything. I ended up with $20,000 of credit card debt. That's when I kind of realized, all right, I have a money problem.
You have a money problem, baby.
How my finances got wrecked and how I fixed it. And if I could do that, you can do it too.
Welcome back to Opening Bell. We're in breaking news mode because we've been covering SK Hynix with the NASDAQ listing for tomorrow. It could be the second largest equity offering ever, trailing only SpaceX. I'm joined by Sam Vadas because she's also been following this so closely, Sam. And in fact, we may even have some numbers now.
Yeah, according to Bloomberg, just in the last couple of minutes, Nicole, we're actually seeing that SK Hynix is telling investors it intends to set its price for its US listing at $149 a pop per ADR receipt. That is, of course, despite some of the volatility that we've seen in this stock over the last couple of sessions or so. I mean, it's down about 25% from the all-time high in mid-June. However, it's still up 200%.
I go get my coffee. We got 3 minutes less than 3 minutes left. No cleavage. I have no clue what's going on with this show lately. Less than a minute. Down and up. We look at a double bottom on the SPY. Coffee. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm ready. I haven't had my shoes off yet, but July 9th. We're at support, the first support on SPX. I'm thinking about when I retire, opening up a skating ring.
Overweight, so they're moving to the sidelines. What's unusual
Okay, we're at support on the SPY. Support on the SPY. The 747s were the 748s at $1 at 97. SPY. Okay. A little bit late on that. To the VWAP. Scalping Lotto, the 748s at $1. This is a fast scalp. There it is, 133. Boom, baby. Ha ha! I don't mess around. Anybody take it with Bobo? I was too scared. I was too scared. How did you find that support, James? That's a good question, and I'm glad you asked. For my name's Washboardjim. I'm the founder of the Sneaky Snake trading strategy, where I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, and being in the now. So we know what a double bottom is, right? This is something I want you to go to every morning. The pre-market low or a chart pattern. So that pre-market low could be a double bottom. So you want to pay attention to that pre-market lows and see if you can find any trend lines or any resistance levels. Yesterday, I had a resistance level of 745.70. If y'all remember, and I had 744.15. So once we broke that, it came back and retested that previous resistance line, which I had yesterday. So I had a double confirmation yesterday's resistance and today's support, which I call a yin-yang. What was resistance now becomes support. So I set my alert, and I I just was watching, the alert didn't go off. But I didn't set my alert right. I should have set it above that previous resistance that I had Friday, and I would have hit it. Because that comes right up just a little bit above the, and I would have nailed that support to the penny. Oracle, alert, set. Oracle, triggered. BTBT alerted. So I don't think a lot of these fat cats are dialed in. I really don't. I think they're opinionated propagandists is what they are. They've turned out to be like that. Crowd strikes up. And what about PLTR's down to 127? That's a nice trade, man. I really like that. Right to a double top. I mean, triple top. Inverse head and shoulders. You see the head and shoulders here on the 1 minute? There's your head, your left shoulders. Left shoulder, left shoulder, left shoulder, left shoulder, left shoulder, left shoulder, and your right shoulder, right shoulder. So it either breaks it, does a double top, or it pulls back, and you want to look for a pivot point inside of this here. So this previous high and try to find an equilibrium. Somewhere in here. Right here. Right there. Oops. How did I have that? Right there, head and shoulders. So we got a head and shoulders right here. Pre-market. And there's your left shoulder, your right shoulder. So you want to go ahead and draw a horizontal line. Bring this alert to that shoulder line. And that's on the SPY. I'm not sure if he said anything or not. I wish he'd keep his mouth shut. I used to like listening to him, but he's not doing what I want him to do. I want him to communicate. Apple hit the 200. NVIDIA 20207. AMD bounced off the 200 this morning. And the Meta 590.57 resistance. 10-4. Meta 590.57 200 SMA Triggered. NVIDIA. NVIDIA alert triggered. Go away, little girl. Go away, little girl.
A vacation this summer. So it really is on the discretionary side that we're seeing that hit taken, because households are still carrying too much in terms of essentials inflation, just what they have to spend to put that roof over their head.
You liar.
Yeah, I mean, you made the point that, you know, even Pepsi, which cut the prices to try to spur some
185,
wasn't
God.
enough to drive the growth in North America. Just
SPY just now hit 185. Ladies and gentlemen, this has become to be too easy anymore. I need a challenge. I need a challenge. The 205 strike for NVIDIA. 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 205 strike for NVIDIA. Oh, I could put in 205. Could go a little lower. Let's try 5 minutes. 2 minute. 2 minute. We went below support. So that's 2 odds. And then go 5 minute. 5 minute, we're below support. We got 3 black crows. Oh, trees are bottom. Okay. I'm going to try it. I'm going to put a tight stop on this one here. 113, 205 strike. Whoop, 103, you dick. 113. 213. God darn it. It's 113. La, sing a song, sing out loud, sing out strong. Sing of good things, not sad. Sing of happy, not glad. Sad. I forgot. Sing a song. Sing out loud. Sing out strong. Sing of good things, not bad. Sing happy, not sad. We're at 120. 1. This is called the 3 Black Crows setup. Could you tell me what 3 Black Crows stands for, Jamie? We're at 125. Now I want you to make, if you're a rookie, make a frickin' business decision. You got to first start to learn how to make money. And then it picks up. And gradual. Learning from the master trader. You asking a question? Yeah, I was a bit intimidated, blaming it did not have my coffee yet. You gotta have that coffee. You gotta have the coffee. Tight stop, tweezer bottom. Coffee, AM, is a coffee company I used to order from. Woke up this morning, walked in the kitchen, turned on the coffee pot, and stared. Let me take a real fast shower. Three Black Crows on the video. Three Black Crows on the video. Three Black Crows on the video. Three Black Crows with a tweezer top. Finish it up with 3 white soldiers. See the volume? It's starting to squeeze. Please. Oh, we got some cleavage. Finally, fuck. She didn't get, woo! Okay. Now we're gonna make some money. Finally. I just go ahead and stare at this for a bit. 131. Profit. If you're a rookie, get out of it. If you're a rookie, or scale out. Well, she went to 131. My 2 old vibes. She went to 131. Oh, what happened here? 127. Come on, break it. This is an exit. Okay, now, this is a lesson I want to teach. you have 3 black crows. Each one of these crows represent a resistance line. So you got the tweezer bottom, and each one of these is a resistance. You got a wick, a body, and a body, which makes that a very hard resistance to break. If that resistance breaks, I think it's an easy chop up to the next resistance line at 203.34. This has to break. It's either you scale out, sell your contracts, wait for a pullback, maybe to this here body right here, and jump back in it and try the breakout. So that's 113 to 127, just like that. Tweezer bottom, 3 black crows. Do you understand? Sally, quit playing around with Johnny. He's trying to take his test. Oh, Black Betty, Bammer Jam. Oh, Black Betty, Bammer Jam. Oh, Black Betty, Bammer Jam. Bum, 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 bum. Let's get it on, my boy. Let's get it on, my boy. Let's get it on, my boy. Do, 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 do. Let's get it on, my boy. Let's get it on, my boy. Let's get it on, my boy. Do 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 do. Na 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 da 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 da. Uh-oh. 117, gonna break it now. It's kind of taking its time. Well, I jumped in the various cars. The 205 strike. 113 sound good to me. Lesson this week. Don't use ammonia on your windows, especially if they're tinted with a film. I'm back to even, you bitch. I don't like these wicks up here, showing a little bit of sign of weakness. I did say this thing could pull back and hit the body right there. You see what that did? So, I got 113. That's on the 5-minute. Damn, Jim. You're fucking up. I should have looked at the 1 minute. Yeah. Should have looked at the 1 minute. That was a bad mistake on my behalf. We've got an inverse head and shoulders, and we've got a wedge. So I figure probably about another 2 to 3 minutes at the most for this trade. Come on, baby. Spies at 205. Okay, I've stared at her cleavage long enough.
By step along with the education that we provide.
Help you, regardless of where you are on that path of education. It's really unique, not just that it exists, but that you can tap into 30 some hours worth of it each and every week. How incredible is that? And it's free.
Live insights, actionable data, and market-moving analysis. Schwab Network connects the headlines to the why in real time. Watch free 24/7 at schwabnetwork.com.
Come on, you piece of crap.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Morning Trade Live. I'm Sam Varnas, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. We've got plenty to hit on both here and abroad over the next hour. Here's a look at what is coming up. We'll take a look at the macro picture, including this morning's latest economic data, and examine the outlook for inflation after the minutes from Kevin Warsh's first FOMC meeting were released yesterday. And over the next hour, we'll have example trades for PepsiCo and Caterpillar. We'll take you through PepsiCo's latest earnings report, and Caterpillar is up nearly 150% year over year, despite a recent downturn. We'll discuss all of that, but let's take a look at where markets are trading. Around half an hour into this Thursday session, we're seeing a very nice bounce for chips. It's wax on, wax off when it comes to that trade. The S&P 500 up 0.5%. The Nasdaq 100 is powering ahead to the tune of 1.5%. Very much thanks to those chips back in action once again for us today, extending on from the marginal gains we saw yesterday. We're seeing some nice double-digit numbers here for names like KLAC, for instance. You've got a nice gain for AMD as well. Micron's up 8. We've got most of the
AMD
and software's lower for us today, although things are picking up.
NVIDIA ain't doing me good.
The IGV. The Dow Jones is.
So, before I take too big of a loss, they're definitely not working. Yesterday I sold that one and I could have made a killing on it. Another set of crows. Shit. Hold on. I'm gonna add. .83. Okay, 113 and 183. $296.77.
Previously, just walk us through what you're seeing as far as some of that is concerned. Also, claims, jobs, if you could run us through those numbers.
Yeah, the thing about initial jobless claims, Sam, when you look at initial jobless claims at 215,000, very much in line with where they've been coming in pretty consistently for several weeks in a row now. The 4-week moving average is just under 219,000. Now, this is higher than where they maybe had been running for quite some time, closer to 200,000, but this is still considered historically low. You look at the continuing claims, which, you know, maybe if you were trying to look for, you know, something that might be hiding in the data, you would look at continuing claims, like are people staying on claims longer? Is that growing? It's been relatively benign as well at 1.814 million. That's in line with the expectation. It's basically where it's been as well. So as far as initial jobless claims go, it's a faster look at labor market data. So we certainly have it on our list of things that we're monitoring week to week. But what I always say when it comes to this particular report,
I didn't use my noggin very well in this last trade.
So it's a lot of kind of checking and nothing's wrong. But it can be the first place that signs of stress show up. And so if you start to see 215 become 250 or 300, you might have a problem. But at 215, this is more the same.
All right, let's turn to some of the price action in these markets. As I mentioned, it feels like a bit of wax on, wax off, but we're seeing semis ripping today. A couple of headlines I'm tracking. We've had a pretty bullish note out from Mizuho around semi-caps, Applied Materials, AMAT's up, and that's bringing up the rest of the equipment makers here. You've had Micron announcing some big investments this morning. I'm looking at $3 billion in strategic investments here. SK Hynix, we're going to be talking about that later on, but it looks like we've got an initial price listing here according to Bloomberg. What are you seeing as far as the price action? Because it seems like a lot of the rotation is coming out of the softwares and Mag 7 as expected.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday, Sam, how yesterday's, you know,
SPY pulled back to support.
S&P has actually moved higher in the NASDAQ was largely due to a very small isolated pocket of strength within semiconductors, which is not unusual, but I think the starkness of it yesterday really stood out. Now, today is not a ton broader, but it is broader, no doubt about it. About 50% of stocks in the S&P 500 are higher today. But again, your market leaders, which right now, when you look at that momentum factor, is these chip makers and just AI infrastructure broadly are way out in front. And I think a big part of this, you're going to talk about this later on, so I won't, you know, steal the story, but this SK Hynix offering was another kind of big liquidity sponge. Like, was there going to be demand? Was there going to be the money to absorb this? And
golly, from NVIDIA.
Indications we're hearing, it seems like an overwhelming.
I got that wrong.
And I think that brought a little bit of ease to this AI infrastructure trade as it's making a nice two-day rally. We will see if it holds.
I got this wrong big time. I'm about ready. If it doesn't hold 200, I'm getting out. I'm going to walk away for a second.
During the tariff uncertainty of the spring of last year, or 2 years ago now. So when you look at that, all things considered, Sam, I would say that, you know, there's a lot more risk than appears by just looking at the VIX.
Got it. Okay, good to highlight. Really appreciate it, Alex, as always. Thanks for the breakdown on the macro and the micro for us today. Coming up, we will keep the macro picture in mind and discuss the outlook for rates and inflation as we move into the second half of this year. Morning Trade Live is back after this.
Stock Exchange. Live interviews, market movers, and real-time coverage right from the floor.
Only young me can see
Subscribe
me
now
now.
at
Should be
Schwab.
so proud. Sorry, am I wearing?
Break out. Okay, let's go. I'm loaded big on this one here, so we'll see. I got average down quite a bit. 113.83 and 66, 20 contracts. I think that'll work. We're at the 63 on the 1 hour. And we're at support on the 30-minute. I actually went below it. $0.40, 30 cents.
This is not over the next 6 weeks, of course.
Golly, come on, Jim.
Decades. The amount of base metals and inputs required to build out and power all of that.
745.70.
And we believe underappreciated specifically because the supply side of those stories is constrained in physical terms as well. Copper is probably the greatest example of that. We can discuss that. And so all of these inflationary impulse pressures that we're seeing really are coming from the raw material side, the basic inputs for the economy.
You said several years or decades. I mean, are you talking about this being a 2026 problem or beyond that? Because I was speaking to somebody yesterday about fertilizers, for instance. They don't believe that the pass-through to the US consumer, as far as the sticker shock that you and I experience when we go to the grocery store, is likely to show up, if it does, because the farmers are eating that cost until at least next year, if this persists.
Right. So, like any commodity story, it's idiosyncratic to each commodity. So,
Sure.
First,
and country, I suppose.
And country as well, right? So, with the example of the fertilizers, you know, U.S. food prices, so prices actually paid at the grocery stand, are probably somewhat better insulated relative to other countries around the world. By a number of estimates, roughly 3/4 of the fertilizer that was required for this planting season that we're in, or now we're into growing season, was already secured prior to the outbreak of the war and the supply chain disruptions there. To the degree that the conflict persists, and to the degree that damage takes longer to repair to some of those refining facilities, and remember, natural gas is a key input for the fertilizer development, so it's not just the end product of the fertilizer itself. But the longer we have issues with supply chain logistics, the Strait of Hormuz, and the conflict continuing, that could very well affect next year's season, where inventories are not built up yet. In the case of something like base metals and copper that we were just discussing, the demand is a very long-term story, right? It's a years to decades story.
We're at a major support.
Right
we'll
now.
just see here.
Right, so if you look at copper as the key input and probably the most glaring.
This broadcast is really starting to get not as good as it was. It's just rhetoric anymore. The video holding up. So far. Up. The fudge. I don't know why it does that every once in a while.
Language models continue to get more robust and powerful in terms of AI capabilities. How does open source models really win the race?
Well, I think it's important to think, if you step back and think about it, I think demand for AI consumption is still infinite. We do not have enough compute in the world to satisfy the demands of both the consumer side and the enterprise side. So demand is not a constraint. The question becomes, how quickly can we adopt the demand? I think the conversation will shift over the next 6 to 12 months on not how smart the model is, how intelligent the model is, how quickly can we deploy the models, how can we take context, memory, how can we take tribal knowledge and embed that in the enterprise context so we can all see value from this leaps and bounds that models are showing. I think there's going to be different horses for different courses. You will find that frontier AI models are extremely useful for groundbreaking research. Do I want an open source model doing drug discovery or curing cancer? No, I want the smartest brain on the planet, which will come in the form of frontier LLMs, which are going to solve these hard problems, and we need them. I think there are going to be task-specific models, which will be low cost, easy, will not require sort of multi-agent orchestration, will not require
spies at support,
which we will get
literally as a commodity, whether it comes from open source or perhaps an older version of Frontier LLM.
All right, so sort of a customized approach of open and closed source models. Altman also said that Chinese open source models are getting good. He thinks, I think that's fine. I also think that we will have the best models. Is that convincing enough? Do you think the U.S. can maintain its lead over China?
I think we've got to stop sort of balkanizing the models. At the end of the day, you have really smart models in the frontier, and I don't think it's going to be whether the next frontier model comes from the US or China or some other country. We will have really amazing models, and these models will keep getting better as they evolve. I think we will have sort of literally an array of models from really good to task specific, as you heard about his multimodal comment earlier. There'll be models that are very good at voice, there'll be models that are very good at video.
747's on the spy.
Enterprise will have.
We're back at support again. 747s this time. The 745.70 we hit twice, and that was my low support for today. And SPY, the 747s. Strike 747 at 118.
Today, I suspect YouTube is a close to $1 trillion business, and that is the hope of technology, that if we get the technology right, if we can spend our way through that sort of trough, we get to the other side, and there's huge profit to be made. And I think you're seeing that in the market. And the question becomes, which ones of these models, which ones of these efforts are going to survive through that trough, and who can fund it? There are some large hyperscaler companies which have a tremendous amount of free cash flow, which I suspect will have the capacity to last the distance and be able to fund it. And then it depends on how the financial markets look at how the frontier LLM companies are doing in terms of the amount of funding they need. And at some point in time, they'll have to perhaps temper their enthusiasm on CapEx if the market doesn't support it, or perhaps the market will support it, and that'll allow for that infinite demand to be satisfied by constant deployment of compute. I also believe at some point in time, some scaling laws have to kick in from the compute perspective. It's never to the right and upwards, whether it's memory pricing or chip pricing. You'll find that there are new people trying to innovate and saying, listen, if I have to pay so much for memory, I can go and innovate, build new technology that makes memory cheaper I can innovate that makes inference chips cheaper. So I suspect our CapEx budgets are going to decline over time from technology efficiency. I suspect that some people will say this is too expensive. I can't be in this game. I can't play this game anymore. So I think the market will rationalize, but it's important to understand the demand continues to be in. Demand curve that you're facing, I think all these things will rationalize over time.
Yeah, certainly high stakes race, price, cost, certainly a big part of it. Nikesh, thank you for your time. We really appreciate it. Nikesh Arora, CEO and Chairman, Apollo Alto Networks.
Thank you, guys.
Still to come this hour, Match Group CEO Spencer Rathsfeld is going to join us. How his company is investing in AI to make dating better. And later, chip stocks, they're rebounding big. Take a look at some of those moves we're seeing this morning. Advanced Micro and many of the others. I got ARM up dramatically as well.
SPY, look at SPY.
11.3%. We got that anticipated U.S. listing tomorrow for SK Hynix. Analyst Stacy Rasgon's going to join us. We'll discuss that.
$196. $197. See if we hold to 63. Did anybody understand how good that trade was? With a triple bottom. Triple bottom. I just got to get in the video. Which I don't think is going to happen. I have to cut that off. All All techs are down red. The Magnificent Seven. Excuse me. I need NVIDIA to move. Tesla bounced this morning and then bounced up and bounced back down. We're at the 200. Today's losers, PLTR. PLTR's at support.
Goes for where you invest. What's Schwab?
What is this
Schwab
BTBT?
Network delivers real-time market insights, live from the NYSE, NASDAQ, placebo, and beyond. From earnings to economic data, we cover what matters as it happens. Streaming 24/7, anytime, anywhere, free on SchwabNetwork.com.
OXY yesterday. They were
Giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade
down
Desk,
today.
Our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex.
Oxy. It's 9:35. I'm debating on lunch.
Oh. I'll be right back.
Not a bad day so far. One red trade. That's needing a video to pop here. Actually, it's a pretty good day. Besides NVIDIA here. Blotch. Yeah, I think I'm about to take a loss on this because it expires tomorrow. It's not doing its thing. I don't want to get stuck in it and take it to zero. But we'll see. If we can break the 63, we have a chance to take it to 202. Or at least break a 200. Marley's got cleavage. Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! Thank you, Marley. I knew I could count on you. She got my memo. Tesla at the 200 on the 1 minute. Market's going to turn around now. Marley's showing cleavage. We got taxes due again. Second quarter taxes.
Joe, good morning to you. How would you approach an example trade on Pepsi?
Pepsi. Oh, yeah.
Good morning to you. Thank you for having me. Yeah, so we're seeing a little bit of elasticity for Pepsi.
I called it too.
This is going to extend out into other.
Pepsi has a double bottom. Pepsi has a double bottom on the 20-day. Pepsi has a double bottom on the 20-day. And I called a pullback. Pepsi double bottom on a 20-day. Come on, NVIDIA, break the 63. So I hit my 63. I'm trying to get out of this trade. We're at 69 cents. I need 80. To get even. I need 11 more cents. So if I break the 63, I'm feeling a lot better. And I'm going to turn off that air conditioner. Walk away for a second. Go out, look at my car. Okay. Well, the girl yesterday, I found that pregnancy test in the trash can at the women's IRS building in the restroom. And come to find out, she's not pregnant. I had to ask her. I thought I almost went over the line by saying that, but I should have kept my mouth shut. You ever say something you wish you would have not said it? I even said it. I said, I don't know if this is appropriate or not. And I told one of the girls up there, but I found a pregnancy test for the first time in a trash can at oh, she went right at it, boy. She went to spreading the rumor around. I said, hope you didn't tell nobody. Oh, I did. I said, well, I thought it was funny. But you don't know, the emotions are, after a certain age, when you get a certain age, you don't know if you want to have more kids or not, if you're ready for that again. So I didn't know if she was just testing, hoping, I hope I'm not pregnant. I caught him in the office the other day kind of playing around with each other. Well, I mean, he had a finger rubbing her belly. I said, man, did I walk in on something? We got an ascending triangle on AMD. An ascending triangle on AMD. Called this one out on the dip. This had that big run. Well, look at it. $584. I thought it was higher than that. So that's a breakout, it's a triple top, and a head and shoulders. They're at 74. I got 1 penny to break even here. Oh, no, I don't. I got 6. 6. Come on. Come on, NVIDIA. Pepsi has a double bottom on the 20-day off earnings. Pepsi has a double bottom on the 20-day off earnings. Cat's too high. There's no way I'd pump that cat stock.
in contracts.
Right.
Any risks associated with this one that you're keeping an eye on?
Absolutely. I'd say the primary risk is supply chains. There's been some supply chain disruptions globally. We've seen pressures start to rise. The biggest risk here is not really backlog cancellation. Caterpillar's done a good job of de-risking their contracts, very punitive cancellation policies they've put in place with customers. But what we could see potentially is if they aren't able to build out capacity fast enough, you could see a pushing out of earnings expectations. You could see that roll into 2027, and that could cause some multiple contraction. If investors feel like the risks, supply chain risks are...
Yesterday when they were pumping Pepsi, do you remember my conversation about them cutting back 10% on their markup that they had under chips under the Biden regime? I mean, a bag of Doritos down here is about $6.49 a bag. They used to be $3.99 before Biden. Big bag of chips. And they wouldn't sell. They could sell them. People were buying generics and saving $2 or $3 a bag. $4 a bag. So it had bad earnings. Me, I don't even buy chips anymore. On special occasion. It's like right now I think I've had a pack of cookies in here for about a week now. And they're gone in 2 days. I grab a cookie a day now and that's it. And I don't know, Pepsi make them Oreo cookies? Who makes Oreo cookies? Mondelez International, Nabisco, Mondelez, Oreo Mondelez International. I buy my mom a pack of cookies a month or every 2 weeks because she has real bad sugar problems. So when she's having a dive, she takes and grabs a couple of cookies. NVIDIA is trying. Give it a little bit of credit. We're at 71. I'd like to get this to at least 81 even. The 205 strikes.
Meta, I think, set off a reversal in the semiconductors with their notion of spending in capacity, and then crude oil also to the downside. Both of those, I think, are pushing the semiconductors at the very least higher, and then I think crude oil itself is helping alleviate some of the overall market concerns.
Yeah, chips are rallying again, as you mentioned. Oil backing off, so are yields on particularly the shorter end, the dollar as well. No doubt that's helping put the wind in the sails of things here. Really appreciate it as always, George. Thank you so much for that example trade and your market perspective for us today. We continue to look at up arrows here, very much being supported by the chip trade for us this morning, as we do see memory staging another nice bounce here. IGV's caught up a bit. We're up around 0.5%, but most of the software names that we look at, Salesforce, Workday, ServiceNow, AppLovin, all lower for us today. We've got 6 out of the Mag 7 down. Tesla's the only one that's higher. The bright spot up 0.3%. Bitcoin is also rallying for us today as well. That's going to do it for us here on Morning Trade Line. Thanks so much for joining us on the show. I'm Sam Vardas. Download the Schwab Network app, available in the Apple App Store. Tune in 24/7 on schwabnetwork.com. You've got Trading 360 up next with Marley Caden. I'll catch you later on Market on Close, 3 p.m. Eastern. Have a great rest of your trading day.
Well, that's wicked looking. Oh, okay.
Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that shape investor decisions, all with expert analysis and actionable context. From inflation data to sector rotations, earnings to policy, it's a comprehensive view of the market every trading day. Trading 360, in-depth market coverage straight from Chicago. Weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell
82,
to the
oh.
closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis,
Damn,
breaking
don't
news,
drop.
sharp trade ideas, minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
Important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. schwabnetwork.com.
Just interesting how this market rebounds so easily.
Marley Caden coming to you live from our Chicago headquarters. Here's what we have coming up for you on today's show. We'll spotlight the space economy and the recent momentum in the sector with the CEO of Firefly Aerospace. The company recently
I'm still in it.
Subcontract for the Skyfall Mars mission, and the stock is up 15% so far this year. Today's disruptor is Salesforce after a downgrade at KeyBank. The analyst wrote that it's possible the firm is downgrading Salesforce at exactly the wrong time, but channel checks compelled the firm to make the call. George Tillis will weigh in and place an example trade for us. And then in our 360 round, our panel is going to take a closer look at the state of the housing market in light of the latest existing home sales data. Are we due for a summer rebound? We'll see. Got to check in with our markets, though, before we get to all of this and more. We've got a nice green day on the board so far this morning. The S&P trading up more than 0.4%. The NASDAQ is up more than 1%. We're at 29,581. The Dow up about 0.25% right now. We've added close to 140 points so far this morning. And the Russell 2K is our winner on the day. We're up 1.25% at 29.9413. As we look at the 10-year, it's ticking lower. We've lost that 5-handle. We're at 449 now. The dollar hovering right around 173. Gold is at 41.37.
Nvidia's at the orb.
Crude oil falling lower than the 75 we hit yesterday, but we are still above 70. We're at 72.35. And Bitcoin still in its range. We're at 63,190 right now. Do you want to take a look at one of the top stories this morning? Joining us, Alex Coffey, our senior equities contributor here on Schwab Network. Memory stocks bouncing back this morning. A lot of the reason we're seeing that green on the board. And Americans very interested in this opportunity they're going to have to invest in SK Hynix. And we're hearing that the listing itself is heavily oversubscribed. So take us through the latest here.
Yeah, so SK Hynix seeking to raise some capital by creating a U.S. ADR. They're said to be selling 177.9 million ADRs, which represent 1/10 of one common share. This initial estimate suggested around a $24.5 billion raise, but pricing discussions are said to be around 149 per ADR, which leads to proceeds of 26.5 billion. At that size, the deal would surpass Alibaba's debut and become the largest first-time U.S. share sale by a foreign company. Now, the big question, I think, for the market and why there's maybe been some skittishness in this trade was whether or not the market had the demand to absorb another massive deal like this, particularly in this space. And as you mentioned, it's reported to be 7 times more oversubscribed, basically signaling that there is dramatic institutional demand. That's why they were able to price 3% over the close. And I think that's also, to your point, why you're seeing an ease of some of that tension today and why you've seen a bounce back in many of those stocks within the memory cohort today, up 4.5%. The big question now going forward, and I should note as well, I think there's going to be a temporary symbol tomorrow, but on Monday it's expected to trade under SK8Y. So another new symbol that's going to be added to the watch list for us. But
76. 78. Come on, baby, let's go. Bang, bang, yeah. Down on Main Street. Down on Main Street. Breaking the orb. Let's go. Just a little bit more. Down on Main Street. I had a picture frame shop on Main Street. And OCO, where in the hell? Clinton. No, I keep thinking. Sedalia, Missouri. Wow. I'll show you a picture of my frame shop that I had. $781. I'm close. I'm even. Finally. Fuck. Come on. Let's get a big bounce. I got 20 contracts. Drop down again. This looks like a girl I know. Marley, you don't make any sense anymore. You're talking too much. Crap. Come on. Back to even almost. There we go. 83 cents. I think it's 81. Yeah. Average 82. I'm going to bounce off NVIDIA. I mean, off SPX this morning. Jesus. Wish I still had that. I didn't keep an eye on it. I would have jumped in it right here. Double bottom off the 100. Snake, breakout, pull back, boom. Yeah, I'd have jumped on that one right there for sure. I'm green now. I'm at 85 cents. Now I'm at 81. Bloodshed. It's right at that resistance line.
that in place, because whatever you build, if you don't have a solid foundation, you don't have a trust in place, you don't have somebody that's going to be an executor to execute your wishes, then it's all for nothing. So that's the first step we do, is say, where are you at right now? Do you have that all in place? Do you have that?
It's nothing but a heartache. Nothing but a heartache. I hit the Powerball last night, number 18.
It's a heartache, nothing but a heartache. Hits you when it's too late, hits you when you're down. It's a fool's game, nothing but a fool's game. Standing in the cold rain, feeling like a clown. It's a heartache, nothing but a heartache. Love until your arms break, then he lets you down. It ain't right with love to share when you find he doesn't care for you. It ain't wise to need someone as much as I depended on you. Oh, it's a heartache,
Nothing but a heartache.
hits you when
It's too late.
hits you when you're down. It's a fool's game, nothing but
But
a
a
fool's
fool's day.
standing in the
Cold rain.
feeling like a clown.
Spy has a new high.
To share when you find he doesn't care for you. It ain't wise to need someone as much as I depended on you. Oh, it's a heartache,
But a heartache. Too late.
It's a fool's game.
Right to the penny, man. I wanted it to break it. I can handle that song once a year.
Blowing, because as you pointed out, really the dispersion is something that's been heavily discussed here over the course of the last couple of months, and it continues to just be incredibly prevalent under the surface of this market. Yet we continue to see, by and large, the market's able to continue to move higher. But I think it's an interesting dynamic today. You're seeing again the semiconductor trade coming back into the fold today. energy under some pressure. But, I think there's still, and today's trade examples kind of highlight that. There's still a consistent theme under this market where you're seeing a broadening of strength, and certain sectors that have underperformed the first half of the year continue to, I think, outperform the second half of the year and will continue. And that's really the theme today, as we're seeing a couple of sectors, particularly healthcare, continuing to show strength.
All right, and my last guest, also a big fan of healthcare too, and I know it's a part of your first pick for Big Three today. You've got United Health here, so take us through this one, Dan.
Well, again, continuing to build off of the disruption that it encountered about a year and a half ago or 2 years ago, and we're seeing it getting back to where it used to be before everything that kind of fell apart, a couple years ago with some of the things that they had to contend with. But I think longer term, healthcare continues to be an area that will benefit from the current trends. And United Healthcare is a leader. It's almost one of those too big to fail type of scenarios here.
All right, Rick, so as we look at UNH, with the momentum that's on its side here, I mean, they're up 30% year to date. What are you seeing in the technicals?
Yes, quite a turnaround indeed for this company here. We had earnings in April 21st here. We had a gap up following that. From there, that's where we could begin our trend line, going along these subsequent low areas here. You could couple that with another boundary line going across the highs to give us this rising wedge type shape here. Two lines converging toward each other, but both pointing upward. Typically is regarded as more of a bearish type setup, but really these things are never set in stone. What you're looking for is a big push beyond either of these boundary lines. It seems like it could perhaps be materializing to the upside in this case. We have kind of broken above this repeated ceiling near 428 or so, our red line there. Horizontal areas to watch to the downside, old highs, subsequent lows near about 400. A similar situation here we had old highs there, roughly around there too, and then the low point near about 375. So some broad general areas to consider. When we think about our moving averages, 5-day EMA in dark blue representing 1 week comes in at 426 roughly. We also have our teal monthly 21-day EMA coming in at around 414, which matches up fairly closely with our trend line here. So that presents a confluence point to watch out for potential support if you're bullish, or breakdown if you have more of a bearish outlook. RSI showing a bit of a mismatch.
Nice cup and handle right here.
Bearish divergence here. RSI mostly trending lower here. We're not making the same relative highs in tandem with price that you would want to see if you were bullish, but we also are making a series of higher lows. So again, kind of a mismatch here, but be on the lookout to see which direction
Apple new highs
resolves itself in for further clues as to the price trajectory. Our volume profile study finally shows that we had a node here between about 400 to 410, another smaller pocket of activity here around roughly 380 or so. So those would be some potential footholds if we do start to decline more.
All right, Dan, so with everything Rick just said there, and looking at how he highlighted those boundary lines, and we're looking for some direction here, how would you structure a trade, and which way are you looking for it to go?
Yeah, I think the momentum is going to continue to carry forward. Now, we do have an earnings announcement a week from today, so something to consider. That could be the catalyst as to where the stock will move post-earnings announcement. That's just a week away. But, I think when you look at it longer term, today's trade example is just buy writing the stock. I mean, having the opportunity to get into the stock here at this level, but then capturing some premium and giving an extra point to the upside over the next couple of months. August. This is an August buy right. So buying the stock and selling the August 460 call.
You missed the SPY calls by messing with NVIDIA?
Maybe a little bit more because I think the stock has ticked higher. But nonetheless, you can capture about a 10% move to the upside here over the next month, and if we continue to see the momentum.
It ain't working, that's for sure.
As Rick pointed out, to me it looks like there's some key levels here, but we are
hold to 63 and squeeze above that.
Forward at post earnings.
I was even there for a second. In green, actually. We're at the 63. SPY calls did wonderful today. I want to get Pepsi a month out. The 145 strike. 747 calls. I sold these, but I'd be up another $800 on them. So NVIDIA, bottom of that third crow is now resistance. Right there, 201.79. Coca-Cola. Break it. Break it. I'm getting closer again. Definitely 202 is the number. If we can break 202, we'll move up, but I'll be right back.
You expecting momentum to return here?
I am, but I liked what Rick had identified as the possibility of, things maybe, it is losing a little momentum, and that's why today's trade example is to try to take advantage of that. If we do see a little weakness over the next month or two, have the opportunity to put in the stock at
into September,
level, but still capture upside.
Okay, here we go.
Trade example is in September. Give it a little duration here,
Yep.
and basically buying the 82.5 90 call spread, but then selling the.
Sounds like they want a little bit of some kind of pullback into before September, by September. I've heard that a few times, plus me. It's one of my best months. September is one of my best. It's always been a good month. I might go get something to eat. I got 78 cents on the 205s. SPY was a good trade today. Definitely. I'm back to 80 now. Look at SPX new high. I'm even. 82 cents, 83. So, what to do? It's my second time I've been up here. We're breaking, well, 202. $39. No, lower. 202.38. NVIDIA. I'm green now. You still in the video? Are you down on it still? Shit. I had my chance. Like get it. I think I'm gonna go to the grocery store and get a can of soup. So I'm debating my back windshield on my car. The tint on it is fairly bubbly. And I'm wondering if I should just go buy a new back windshield or have them try to attempt to take that tint off of it and put a new one on there. They said they could screw up the weather stripping thing that keeps your window back there warm. So I don't know what to do. Have them attempt it. It'd be about a 4-hour job. I just can't trust anybody anymore working on stuff. Well, shoot. I'm about ready to add more of this, but I hate to jump in it. That's a hard resistance to break. Let's go to a 5-minute today. I don't know where I got that at. Do, do, do. Flat fee home plan to people. I like flat fees. I like flat fees. At least you know what you're getting, what you're paying for. I used to have flat fee on my picture framing. Suckers ain't giving me a chance. If I was up. There's some major support right here. If this doesn't hold, I'm getting out. Because this thing could, well, we got a yin yang. It can drop. It's going to drop. I'm gonna go get something to eat.
Yeah, thank you for having me on. Yeah, it's been an exciting evolution. You know, right now we have the capability, the entire ecosystem, not only to launch, but launch our own satellites, build our own satellites, operate our own satellites, put software applications onto those satellites, and do it from the Earth to Leo to MEO to Geosys, Lunar to the Moon, and beyond. Now, like we're doing for Mars.
And as we look at NASA now continuing to lean on more commercial partners like Firefly, what does that say about the commercial space industry right now, where it is, and where does Firefly fit specifically in that future?
Good question.
NASA did a great thing with the Commercial Lunar Payload Services program, and now they're doing the same thing with the Mars program. We just won the $13 million Skyfall aeroshell work. We're going to build and test the aeroshell for Jet Propulsion Laboratory. JPL is going to put 3 helicopters on Mars to basically map the terrain, also look for water, look at the subsurface. But this is all in preparation for putting humans on Mars. So we're really excited to be part of that, but a lot of it has to do with just the heritage that NASA has of leveraging commercial technology, and companies like Firefly, like our Commercial Lunar Payload Services program, yielded the first commercial successful landing on the moon last year. And we've got 4 more Commercial Lunar Payload Services programs on contract. We just won Moonfall as well. That was a $75 million program to take 4 drones to the moon. And so we're really excited about taking drones to the moon and taking drones to Mars as well.
All right, we have a lot to get to in there. First, let's stay with Mars.
Taking drones to Mars.
First. I mean, you mentioned the dollar number here, and in terms of contracts, it's on the smaller size here, but is there an argument to be made that the size of the deal actually doesn't matter as much as the strategic significance here? Because it really does feel like this is bigger than the contract value itself.
Yeah, this is...
No, this means nothing to me, Marley. I do not like their new platform at all. Okay, I got to try something different. Let me see. Get rid of that bitch. I just don't like what they're. I just don't like it. So we'll see. AVGO had a good setup this morning. And I think AVGO had news. Broadcom in the video just made Morningstar's cheap stocks to buy. Broadcom. MU, WDC, SanDisk. Website and contract on Dronk. DRAM, DRAM. DRAM, Round Hill Memory. It's an ETF. NAND. No such thing. We got a top on Meta. Oh. There's my headset. I'm gonna go get me something to eat. I can't keep food off my mind. Spy. Dang, that's a nice trade. Spies now are at 338. George, I'm going to lunch.
Software, they've accelerated their marketing cloud, e-commerce cloud, applications across the board. If you look at Informatica, that's the other acquisition Salesforce made, which is basically a large database management company. They've had trouble really monetizing that. And then, of course, we know that the agentic AI aspects of the business using Agentforce has really not necessarily been very receptive. In terms of channel checks, the KeyBank analysts also talked about how they're not necessarily seeing a lot of improvement in their value based on the agentic AI or Agentforce. That's their version of it going forward.
The video you spank.
That's creating some challenges for changing estimates. Now, some of the most analysts, if you look across the board, about 2/3 of
Tesla double topping. Tesla double topping.
The low price target on the street right now is 160, so we're basically right around the low. Mid target consensus wise 245, and there's somebody on the street that has a high target of 475. So yeah, KeyBank is looking at this and saying we're maybe downgraded at the wrong time, because for the most part, most analysts are still bullish on Salesforce, potentially because they still have a leading market share. Their strong recurring subscription revenue is there. Cash flow is still right there, and then of course the massive installed customer base provides some value. And then also
Tesla just broke out.
Is trading around 11 times forward earnings versus
come on the video.
Average is around 31 times.
Nice breakout on Tesla.
Very unique note. I mean, you
called that out this morning.
Here in the buy camp, but they also said they were noting the company continues to state its net new order value is growing above overall AOV growth, but KeyBank says it's having a hard time finding that trend in the disclosure of Salesforce's financials. So a very interesting note this morning. Appreciate you highlighting it for us, George. But as we look at sort of the lack of momentum, we're much closer to the lows than we are to the highs in this name right now. We're down 38% year to date. How would you look to trade this for example purposes?
So, I mean, the situation for Salesforce is interesting because, the value is there. There's decelerating sales growth, but nonetheless, irrespective of any opinion, I'm just going to use the market. If you look at price action relative to the 200-day moving average, price is down below the 200. The 200 is sloping down. So that speaks to a bearish trend. And so we're just going to play the trend continuation. Earnings is coming out on the 26th, I believe, of August. So I'm going to start a bear call spread using the 200-day moving average as an area of resistance, and it's 43 days to expiration. We're going to use the August monthly contracts, so it expires before earnings. I'm going to basically sell a 180, 185 call spread. So I'm selling the 180 call, buying the 185 call against it. Now you can only harvest around $1 a share or $100 a contract in credit. Just because the price of the short strike at 180 is quite a bit above the current price of 163, roughly speaking. So 181 is your break even, and then of course you're earning $1, but you're risking $4. And that only occur if the stock hits 185 or higher between now and expiration of 43 days.
George, really appreciate you being with us to take a closer look at Salesforce and that note from KeyBank this morning. Salesforce trading down almost 2% so far at 163.31. We're going to pivot here to real estate. Take a look at the housing market. U.S. existing home sales fell by 2.4% in June, hitting a seasonally adjusted annual rate of just over 4 million units. Despite that drop in sales, the median national home price did climb to an all-time high of more than $440,000. For more on housing, let's bring in our panel. Joining us today, Jenna Stauffer, broker and global real estate advisor at Sotheby's International Realty, and Suzanne Miller, the owner and CEO of Empire State Properties. Suzanne, let's start with you here. I mean, we saw the home sales fall from May, but we're still up year over year. What is this telling us about the housing market? Are we in a holding pattern? Are we weakening? How are you reading the numbers?
Are you talking too much?
Again, the luxury market is carrying us, because if you look at the luxury market, we're still up over 1 million for apartments or houses over $1 million. We're up 18%. So in a lot, that's carrying it. It's making it look like it's higher, but we're down 2% in a lot of the other markets.
And Jenna, I know you subscribe to a similar thesis here. You call it this year is one of uneven resilience. So take me through where you're seeing the biggest divide in the market today.
So there has been so much uneven resilience, and the word that I always use to describe the housing market, it's bifurcated, and it's really divided in terms of where you live geographically and then where you are on the buying spectrum. So what Suzanne was just talking about, there has been a lot of resilience on the luxury end, and that's really due to so much wealth creation. Wealth creation from the stock market, AI, crypto, tech, and that is carrying the luxury market. So there's such a strong correlation too between the stock market and between the luxury market. But then on the other side of things, well, affordability, it's a huge
if you can trade stocks.
of Americans still. Affordability has eased slightly. We actually have seen mortgage rates come down from where they were a year ago. We're not seeing that rapid, that unsustainable price growth that we had been seeing. Wages are actually outpacing price growth, but it's still not enough for many people, and they remain priced out of the housing market just due to a lethal combination of factors.
And Suzanne, I want to follow up on what Jenna
Well, she put all that in a good old paragraph.
We have seen inventory improve. We have seen wage growth outpacing home price
In the
growth.
video, I have 202.41. I want it, and I want it now.
Priced out of this market. I think the number was about 33% for
fucked up on
first-time
this trade,
buyers
man.
in terms of the sales for this month. Is that just the clearest sign to you still that this affordability is the biggest industry challenge?
Absolutely. And if you take a look, we just picked Florida, for example. 1 out of 7 homes are basically down to a foreclosure right now, except if you remove Miami and West Palm from the equation, Florida is down. And I think that we need to, this bill that's going to be passed, which is going to help the affordability, and I think it's the Road to Housing Act, that's going to encourage new housing, and I think that
This
will
woman scares me.
And I think we'll see a big difference there, because we are short on inventory, and we need inventory to address the affordability challenges.
And Jenna, I want to follow up here on which regions
Cool.
we're sort of seeing in terms of trends based on where you live. I know nearly half of all the existing home sales continue to take place.
Let me ask you a question, ladies. Do you think that Biden-Harris immigration policy might have some effect on high inflation and high housing costs and shortages? I'm just curious. Were we prepared for that invasion during the peak of COVID? When we were told that we were mandatory to stand 6 feet apart and not go visit our parents for Thanksgiving, but yet tens of thousands of illegal immigrants crossing the border without masks on? Tell me if that makes any sense. It's one of the biggest scams that we've ever took in our lifetime was COVID. And they got away with it.
Demand and the most deals, and as we just discussed, it's probably because of the prices and the affordability in those locations.
And Jenna, how are you looking at the market right now with the data that we're getting, with mortgage rates where they are? We've got some rate uncertainty right now, for lack of a better term. Are we moving towards a more balanced housing market, or do we need a bigger increase in inventory or a solution to the affordability problem before
We need to do something about immigration, you stupid idiot.
We do need help on the affordability front, but it's just going to take time, and the market will have to work itself out. We're at healthier levels with inventory that we had been in the past, and that's really important. So that definitely has created a more healthy, a more balanced housing market. And I would say that as, for the second half of the year, everything's really going to depend on inventory, on rates, on the job market, on consumer confidence. People need to feel secure. They need to feel confident before they go forward with a big purchase. But I like seeing more stabilization. I like seeing the resiliency that we're seeing in the housing market. I've seen buyers, they've really adapted rather than just retreating. And you're seeing buyers coming to terms with today's reality, where prices are, where rates are. You're also seeing sellers are coming to terms with today's market conditions. So that all helps balance out this housing market.
Yeah, adaptation may be a big part of the story we have to introduce here with affordability as well. Really appreciate you both being with us today. Jenna Stauffer, broker and global real estate advisor at Sotheby's, and Suzanne Miller, owner and CEO of Empire State Properties. I also want to thank all of you for joining us on Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. You can download our free Schwab Network app in the Apple App Store. You can also tune in 24/7 on SchwabNetwork.com. I'll be back with Market on Close at 3 Eastern, 2 Central, but don't go anywhere. Fast Market with Diane King Hall is coming up next.
All right. I'm going to go get something to eat real fast and then come right back. And I'm still in the video, so I don't know.
The checking account.
I think I
built
should have
for
got out of
investors,
it.
Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide. No overdraft
73.
fees, and enhanced security features
Not
to
bad.
keep your money safe.
I might get out of this
because your
even, or
Investor Checking
green.
account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account.
Right,
You
dude.
can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Okay, we got my resistance at a double top. I'd like 38, but 17 would be fine.
Is concepts brought to life in the real world.
Nick can come down and hit the 63. So it ain't, it's not a good trade.
Clear, understandable, and hopefully
I'll be back.
take it for what it's worth, but I think
I'm
it's
gonna go get some fresh air.
Schwab coaching is actionable, individualized,
Oh?
community,
Really?
growth, and empowering.
It's really a human touch with your investing. We have
No.
coaches who have been
That's
in
my
the
kind of
industry,
trading.
around the industry for a long time.
The
So
human,
the nice thing
human
about Schwab
touch.
coaching is that clients get access to 9 different sets of expertise.
We want to engage with you in chat on the shows we host. We want to engage with you outside of the classes we host.
Oh,
Consolidation. That
outside
could
the
add to
classroom.
this trade. So we shall see. We have different formats because people learn differently at different times.
If somebody's a real bookworm, we've got courses for you to learn from. They can dig in, go at their own pace.
We have webcasts running through YouTube.
Okay,
all
I'll be
day,
back.
Every trading day. Going 24, 25 times a year events that are making their way around the country. So you get that opportunity to share experiences and knowledge with other traders.
They're kind of helping each other learn step by step along with the education that we provide them as well.
We're going to be able to help you regardless of where you are on that path of education.
It's really unique, not just that it exists, but that you can tap into 30 some hours worth of it each and every week. How incredible is that? And it's free.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Welcome to Fast Market here on Schwab Network. I'm Diane King Hall, noon Eastern here at the New York Stock Exchange. And Wall Street still trying to read the tea leaves on geopolitical risks as it relates to the U.S. and Iran, shaking off some of that pessimism that we saw yesterday. Let's get into a check of your scorecard as we hit the lunch hour on Wall Street. The S&P 500 is better right now by 0.5%. The Dow has a gain of 0.25%, touch above that. The NASDAQ 100 is gaining some ground today, up by almost 1.5%. Over in the small caps, we're better by more than 1%. Here's the roadmap for today's show. We'll look at example option strategies for United Airlines as it recovers some lost ground today. Plus, the team from Lightfolio will be along with new sentiment data on Delta Airlines ahead of its quarterly results, which are due tomorrow. And sticking with our travel theme, Southwest is also on our radar today. Do investors love it? We'll see. Now that we've got the roadmap for today's trading action, it's time to bring in my co-host. We've got Kevin Higgs joining us live from the SIBO, plus Ben Watson, Senior Manager of Trading Services at Charles Schwab, jumping in for Tom White today. All right, guys, Wall Street seems to be shaking off the latest headlines around those escalating tensions around the Strait of Hormuz. More sectors of the S&P 500 are in the green than red. Kevin, what's your take today?
Yeah, this is a very balanced day. 6 sectors in the S&P 500 higher, 5 lower, but one of those ones that is higher is information technology, and that takes up such a big section of the S&P 500. The good news, crude oil, right? Day 2 after bombing 2 days ago, bombing yesterday, crude oil lower today going into this, which may mean something's going on behind the scenes, or there's some good news coming. But at least that pressure is off the overall market. So kind of a snapback rally in the NASDAQ. The interesting thing is communication services. You know, normally you look at the big 3 in the S&P 500 and you look at consumer discretionary, it's higher. Information technology, yep, it's higher. But then communication services, Google, Alphabet, Meta, both down pretty substantially here. So it's a market that's up on the day, but one of the key players is missing. Besides that, you know, we seem to get a lot of these days where it's never 11 up or 11 down. It's always something working in one direction and some in the other. But watch crude oil. every downtick in crude oil takes pressure off the overall market, and stocks seem to be liking that, a real snapback as we start inching closer to second quarter earnings season. Diane?
Ben, your thoughts when you look broad strokes across the market today?
Well, I'm going to echo exactly what Kevin said, and I think crude oil is the driver, and I think one of the things that's going on is really interesting, and it's a little bit counterintuitive, and that is the fact that because oil prices are dropping, or at least holding kind of not in that explosive territory that we might expect with additional geopolitical risk, what that's allowing to happen here is that the refined products prices are still staying relatively high. Gasoline staying relatively high. Heating oil, speaking of specifically diesel and jet fuel, which will come to bear here in just a few minutes in our discussion, staying relatively high. And what that's doing is allowing refinery margins to move to all-time highs almost, really. At least for the last 5 years, that refinery margin is at a high. So you have companies like Valero that are breaking out to all-time highs, these pure play refiners. So they're still making money in that energy space. Now you pivot over to technology, and thinking about Kevin's comment about the communication services space, those hyperscalers like Meta and Microsoft and others rolling off a little bit. You're not seeing it in the semiconductor space. I talked with Nicole a little bit earlier this morning about the fact that there's strength in some of these memory names, obviously ahead of the big news from SK Hynix tomorrow. So maybe taking some money out of the piggy bank to get ready for that potential move into something as theoretically monumental as SK Hynix here, Diane?
Yeah, listen, that's good analysis there. I hadn't thought about that. I mean, I know that we've been talking about that, but I kind of had it compartmentalized. Let's talk about one earnings mover that we're watching. PepsiCo, those shares falling flat after its latest results. Paints a mixed picture for the snacks and beverage giant. Now, sales beat, earnings did disappoint. Kevin, your take on PepsiCo?
I think when you look at PepsiCo, it's just a simple factor of, and even their CEO today mentioned GLP-1s as a potential, the consumer spending a bit less. Remember, this is a company, it's named PepsiCo, but it's really driven a lot by salty snacks and Frito-Lay. So when you break it down, they've also got Gatorade. They also have a lot of soft drinks, but it's food that drives a lot of this company's earnings. And so salty snacks and higher prices that went up during inflation, they're trying to bring them down. They did put up, nice growth in some of the areas, but that being said, a slight miss on earnings in this environment. And this stock really showing the signs of potential American and international eating habits changing with GLP-1s. So yeah, interesting. PepsiCo hitting some multi-year lows right now.
Ben, your take on Pepsi?
Well, I would argue exactly that same thing, that I think you see the penetration of GLP-1 usage higher in the United States, that leads to perhaps a bigger drag. We've certainly seen it in alcohol sales. You're seeing it now in the salty snacks and beverage market that has been perennially strong. But I think you look at it from that perspective and you see that because beverages, I mean, there's been some inflation in this space. You can see it anecdotally if you go to the convenience store, you see those prices, but you're also seeing a lot more of the promotional pricing as well. So there's some marketing effort going into perhaps bringing those consumption habits back more in line with what we're seeing internationally here, Diane.
All right, let's talk about memory names. You mentioned SK Hynix earlier, Ben. They are back in focus. Investors are looking ahead to SK Hynix's debut in public markets here in the U.S. It's set to begin trading under ticker SKHY. It also comes on a day when we're watching Micron rally. Micron up 7.5% right now. We know that's been a big winner this year, but not all the memory names are gaining ground. Kevin, your take when you look across the memory sector?
Yeah, this is another week, another massive IPO. This time in memory, they're raising $28 billion. the difference, it's an ADR. So it's not exactly the same as an American traded stock, but they're selling 17.79 million new American depository receipts. And so, this is obviously the right time for them to come to the market. They are, the interest is incredible. I expect a big IPO out of them. Rumors are that it's oversubscribed and feeling the same strength that SpaceX did a couple of weeks ago. So Diane, this is another company coming to the capital markets, raising massive amounts of money, $28 billion. What are they going to do with it? Invest it. It says that they're going to be buying new products and building out some of their factories. So, this is a right time for a capital raise for them, but I expect really big things tomorrow. Diane?
Yeah, they're obviously looking to tap the momentum that we've seen for the memory names here in the U.S., which have, had quite the run when we talk about them year to day, year over year. We're often talking about these companies that are up 200%, 500%, which is, it feels crazy when you say those numbers. Ben, what's your take when you think about the memory space?
Well, I'll tell you, we saw the model for this with SpaceX. We saw the fact that when SpaceX came to market, the halo around the rocket space was pretty widespread, and investors who couldn't participate in the IPO were getting in where they could elsewhere within the space. And I think that's what you're seeing here in names like Micron and names like SanDisk and Western Dig and others, where there's a little bit of a liftoff here along with this IPO. And so that tends to perhaps kind of spread this out a little bit. And again, I think it supports that premise that there's some rotation out of some of the equipment names, some of the hardware names back into some of these more pure play in the memory space.
Yeah, you had Bank of America reiterating its buy rating on Micron today, basically saying, in their view, this run is not done yet. And we've heard that from different analysts who said, we've got more visibility for a longer runway for these names. Speaking of runway, AMAT, Lam Research, both of them off to the races this after Mizuho boosted price targets for the two. It is hiking Applied Materials to 650. I mean, that is all the way up from its previous target of 540. So that's a big move that they see higher here. Lam Research, they're raising that one up to 400. Right now, AMAT shares rallying more than 6.5%. Kevin, let's start with you. What's your take when you look at this note out from Mizuho?
AI demand is increasing. Wafer fabrication equipment spending is what's is making this happen. Mizuho upgrading AMAT, upgrading Lam Research, big price target hikes. Again, sometimes we talk on this show about some of this is, analysts trying to catch up with prices and get their prices at more reasonable levels when they're a bit stale. But certainly they understand what's going on in AI, and these two stocks, big upgrades today. Do I know where they're going, Diane? I do not, but Mizuho certainly putting out some big numbers on Lam and Applied Materials.
And this is another one, for instance, for AMAT, Ben, that's had quite the run up this year, more than 100% on a year-over-year basis, even better, up more than 200%. Ben, your thought as you look across AMAT, Lam Research, and the comments from Mizuho?
Well, I'll tell you what, when you have insatiable demand for chips, somebody's got to build the stuff, and you got to have equipment to build it. And so when there is that kind of demand, you're going to see that upward pull. And I think to Kevin's point, these analysts are just kind of getting back on board, recognizing that there is a lack of capacity, and that needs to be adjusted in terms of meeting that overall demand. And so in the near term, there's likely to be lift. That doesn't mean that it can't go the other direction, as the realities play themselves out. But it certainly suggests that maybe there is some bullish investor sentiment here along with those analysts.
All right, what's not bullish? Salesforce. That stock is down about 2% right now. This is off the back of a downgrade from KeyBank. They've downgraded it to sector weight from overweight. So they moved to the sidelines on this name. Now the analyst actually says the downgrade he could be making this at, quote, exactly the wrong time. The stock has already fallen sharply on a year-over-year basis. But this is that debate around AI and is this friend or foe to Salesforce. Obviously, KeyBank sees the potential for it being foe. But Kevin, what's your take when you look across Salesforce?
You know, it's interesting that even the analyst says what we talk about all the time on this show, Diane, which is now you're downgrading it all the way down to here is where you downgrade this name. And even their CEO came out on the airwaves and disputed this. So listen, the attack on software, just look at Salesforce, look at Microsoft, look at all the software developers. They're all under pressure, Diane. The question is, it's raised, it's made like a valuation chasm, right? Memory is going crazy and software is getting hit. Do I expect that to, change a little bit over time, right? Microsoft is heavy as well with that downgrade. So I think software is just under pressure where eventually valuation has to start coming into play on some of these firms, because Salesforce will tell you they put up pretty good numbers in their last earnings event. So yeah, my consistent pounding of the drum is really, now you're downgrading them. Look at the chart, look at the 3-year chart of this company, and now you downgrade? Thank you, Captain Obvious.
But, okay, I hear you, Kevin. But to be fair, at some point they have to play catch up, one. And then two, who says it's not done, the pressure on Salesforce? Because they said that they're talking to some of their customers. It looks like the customers are like, oh, we're just trying this out. We don't know if this is being deployed fully to monetize it. But Ben, what's your take?
Well, you put 10 financial analysts in a room and you're going to get 10 probably wrong answers, I think, about something like this, and they're generally going to be late giving you their response. So the thing about it is, we, as investors, we kind of think about things in a black and white world, and it's never as simple as that. It is more nuanced. Just like we've seen in the low hire, low fire labor market, the predictions were that that AI was just going to collapse the labor market. Well, it hasn't really, and investors and companies are seeing the problems with that, just getting rid of personnel, expecting that AI was going to be the replacement, and that's going to happen in the software space as well. And I think you've got that perspective. Now the question is this analyst just suggesting that this is the time to get off the bus when everybody else saw that it was time to get off the bus a lot earlier? I think that's the question here.
Oh my gosh, you guys are going to have this analyst mad at us. I know that sometimes they're playing catch up, but I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt here. All right, guys, we got bull versus bear coming up. The guys will get their example trades put together for United Airlines, to which you're seeing shares lift off today. Fast Market will be right back.
Incredible. It's where I get all your office supplies. Your golf balls, your fancy coffee, your giant TV. It's everything in one place. It's like Schwab. Everything investors need, all in one place. Come again? Yeah, at Schwab, they can do everything. Invest, trade, get full service wealth management, and anything in between. Think I'm gonna be sick. We have to buy that now. Schwab.
Invest your way with Schwab.
Have you ever watched an interview and thought, I wish they had 5 more minutes, or I want to know how they discovered that hidden gem? That's exactly where Market Matters comes in. I'm Marley Caden, and our podcast is slowing things down. We're going beyond the earnings to get to the heart of the people and companies driving the global economy. If you want the full story, not just the headlines, Market Matters is for you. Subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on Schwab Network. Shares of United Airlines are recovering some lost ground today after turbulence yesterday. That stock was initially rattled amid a surge in the price of oil. A price shock coming after renewed strikes between the U.S. and Iran across the Gulf of Oman. President Trump made comments that the ceasefire is over, and Trump also said he called Iran to pursue a deal, even as he also warned, quote, every time they hit us, we'll hit them 20. The active strikes has caused traffic through the Strait of Hormuz to fall. But oil prices are actually easing today as investors hope for the best, and that is helping the airlines. All right, time now for the tug of war on United Airlines. For that, let's welcome back in our co-hosts, Kevin Hinks and Ben Watson. It is bull versus bear time. So before we get to your example trades, we've got to get each of your thoughts on United. Ben, I'll start with you. United's usually my airline of choice because of where I live. It's got a hub essentially here, but what's your take on United?
Well, United, one of the legacy flag carriers here in the U.S., has, I think, the largest international exposure, and so geopolitical risk is going to have an impact there. Now, that being said, they've resolved a couple of their labor issues, but fuel remains the biggest driver when it comes to the near-term price movement. And we saw heating oil as the proxy for jet fuel back off in the last 2 days, but in the last 2 weeks, heating oil's been up fairly significantly relative to where it had been moving, in fact, breaking a diagonal downtrend line. So heating oil getting a little bit more expensive, jet fuel getting a little bit more
82
expensive.
cents on the SPY.
It's going to be a bit of a near-term drag when you
on the NVIDIA.
Going into their earnings announcement. The numbers that we're starting to see out of some of the travel analysts suggesting that domestic vacation travel is likely to be down going into this summer.
Nope.
Consumers have gotten kind of used to where gasoline prices are, so AAA is reporting, I think, that car trips by car are going to be increasing and staying out of the airplanes. So where they've really got to make their money is on the business flyers, the ones that are paying up the big bucks to take those trips. And so that's going to be an interesting component of their earnings announcement and that forward guidance come on that earnings announcement here, Diane.
And Kevin, what's your take on United Airlines?
You know, I think United is one of the big carriers. I think the airlines in general, they are such fun stocks to follow because they're so timely in what they're doing, right? I mean, is travel going to be resilient? What do jet fuel prices? Look at the airline industry today, the way the stocks are trading in this sector. They are a proxy off of crude oil, right? Because that's such a big variable expense for them. And so, but Delta, that we're going to talk about today, United, that we're talking about right now, they have figured out that premium seating, international travel, and those are the formula that's working.
Pretty good sell-off, 96 to 85.
American, which does a lot of the same thing but has balance sheet issues, and Southwest, that we're also going to talk about, is trying to emulate what these two are doing. But in terms of United Airlines, they're clearly one of the leaders in the gold standards along with Delta. And this is a company that, like I said, seems to be doing all the right things. Like during COVID, when no one was traveling, they ordered planes during that period and restocked their inventory. And now they are loaded and ready to go. Now, that said, there's a counterintuitive trade with airlines, because when you think when they add seats, that's good for them, but it's actually horrible for their stock, and the stock trades violently on capacity topics. So always be careful of something like that. But I think the demand for travel since COVID, frankly, is strong and has remained strong, Diane.
That's a good point. It's become sticky ever since, honestly, the pandemic when things all opened up again. All right, guys, let's get into your example trades. Vin, let's start out with yours. What's your approach today?
So I'm longer term bullish, but near term, I'm seeing a little bit of bearishness going into this earnings announcement with a little bit of a drift higher in those fuel prices like we talked about, and a little bit lower in terms of that travel demand. And you have interest rates rising, which, remember, these airlines, both Delta and United, are, you could almost even consider them to a certain extent to be credit card companies that also have airplanes and they fly them around, because one of their major revenue streams are those branded, co-branded credit cards. So interest rates rise, that tends to drive that revenue stream down a little bit. So I think you see a little bit of a drift to the downside here. I looked at a fairly short, bearish, somewhat bearish, it's not hugely bearish, calendar spread, looking at the move from where the price is now, maybe drifting back down into that 125 support area. So I looked at a July 17th, so just beyond the earnings announcement, July 31st, bearish calendar spread, bringing it in for about $1. I think we're at $1.83 here in this trade, the cost for this trade. So big upside if the price drifts towards that center strike, that strike. But it does have a fairly wide range in which it can be somewhat profitable and taken off the trade if, in fact, that price starts to drift down a little bit. If it doesn't, relatively low cost to enter the trade. The max loss in the trade is that $1.83 debit. And you've got a pretty wide
back to even
between
on the video. We're back at resistance. So if it breaks, boom, but back to even. So I'm debating if I should sell it, get the heck out of it, and recoup. BTBT keeps showing up. Why?
Vega, right? You may benefit from an increase in implied volatility, so you get two potential profit streams working for you in this trade. Now, the other great thing about a calendar spread is the limited risk. You can only risk what you paid for it, but one of the downsides is, like you just mentioned, Ben, you want it to go towards your short strike, but you don't want it to go up if you have a bearish put vertical on, and you certainly don't want it to blow past and go way past, or that profit graph comes up and it comes back down. But there's a lot of utility, a lot of friendliness to a calendar spread, as long as you stay in that range. If you're looking for a big outsized move, that might not be the right trade. But either way, you are risk defined. Now, Ben, I went the other way with a call calendar spread that buys the July 24th, sells that earnings event. Remember, they come out with earnings on July 15th, so it sells that July 17th. I focused on the 140 strike because when I look out to July 17th, got about 11 and a little over $11 expected move. So I focused on the 140 strike, buying the 1 week calendar. That I put that in for about 90 cents, Ben. Trading over $1 now, trading $1.10 as these stocks are moving higher with crude oil moving lower. So I'm sure the opposite is happening for a put calendar, but these are getting more expensive, Diane, as the stock moves up closer to that strike. And remember, one last thing. We're talking on Thursday about United Airlines, which comes out with earnings next week on the 15th. So the implied volatility of that earnings event week may actually go up slightly before that event. I expect it to come down after, but timing, if you're thinking about timing of a trade like this, maybe it is good to wait till right the day before or the day, the
It's like
day
an all-day
before
trade.
and make this trade, because that implied volatility and that July 17th, I don't know for sure, but it has the chance to keep going up into that earnings event, Diane and Ben.
Ben, any quick final thought on this example trade?
I was going to say, one of the things that happens here is the fact that as we get closer to the expiration of that short leg in this calendar spread, two things are going to occur. One, the sensitivity of the trade to theta, time decay, is going to increase a little bit, especially
Your brother's watching in Europe?
that price of the underlying
He's watching
stock
me?
is drifting towards the short strike. That's going to really benefit that from a time decay standpoint. And on the other side of that equation, the sensitivity to volatility is decreasing as that gets closer to expiration. So you kind of have that additional benefit. But to Kevin's point, I think this is a trade in either of these cases, and we both chose the same short strike expiration date. This is a trade that benefits potential traders holding on just past that earnings announcement into maybe a day or two closer to the expiration of these short legs, Diane.
All right, good stuff, guys. Thank you. And thank you, Ben, for stepping in. Coming up, Cash Tags. The team from Mike Folio will join us to take a closer look at consumer demand trends for Delta Airlines ahead of its earnings. Those are due tomorrow morning. Stay right here on Schwab Network Fast Market. We'll be right back.
I'm Sam Bar, New York Stock Exchange. When the market moves, we're on it.
When the
Get
market
the
moves,
the strategy and sentiment
we're on
in
it.
real time. Stream Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Where's the cleavage at?
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform.
My parents didn't really talk about money at all. In college, everybody around me had money. I didn't want anybody to find out that I wasn't middle class. I was using credit cards to do anything and everything. I ended up with $20,000 of credit card debt. That's when I kind of realized, like, all right, I have a money problem. This is about how my finances got wrecked and how I fixed it. And if I could do that, you can do it too.
No politics, no spin, just the market from open to close and beyond. Streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere at schwabnetwork.com.
When you invest, you are not wagering on an outcome and walking away with either a windfall or nothing. You are a participant in wealth creation. Our purpose is to help investors build and protect wealth over time, not to make financial security feel like Las Vegas. Owning beats hoping. Discipline beats speculation. And the long run belongs to those who invest in it.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. I'm Diane King Hall alongside my buddy Kevin Hinks over at the SIBO. Time now for our Cash Tag segment. For that, we want to bring in our next guest, and that is Megan Brantley, Vice President of Research over at Likefolio, with fresh consumer sentiment insight into Delta Airlines. This comes ahead of its quarterly results that are due tomorrow morning. All right, Megan, so, this has been a stock that's been an outperformer this year. It's coming off of some turbulence that we saw yesterday because of originally falling oil prices. But what does consumer sentiment look like now?
Yeah, whenever we look at Delta, this is a fun one because this is not a case where we're seeing divergence in our data. This is a case where we're actually seeing demand and the stock price kind of moving in lockstep, and both are keep trending higher. So when we look at forward-looking consumer demand for Delta, we have it up about 12% year over year. This is just a nice momentum gauge, and I think that 12% year over year really undersells it because that's 12% higher off of a pretty high bar last summer. So we see this is a name that is seasonally strong. We think it's having really nice bookings, and that momentum is continuing. And I think that this is important because when you look at that blue line, that's that forward-looking consumer demand, and you can see it track.
Look at that blue line. I'm back to even. This is the third frickin' time now. And it drops. God. Oh. Shit. I should have added another 20 down there. Then I'd be out of it by now. I got a booger in my nose, won't you pick it? Got a booger in my nose, won't you pick it? Got a booger in my nose, won't you pick it? Fudge. Yeah. I should have sold that last one, so I'm adding here. Times it, God, timing's not good at all. Rocket. RKT's down like 300%. Back to 71. Rocket. Now that ain't. Oh, I thought it said 4 something. It's not 4, it's 14. So that's a lie.
Upgrades via these basic business fares. So consumers may be willing to pay a little bit more for a better seat that maybe perhaps they weren't willing to splurge for previously because it was at a higher price point. Now Delta can kind of pull and fill those seats more by having these main cabin flyers pay maybe a little bit more, not what they previously would have, while defending some of the more exclusive perks that these truly premium.
No, not inputs yet.
Remain premium. You know, we saw a lot of.
Not inputs yet. It's about time though. I got to try to get out of this call. In the video. If you are inputs, you got a triple bottom at the 100. And we're holding up to 50. Well, I was digging in the trash just the other day. Found a pregnancy test. So I started a rumor at the IRS. I wonder who's next. So we whittled it down. The one that took the most restroom trips. And it was a beautiful little young lady. So they asked her if she was pregnant. Jim found a test kit in the women's restroom. She was so relieved that she wasn't pregnant. I found out today. Let's go lay in the hay. She was so happy that she wasn't pregnant. Come here, baby, it'll be okay. So I went up to her the next day and I said, honey, I didn't mention your name. Oh, I found out that somebody came and some girl wanted to get a test kit, but I didn't mention your name. Not too many ladies at the IRS these days want to get pregnant because they're getting a little too old. She already has 3 kids. She didn't need one more. So she took her test at the IRS. First floor bathroom. Honey, I'm not pregnant. Let's give it another shot. This time try to get me off. Honey, I'm not pregnant. I checked it out, the test kit. Water, slow down. Do we need another kid yet?
90 call, and then I sold the July 10th 95 call in line with the expected move. The expected move for tomorrow, about $4.70. Round that to $5 and doing the 90-95 call diagonal. And what that was, Diane, if you notice, what that does, it flattens out the upside, right? And it gives you a flat line that's profitable if you get it right. If Delta goes to $95, you do extremely well on this spread. But if it goes to $105, you still do well on this spread. And so you don't lose it like you can in the calendar spread. Now the trade-off, and there's trade-offs everywhere, Diane, as you know, it costs more, right? One was 90 cents, this one's about I put it in around 220, trading closer to 230 now. So it's trading a little higher, but it still has a chance for a double and almost a triple in terms of profitability if you get the direction right. If Delta were to come out with earnings with the high bar and miss on one little metric, well, this is a long Delta spread. It's got about just around 30 deltas long, Diane. So it's got a little bit of it won't be as forgiving as the calendar spread will be. So this is one just a little more teeth in terms of direction, embedding that vertical call spread into the calendar spread, Diane.
All right, great breakdown there, Kevin. That's an example trade there for Delta ahead of its earnings, which are due tomorrow morning. Those shares trading higher right now, extending its advance for this year. Speaking of the breakdown, we've got that coming up. George Solis joins us to keep the travel theme going. We've got our eye on Southwest Airlines, so we're crossing over to what has been considered the value name in the airline space. We've got more on Fast Market.
Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com.
And on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device.
In your video.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, Andrew.
Last year,
You take my
dad had
loss.
a stroke. Big shock to see
I
this
screwed
person
up
that
bad.
I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable.
Vulnerable.
Had a stroke? Yes. Now we're
Vulnerable.
daily. I started to realize, what can I pick up from my dad? He's been with Schwab for a long time.
Get a hold of Jimmy.
My financial consultant. I
That's
called
right.
Matt 20 years ago. Jim's really been there to answer any questions I ever have.
That's
Makes a
true.
huge difference when you have someone that actually cares.
I answer all the questions.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm
Oh,
out.
shit.
I'm Jane.
Wow.
And I'm his mom.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest.
Screwed that
Level up
up.
and invest smarter with Schwab.
Reactions, earnings breakdowns, and hot takes that teach you about stocks and markets. Follow me on X at NPetalides.
Tesla
And
at
connect
401.
with Nicole
Double
Petalides
top.
on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram.
She looks like you, Dad.
Well,
She's got your smile. Carl. Yep, your #1 broker's here to welcome your new little dependent.
Actually, we invest with Schwab now. They have everything we need all in one place.
I can set up her college fund.
I've been learning about new trading strategies.
Schwab helps me generate retirement income.
All this Schwab is everything you need is making me cranky.
Does somebody need a nap?
Schwab!
Invest your way with Schwab.
Stay connected to what moves the markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream anytime wherever you are.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on Schwab Network. I'm Diane King Hall, live on the floor of the big board. Before we get to the breakdown, let me give you a check of where markets stand as we get closer to the bottom of the lunch hour on Wall Street. We have still got gains on the board. Investors continue to shake off headlines around strikes between the U.S. and Iran. The S&P 500 right now better by more than 0.6% here. You've got more winners than losers when you look across sectors. Information technology is at the top of the leaderboard. We've also got strength in financials and industrials. Keep in mind next week will be a big week for financials when we have the big banks reporting their quarterly results. The Dow has a gain of about 1/3%. NASDAQ 100 is the bell of the ball today. We're better by 1.5% there, just about. The Russell 2000 has a gain of more than 1%. Shares of Southwest Airlines are regaining some altitude today after it was rattled yesterday following renewed turbulence in the Middle East. Tensions are heating up between the U.S. and Iran as both sides exchange strikes. President Trump says the tentative truce is over. Pakistan, which has been a key mediator in the ceasefire, call for both sides to maintain a truce and abide by the memorandum of understanding. Today, oil prices are pulling back. Despite traffic in the Strait of Hormuz falling steeply, fewer than 24 tankers and ships crossed the crucial oil choke point on Wednesday. That's according to Kepler. A week ago, that figure had risen to nearly 4 dozen. But oil prices are managing to shake off the jitters, and that, you see, is helping the airlines today. Time now for the breakdown for that. Let's welcome in George Silla, Senior Markets Correspondent, taking a look at Southwest Airlines. George, it feels like every moment is following what happens with oil and its impact to airlines. Yesterday, oil was down, or was higher rather, so we had pressure on the airlines. Today, oil lower, the airlines are taking off. How do you want to break down Southwest and its movement?
Well, I mean, first off, we talk to the airlines quite often, and moral of the story in terms of what's happening across at least the domestic carriers, Southwest, United, American, Delta, is market share has been growing and competition is less. And that speaks to higher prices and less options for customers. And if you look at Southwest, I mean, first off, this last year, the stock's over 40%, year-to-date up 20%. All the airlines seem to be moving in tandem, with the exception of American. American has a little bit of a debt issue, and that's why it's been dragged to the downside relative to the other airlines. But nonetheless, I think if you look at Southwest, they've moved to a really different model. And they used to have, of course, unassigned seating. They changed that in January. restructured their bag fees, and all the airlines now are providing premium services for those who are willing to pay. And what that is translating into is higher revenue per available seat mile, and that's effectively translating into bottom line operating leverage that's improving in profits. And if you look at Southwest, they demonstrated at least last quarter that the new premium features that you could purchase, and that includes things like more legroom if you want, those revenues have actually increased substantially. So the EPS numbers are growing. You just look at the EPS last year, I believe they were around 93 cents. Fiscal year 25, and that was on an adjusted basis. They're expecting over $3 a share this year. So that's more than double, and over $4.50 next year. And so with that said, it's better operating leverage, better profits, and effectively too, this has been going on across the board, all the airlines that,
use your Wi-Fi power up your signal when making calls.
Because they have to make adjustments, especially on a variable level.
Use your
but
Wi-Fi.
At the same time, the number of routes available has only increased
to power up
slightly
your signal when making
relative to
calls.
prices. And so effectively, prices are moving faster than route availability. And it's not giving a lot of customers options. And that's great for profits, not great for customers. But nonetheless, if you look at the valuation multiple for Southwest, trading around 60
well, we got a solid
next year's earnings. That's
750 support.
Almost half, about 50% less than historical averages. It's only trading at 10 times next year's earnings with, again, like I said, EPS numbers that are rising.
Let me ask you this. So Southwest, year to date, it's up about 20%. It's outperforming United, actually. And this is, they have more premium options, but it's not considered the, premium airliner, for instance, like a Delta or like United. Right. Talk about a little bit about, I guess, that outperformance so far this year. Is it, is this because of, this shift that they've made to be more premium-like?
Yeah, so in other words, in their case, they're restructuring their operating model. If you look at the other airlines, they're making marginal adjustments, whereas Southwest made sort of a drastic one. I mean, they used to have, unassigned seating. It was really random. So now what they're doing is they're tapping into the willingness to pay. Now, the other airlines always had some sort of premium seating arrangements. People could choose if they wanted, a window seat or extra legroom and an emergency exit and so forth. So in other words, they already had those availabilities to tap into customers willing to pay. Southwest didn't have that, and they transitioned into that kind of model this last year. There's activist investors. Elliott Management has been very active in trying to retrofit Southwest's operating model, and they did that. So they're becoming more like the other airlines. Now, they may not necessarily offer the same routes international-wise. Those are different stories altogether for the other legacy three carriers and mentioned. But nonetheless, the additional revenue they're generating per seat mile is growing faster because of these structural changes that the company's made in the last year. And I think that's why there's been a relative outperformance of Southwest versus the other airliners.
All right, thank you, George. That's George Sillis, Senior Markets Correspondent, with the breakdown on Southwest Airlines. Let's get Kevin back in here for example trade purposes. So, Kevin, we've crossed from the premium to the value carrier, if you will, but value with some, kind of premium options now. Bags don't fly free anymore. You got to pick your own seat. You've got to bring us an example trade. So your thoughts as you get into this one and your example trade?
Covering these three airlines today, we started out with the two that were clearly the gold standard in airlines right now. And then, frankly, Southwest that is trying to evolve to be more like them, right? Get into more premium seating, paying for luggage, paying for better seats. So they're evolving or trying to convert their company to that. And you can see, now they've had some problems over the way and some mechanical issues and a couple other issues. Years ago, they had that big problem over the holidays, you remember. They're still recovering from all that. But the stock is acting much better and is actually having a pretty good year as they make this big adjustment. It's hard to change a company the size of Southwest like they're trying to do. So what I looked at, because it's trading under $50, because it's got a 1.45% dividend, I think you can look at it in terms of their earnings are coming up not till July 22nd. So you've got 12 days, 13 days till that comes out. So Diane, what I looked at is something much more, what might be someone's first ever options trade, which is a covered call strategy where you buy the underlying stock. In this case, I bought 100 shares of stock, sold the July 17th, measured the expected move out to July 17th, about $3, and I sold the 52 strike call. So I bought the stock, sold the 52 call for a net debit of about $49.15, trading closer to $49 now. So selling the out of the money call about $3 above the market. Buying the stock, which allows you to get the dividend if and when it's paid. But this is more of it's got the same profit graph as the cash secured put. So this is buying the stock, taking advantage of the dividend, and selling it out of the money call against it, Diane. Not yet near earnings.
That's what I was going to say. It looks like you're avoiding that event risk with that. Was that the objective here?
And then you can extend duration into that event. I don't want to sell the event until the last final moment where that implied volatility is at its highest point. So trading ahead of it allows you then to extend duration into the event, Diane.
All right, good stuff. That's an example trade there for Southwest Airlines with our eye on the airlines amid falling oil prices today. You've got Southwest higher, United higher, Delta Airlines higher. Delta's earnings come tomorrow morning as we kick off the next earnings season. That is going to do it for us today on Fast Market. You've got stocks still higher as we wind down this lunch hour on Wall Street. I'm Diane King Hall alongside Kevin Hinks. Our thanks to Ben Watson for stepping in today. Download the Schwab Network app. It's available in the App Store and tune in 24/7 on schwabnetwork.com. Stick around. You've got Next Gen Investing with Alex Coffey and Jenny Horn coming up.
Live data and market moving analysis. Schwab Network connects the headlines to the why in real time. Watch free 24/7 at schwabnetwork.com.
So what is unique about Schwab coaching is the community.
There's a lot of energy, like-minded people are learning with you.
You can just see and feel all the excitement around getting to learn a new topic.
Some of you want to get everything face to face with you and 400 or 500 of your closest friends.
Some clients like to be in the privacy of their own home on an online workshop, but still having that live interaction with a coach.
As I'm talking, questions are coming in from that live audience, and they help me fill in those gaps as an educator.
People learn differently, but all those ways we actually teach it all come back to the point of making a difference and helping you make progress.
And so that means not just giving you theory, it means giving you the practical implementation using our platforms.
So we want it to be fun, we want it to be informative, and most of all, we want you to walk away with a skill set and independently be successful in achieving your goals.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Okay, we're at support. This is it. It's do or die here.
Pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines.
It's do or die right here. Do or die. Hey, hey, hey.
Welcome to Next Gen Investing and happy Thursday. I'm Jenny Horn alongside Alex Coffey, and we check in on markets here with the continual seesaw back and forth. Yesterday, we, of course, were lower. Today, we are back higher, pretty substantially so, with some mixed participation from the Mag 7 names, but overall, it does seem like tech is having a bit of a revival session as we look at the end of this week, of course. Now, we do get more earnings to come. That's exciting. I do always love when we are in the full swing of earnings season, which we're really at the appetizer portion of right now, Alex. But it doesn't seem like the minutes yesterday from the Fed really changed things by any means. And it does seem like right now it's just really like momentum. When momentum builds, we start to see that strength in the major averages, but of course contributed so solely by AI players in like memory, for example.
Yeah, it looked like yesterday a little bit of a shaky start with the re-escalation in the Middle East, but you look at oil today, it doesn't seem like that's something that is being seen by the market as something that's going to spiral. Oil's kind of contained here, low 70s. Fed minutes didn't provide much that was different, and semiconductors were strong all day yesterday, whether that was Broadcom news or NVIDIA news. Remains to be seen in total. SK Hynix, the news there. It just seems like a lot of the risks and concerns this week, of which being kind of a lighter calendar week, the market passed all of them. And so it sort of returned to normal. And normal recently has been like a 60-40 breakdown between stocks that are up or down and tech out in front.
Yeah, I mean, tech out in front is really, it seems like, what is the driving force. I know the geopolitical tensions obviously matter, and they matter to like the broader economic scope, but it does seem like on a day-to-day basis, it's like you have to watch the memory trades and still some of these mega cap tech names that do dominate the overall market performance, it seems. But we will dive into now some of those movers, and I mentioned, of course, the fact that we are seeing some earnings volatility finally, as it feels like we've been in a dry period for quite some time, and that really starts with PepsiCo here, which did give a pretty mixed bag. I will say worse than expected overall second quarter adjusted earnings, as they did really highlight the fact that tighter consumer budgets are slowing the U.S. food and beverage sales as a whole. Now, since they're obviously one of the first names to report this cycle, will be interesting to see if this is more of a persistent theme, because obviously if they're the ones experiencing this, you'd have to imagine other staples are seeing the same trends. But to point out what went right here, revenue rose 6.4%, beat expectations, aided by strong international demand and favorable currency trends. Global volumes improved, food volumes were up 3%, beverage volumes rose 2%, marking actually their strongest volume growth since 2022. International markets were that key growth engine. We saw strong performance in particular across Europe, the Middle East, Africa, and Asia Pacific. And international beverage operations also did quite well. Core operating profits also rose 4%, and they did reaffirm their full year 2026 guidance. Now, again, adjusted earnings came in below expectations. North America, though, does still remain this weak spot as U.S. food and beverage demand came in softer than expected. PepsiCo also acknowledged that these trends are improving more slowly than they anticipated, and they now expect a more gradual recovery through the rest of this year. Core operating margins also declined modestly, and management indicated that the results may land towards their lower end of earnings in terms of the outlook range because of the North American weakness as well as commodity inflation persistency. So this was a better revenue quarter, but it was a weaker earnings quarter. I think showing that right now price inflation is still very much real and consumers are still being mindful with this broader trade down effect. There's certain things I've said I will never trade down on, but I have heard in recent conversations just like among peers, and my parents were saying that they're actually considering going to like these store name brands to save a few dollars. I'm not there yet, but I can understand getting there.
Yeah, I think it just depends on what it is, to be honest with you. But when it comes to analyst reactions to this report, JP Morgan's, and they're overweight rated, so they say the earnings beat was of lower quality, driven by mostly below the line items and organic sales growth that came in a tick below expectations. And then Morgan Stanley said, and again, they're equal weight, so they're a little bit more neutral. They said the results were okay given the lower bar and worries about the U.S. Heading into the quarter. You know, in a world where consumer staples sort of represent risk off, and then you look at this company has sort of product mix, there's just not a lot of excitement surrounding PepsiCo at the moment. You don't have really the macro reason to be involved.
Back to 75. It's been an up-down trade.
Macro reason to be involved. So, not surprised that the stock's under pressure. They got to figure out something to spur, at least from their snacking side.
This time I got a little sneak plan. I added on my Nvidia. This is the fourth time now I can get out of this green. We're going to break it. This is the fourth time. Either get out now, or we break it. This could be a big trade. $0.84. Finally. $87. $88. How long have I waited? 2 hours? Hour and a half? 2 hours? 90. How does he do it? We're all asking the question here at the Bavista. 95. Now I'm talking. You don't fuck around with me. 98 cents. I have 40 contracts. 40 contracts. Scale some. Scale some. I'm the happiest man in the world. I'm the happiest man in the world. I'm the happiest man in the world. Tesla's not playing around. Oh dang, Tesla's not playing around. We're at 104 now. Well, that was nice.
One of their stores, but they're
Nvidia's at $1.
tough as Dollar Tree, where like I know they moved from $1 to $1.25 or whatever it was. For the most part, there's a limit to how much.
Rising wedge triple top. At 104.
Kind of reinvigorating inflation that you're seeing in the U.S. and what that might mean for margins.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. And also, I know that the dollar stores, again, different business models, but similar. They also haven't seen the same type of like true defensive nature that we have known from economic uncertainty in the past. I mean, obviously, again, less wiggle room to work with. They're trying to really become more of like these grocery players. But if you look at a name like Dollar Tree, that is actually lower in the year. Dollar General is also down about 12.5% this year, and it speaks to some of these names that just don't have the margins to work with. So
I think Dollar General is just so different. I know it gets lumped in there, but
it's
like,
so
anybody
big.
who's actually been to one, it really functions more like in between a grocery store and like a gas station or convenience store for rural areas. Like that is their bread and butter, is sort of like this rural, smaller, but larger convenience store, smaller grocery store. Where I think of like Dollar Tree, and I don't mean this in a disparaging way, it's like junk. Like, but it's like it's cheap junk, and that's why you would go there, treasure hunt, and then Five Below is like an elevated version of that.
I just look at Dollar Tree's unfortunately so plagued by its acquisition of Family Dollar that now that they've at least offloaded that, we can start to see hopefully stabilization. But that was the black eye of that company for so long. So yeah, they're all very different in their own way, but somehow linked in terms of the discount retail chains. But we'll leave it there for the top of our show today. Coming up next, restaurant stocks are in focus with earnings ahead for Texas Roadhouse and Shake Shack. One is already up double digits this year, the other is still down sharply, but Deutsche Bank is sticking with buys on both of these stocks. So we'll look at ways to trade those names after the break.
La 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 la. New high on Tesla. At 110. NVIDIA, baby.
At N. Petalides, and connect with me, Nicole Petalides, on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram.
SPX new high.
Aw, she's got your smile.
/ES new high.
Your #1 broker's here to welcome your new little dependent.
Actually, we invest with Schwab now. They have everything we need, all in one place.
I can set up her college fund.
I've been learning about new trading strategies.
Schwab helps me generate retirement income.
All this Schwab is everything you need is making me cranky.
Does somebody need a nap?
Invest your way with Schwab.
Stay connected to what moves the markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream anytime wherever you are. Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now, of course, time for the Chart Master, and joining us is the Chart Master himself, Rick Ducat, for a look at two of these restaurant stocks that are seeing some varying analyst calls, but I mean, one has been an outperformer versus the other on the year, and that's very clear. So, Rick, of course, Texas Roadhouse outperforming Shake Shack by a sizable margin. This name actually is like fairly resilient in the broader discretionary world. So walk us through some of the trends we've seen from the technicals in Texas Roadhouse.
Right, so pretty interesting situation here because what we had initially was the highs that came in here near 197. So that was our intraday high roughly. Our closing high was roughly around 195. So this gives us a resistance zone that we could have kept an eye on. And that's roughly where we topped out just during our most recent push to the upside here. So we did not surpass our old intraday highs, although we did make a better close than our previous best close. So kind of a mixed picture there. From there, we have transitioned into a very narrow, very steep downward channel type shape here. But today it looks like potentially we are pushing out to the upside from beyond that area. So another horizontal level to consider, possibly 185, around where we had some old highs, around where we topped out a couple times after our most recent earnings event in early May. From there, though, it seemed like we were perhaps going to dip lower yesterday on a widespread kind of disruption to markets on the U.S.-Iran headlines, but now perhaps stabilizing a little more. Another area to keep in mind was this gap down here. 173 to 175 would be another potentially supportive zone. So next, if we consider our moving averages that we follow here, we've got our dark blue 5-day EMA is the one closest to our current price here near 187.24, lining up very closely with our trend line as well. So that gives us a inflection point to keep in mind here as the possibility of breakouts as we get further and further through the day here. Seems like it could be materializing more and more. Meanwhile, to the downside, our opening today, we did dip a little bit below that level, but we opened right around our 21-day EMA in teal, which represents 1 month. That one comes in right now at 183.40. So that remains a downside level to be on the lookout for as well if the move does start to dissipate. When we look at RSI, we can see that we had a little bit of divergence here. You can see that we had or rather not divergence, but a little bit of a mismatch here. We were making some progress to the upside here in the overbought area, but we started to trend lower than the 70 threshold was broken, no longer in that overbought territory there. Downward sloping red trend line is in play now, and our green trend line
We're at the top of the resistance channel on the SPY. Randy, it's now 12:23. I'm out of the calls, but God, I wish I'd have held them all the way through that. That'd be Vitz. $4.59 times 40. That's 300. This is average $380 contract times 40. Oh, that's a SPY. Never mind. Fuck. I didn't have that. I had 10. No, I had 20. 380 times 20. $7,600. Well, I called a double bottom on the SPY. Snake. Break out. Pull back and boom. I got my phone ringing in the bathroom. Jenny's got cleavage today. She doesn't have much cleavage, but she's got some showing. And she's looking at them. That girl's just too damn skinny. God. Shaq. There's a lot going through that woman's head. I know there is. I will not eat steak. And I will not drink milk. Every time Jenny took a shower, she had to jump back and forth for the raindrops to hit her. She's so damn skinny. Jenny. I told Jenny on our first date, girl, I'm gonna fatten you up. Little possum belly, little bit of pig's feet. Sounds real sweet. Jenny, let's go out to dinner. I'll buy you a winner. We'll go down and try that new Italian spot. Heard it was hot. Fatten you up and give you some carbs. Jenny, you're so damn skinny. When you stand up, you look like you're leaning back. I'm gonna fatten you up. Pig's feet and hobjowls. Whoa.
A strategy though, Jenny, looking for this base to maybe lead to some sort of strength as this stock is trying to go sideways so that it can go higher. With this though, you can see here over my shoulder, the 55.60 July 24th debit spread.
206, NVIDIA scalping, strike.
If you spend $2 on this, your max loss would be $2. So a little bit of positive asymmetry, and then the 57 break even. So same style of trade, but with your break even slightly higher than the current share price, you have a little bit more favorable risk reward, but a little bit lower probability of success because
205s.
We need the stock to stay where it was, then you can still win. In this case, you need the stock to go higher before you can even break even.
Yeah, and so I think I'll never forget these earnings dates now that I messed this up, but we will obviously be keeping those on our radar in about a month from now, or around a month from now, we'll say, but we'll leave it there for Chartmaster. Coming up next, though, it's time to discuss Micron with a comeback move today. We're up 8%, tied to some further developments in its U.S. manufacturing, as well as, of course, all of the enthusiasm tied to SK Hynix's expected IPO.
Earnings breakdowns and hot takes that teach you about stocks and markets. Follow me on X at npetalides and connect with me.
I will.
Petalides on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram.
I think you're so beautiful.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, your working trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Have you ever watched an interview and thought, I wish they had 5 more minutes, or I want to know how they discovered that hidden gem? That's exactly where Market Matters comes in.
Oh, God.
I'm Marley Caden,
Marley,
and our
no.
podcast is slowing things down.
It's a bad idea.
Going beyond the earnings to get to the heart of the people and companies
Whose
driving
idea
the
was
economy.
this?
If you want the full story, not just the headlines, Market Matters is for you. Subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
I ain't subscribing to shit.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are.
We're going to have a class action lawsuit here against Schwab if they don't get their cleavage act together. And I'm very vulnerable when it comes to cleavage. This commercial is really about me. Because his dad is very vulnerable. He started calling me up about 20 years ago. I told his dad, I said, hey, buy NVIDIA and you'll retire at a very young age. This was back about 20 years ago. And he was very vulnerable. He looked at me and says, do you think that's a vulnerable trade? And I said, vulnerable? It's apparently going to be a good call. Take it and buy Tesla at $67. And within 10 years, it'll be at $2,200. Well, he took the trade about 20 years ago. His young boy was very vulnerable. So he called me up and he said, Jim, would you give me another great win? 'Cause my dad had a stroke and I'm vulnerable. I'm so vulnerable. But he said, Jim. So I took my advice from Jim. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm very vulnerable.
Try to have as much made here onshore, particularly when it comes to, what is becoming these kind of national assets with things like memory chips to really compete when it comes to technology as well, particularly because the South Koreans are doing very well. We're now seeing China emerging as a player in all of this. You've got CXMT, which is now going to be opening its building process next week for its Shanghai listing as well. That's fourth in line behind SK Hynix, Samsung, and Micron. So you've got a couple of other players emerging here. It's also talking about this $3 billion strategic investment here to build domestic semiconductor.
I love this girl.
Once again,
when she says tree, she knows how to count to tree. 1, 2, and tree. Sammy, I think I'm in love with you. Fix that English accent. Give me something to chew. Oh, Sammy, I love you. Let's go to the Dairy Queen. I want to buy you a root beer float. Take you out on the river float, riverboat. 'Cause I love you, Sammy. You know what I think? I think Taylor Swift, when she has her baby, it's going to be one of the ugliest babies that ever hit this earth. Boom, resistance, head and shoulder line, right shoulder, Tesla. That was a good trade off the 50. I didn't take it. I just watched it hit it. But that's a good trade right there. So you take that trend line. I mean, that was perfect. You see this right here? Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Then it pulls back to that right shoulder. That's what you got to have patience for. Identify the chart pattern. Draw them trend lines in. And where they connect the most. A great pullback right there. I wanted to take it, but I was too much into myself here. Inverse head and shoulders. Hit the shoulder a second time. Bounced off the 50 SMA. Right on a dime. Went to a head and shoulders for a 5-minute scalp. You got inverse head and shoulders off the 100, which I called this earlier. And then that would have been another scalp right there. I'd have scalped that. That'd be a scalp. No, that wouldn't be no day trade or nothing. To the shoulder line. And that slash ES new high. NVIDIA's at 104. Yep. girl could skate backwards. When I was younger, I used to skate a lot. Roller derby was a big thing in Oregon. We'd go down and watch the Oregon Ducks. I think that's what they were. Playing roller derby. And so we used to go to Dolan Park. And I'd be running around, skating, dancing around, man. Everybody'd be looking at me, doing spins and flips. Just bring back so many good memories watching this. I mean, it was fun. I'd like to open up one of these. That looks like a tranny there. This girl with these bell bottoms, I mean, it's so picturesque. I mean, it's beautiful. Because that's what I wore back then.
Shift from efficiency to resilience, we are now joined by David Strassler, the head of multi-asset solutions at VanEck. So David, thanks so much for joining the show today. Now, you've argued that COVID and the Iran conflict exposed these same underlying weakness trends. So what's to say the biggest misconception investors are still having about the systemic fragility right now?
Yeah, so let's take a step back. We are macro thematic investors. Really simply, we believe you make most of your money from riding a trend for a really, really long time. I was just listening to your previous segment. You're talking about AI. AI is the mega trend, but there's a lot of ways to make money beyond just technology. So we are long technology. We are long technology bottlenecks. We continue to benefit from shortages in memory, et cetera. But the reality is that the new world doesn't happen without the old world building it. If for AI to become a reality, for it to scale, what we need is old world assets to build it. So what we are is we are long traditional old world assets. So think about everything below the earth, minerals, metals, energy, those that benefit from the extraction, refinement, distribution of real assets to everybody building infrastructure. Keep in mind, right, this really cool novel idea, which is AI, as it enters the economy, becomes adopted, then moves on, drives efficiencies,
I fished. I did a lot of fishing. I outfished everybody. Dad and I would get up early in the morning, get in the truck, go have biscuits and gravy, and then go fishing. I used to go smelt dipping. Get a big old long 20-foot pole and about 3 nets. That's all it took. Nothing better than smoked smelt.
Higher inflation. We're in a period of financial accountability where we've seen interest rates higher. And we've also had this scarcity of old world assets needed to build out the new world. I just wrapped a big bow around the story for real asset investing. So what we're saying to people really simply is that if you look at your portfolio, for most balanced investors, we think the answer for real assets, a dedicated
I'm feeling
real
a
asset
put for the spy coming.
So if I go really big picture, that's where I'm at.
Finally.
And then
Rondi. Well, I worked at the IRS for 15 years. This morning I talked to a security guy. He said, I'm not allowed you to go in there. And I said, really? He says, I'm security. So I followed him in there, and I said, I don't give a shit what he thinks. You better open that door, you bitch. Are we gonna fail? I'm gonna try. Okay. I am going over to Spy. NVIDIA. Spy put the 753 put. $7.53 at $1.37. Oh, this no. I do not want to trade the same day. Cancel. Cancel. The 10th. Well, this is it. Do or die right here. Just had a new high.
Historically, you want to invest and bias your portfolio towards assets with embedded scarcity when you get prolonged periods of embedded inflation. And that's exactly what the regime that we've been in. We've been in the sustained period of inflation now for about 5 years. So the best way to protect yourself is with assets with embedded scarcity. Because if you could think about it really simply, during periods of financial excess, when there's lots of fiat currency in circulation, assets with true scarcity, those are the ones that have historically performed the best. It's not an accident that gold's a top performing asset, although it's having a pullback right now. If you look back over 3-year windows, 5-year windows, you'll see it's a top performing asset. That's not an accident. That's the market responding to the embedded scarcity of gold. Gold has outsurvived every monetary experiment in history.
Okay, so that's interesting. So I was going to ask you then, in terms of these, say, a decades-long cycle.
I just don't understand it. These people were so tight. Now they've just kind of like... Gotta find another outlet. Maybe they think they're doing the right thing, but I don't like it. IWM new high.
real-time market insights, live from the NYSE, NASDAQ, the SIBO, and beyond. From earnings to economic data, we cover what matters as it happens. Streaming 24/7, anytime, anywhere, free on SchwabNetwork.com.
Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Tech check, options for
Hike.
focus, technical analysis, morning movers.
Technical analysis.
Grab your coffee and tune in every trading day at 8 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Technical analysis.
Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
I thought about this one yesterday.
24 hours a day,
Jeez.
7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com and on all.
Yesterday, I almost jumped into this thing at around 165. It's up 30 cents. AMC. Stock surges as McGuire lifts theater box office outlook. See, I personally don't think there could be anything that can lift Hollywood up right now. I don't think like them. It's not as bad as it was under the Biden watch. It could get better. But that push for wokeness, I got a different philosophy. And I don't look at people at their skin color or gender or necessity or whatever you want to call it. I don't, I look at their character. If you got good character and get a job and make something of yourself instead of become a welfare patient. I got a family member that's got 7 years in college in fashion design and can't get a frickin' job. Then got a loan forgiveness. I think Trump put a stop to a lot of that free money for them kind of scholarships on July 1st.
They actually had a partnership deal with ESPN to run their sports book, but that actually was divested back in late 2025. So the company took a one-time charge in 2026 as well as late 2025 to basically exit that.
Okay, here we go.
That was a 10-year agreement.
Pitts. I should have got him up there, but I didn't. I wasn't thinking. The 750s. At 121. This is risky, so don't. I'm just going on a triple top hunch. did it again. I bought the frickin' lotto. No, I didn't. Oh, God. Well, I bought me a few puts at the 750 strike. Can you take me to 750.28? That's the 200 SMA. 200 SMA. $750 puts at 120. We're at 130. Oh, turn ahead and look what happens. Yes. VWAP. VWAP. 129. Come on, give it to me. Enough to buy lunch. Oh, shit. God. Oh. There's 129. The question is, what are we going to do? Jim, you're up $70. Should you? Oh. How did Schwab help you make babies? That's a nice house. I'd like to know what he does for a living. Okay. $1.810 down $20. Let's hold it here.
S&P 500 right now up 61.75.44. The Nasdaq is up 1.7%, 508 points higher, 29,760. And we take a look at the Dow, which is up 180 points or so, not above 53,000. On Monday, it actually had a close above 53,000, and that was a big deal. New psychological number there, but it's since pulled back. The Russell right now, small caps gaining 1.3%. So take a look at the heat map. You know, it's been 50-50 throughout this day on what's higher and lower. You know, there's pressure on energy and also some healthcare and consumer staples. On the plus side, it's been tech. Tech is doing so well, and financials ahead of those earnings that we're expecting next week. Right? It's going to be so busy beginning with Tuesday for those financials in the big picture. I mean, Meta also is making some custom chips. We've heard a little bit about that. So you can see an up arrow there and so much more. We have a lot to discuss. Here's a look at the futures products. Oil and gold are mixed. Oil's already come back down 71.44. It's down $2, and gold is gaining 41.44. That's the troy ounce, up 62 bucks. The 10-year bond yield even came down. Look at that, 4.49%. And Bitcoin gaining 1.44% at 63,330. We have 2 hours left in the trading day. And joining me for market moves right now, a closer look, is Diane King-Hall, because we have so much that has been going on. We're digesting those Fed minutes from yesterday. Oil was up, you know, and how it was definitely up this week, folks. I mean, I know it wasn't a dramatic move and it wasn't to 100, but Tom Lee noted that maybe people are getting a little more comfortable with what's been going, the headlines as they cross from around, because when you just see oil moving a little bit, that could in fact be giving investors a green light because it didn't take off to 100 or 120, even though we've had escalation there in Iran. We have SK Hynix, which we're going to be talking about. And tech, you know, there's a bid for tech here. Remember with Samsung a couple of days ago, there was the question whether AI was priced, not that AI would go away, but AI was priced to perfection. Yeah. Could we in fact meet those levels going forward? So interesting, the tech bid is back on.
It is back on. It feels like if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of thing with the tech sector right now. The momentum with tech being at the top of the leaderboard here, whether we're talking about the momentum that you see in the NASDAQ or even the gains when you look at sectors within the S&P 500. I'm glad you brought up that heat map because you can see the strength in the tech sector, the information technology leading the charge among the sectors, and more sectors are in the green than in the red within the S&P 500. Got tech, you got financials. We know next week is going to be a big week for financials. Consumer discretionary, those are among the leaders when we look at the sectors. And we see markets rebounding because, you know, Ben Emmons pointed out that compared to where we were in February to April, the strikes have remained short, limited, and much less intense. So yes, there have been strikes exchanged between the U.S. and Iran. And of course, people don't want that. But right now, it looks like it's measured U.S. action that reduces the risks of a renewed blockade, events that essentially would completely shut the Strait. And you can see that the Strait of Hormuz is not completely shut now, especially when you look at what the data is showing with regard to traffic going through the Strait of Hormuz, whether we're talking about ships and containers transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Now, when the MOU was put into place, you saw traffic increase. So last week, the number ticked up to 48, so 4 dozen transiting through the Strait of Hormuz. As of yesterday, that number did come down to just under 2 dozen of tankers and ships transiting through that critical oil choke point. So what matters is that there is some transit still happening. Yes, it has come down, which also explains why we saw oil spike. But we've eased in terms of oil prices today because, one, the Band-Aid has also been taken off. The shock is not the same that we saw at the beginning of this geopolitical risk that we're seeing right now. And so the shock is not the same. tech sector, just to go into that a little bit more, Nicole, want to talk about this move that we're seeing in AMAT. Shares jumping today, up more than 6%. Some of this came after the CEO was talking to outlets out over in Asia. Customers are giving equipment forecasts 2 years or more in advance. That's a lot of time. So you have runway to see through here. Some planning, he says, all the way out to 2030. It's unusual in the chip industry. We know this can be more cyclical, difficult to predict, and shorter timelines. So it's a sign, and clearly investors are taking that sign, that the AI spending remains strong, despite some of the volatility that you just talked about, Nicole. So we know AMAT is part of that, the selling the picks and the shovels for this gold rush that we're seeing within the artificial intelligence story here. So you got AMAT, you got Lam Research also higher, you got tons of analysts who are now also boosting their price targets on this name. Mizuho lifting it on AMAT to 650, Deutsche Bank increasing it to 680, TD Cowen raising theirs all the way up to 700 and reiterating a buy rating. Lam Research also receiving higher price targets from the likes of Mizuho and Deutsche Bank, Nicole.
And those were the leaders on the S&P 500 throughout the day. I mean, AMAT and LCRX have really been the great performers today. But as we said, a lot of tech on the plus column for us today. And Meta was added to the Bank of America US 1 list too. As they begin some in-house AI chip production, she said. Let's talk about SK Hynix, because this is a name we've been focusing on. It's not a name we spoke about that much in the past few years, right? It really just sort of came on the radar in a big way in the past few months as we talked about Samsung and also SK Hynix and Micron being the biggest leaders in memory, and then with SK Hynix joining the NASDAQ, and we get the big news on the and now what they're targeting to offer it at the price level. It's looking like it's going to be huge.
It is. I mean, from the reporting I've seen, it's oversubscribed. It's set to begin trading uptown over at the NASDAQ tomorrow. The listing is giving clearly investors another way to play the memory trade. So memory has had so much momentum this year. We've talked about some of the
120
that we've seen in this year, where you're talking about gains of 100 to upwards of 500% when we're looking at the mic.
So did I talk about my windows? I went and had them. I left here yesterday and went and got them tinted. But I've been cleaning my windows with ammonia glass cleaner. And no. So they did the driver and passenger side front seat for $100. Took them about 40 minutes.
That we've seen in this name. I mean, feverish momentum this year, Nicole.
Yeah, and look, the NASDAQ, even though you had tech stocks faltering of late, the NASDAQ is still year to date up right now up 17%. 1 year up 31%. Every person on Wall Street would pretty much accept those levels. When I think about for SK Hynix for tomorrow, $149 price target's looking like for the IPO. It really puts them as the second largest equities offering, right behind SpaceX. We remember Saudi Aramco in 2019. We remember Alibaba in 2014. Saudi Aramco had 25.6 billion. Baba was 25 billion. So this is looking like it could be 24 to 28 billion, but the estimates now that people are putting out there are really that it could be number 2 right behind SpaceX. So tomorrow, folks, it should be pretty exciting to watch that name. Diane King Hall, great to see you. Thank you so much. All right, folks, we'll continue to talk tech, okay? And we'll take a look at AMD. We'll have more details on those memory names because I have a great conversation coming up about SK Hynix, the IPO, and many of the memory stocks. So we'll get into that. And big moves. We have Rick Ducat standing by, and he'll be joining us. He'll take a look at Oracle, Exxon, Norfolk Southern. These are real options trades, and he will bring them to you, what he found. So keep it right here. The Dow's up 194. The S&P's up 61. We'll be right back.
this and lose. This and lose. This and win. This and lose. This and lose. This, lose, win. Lose and lose, win. Even this, lose. Betting isn't investing. Investing is owning. It often rewards patience and discipline over shots in the dark. The long run belongs to those who invest in it. Own your future. Don't bet on it.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis, from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com. Welcome back to the watch list. We're watching Salesforce, KeyBank, downgrading Salesforce to secretary from overweight. No price target. The firm says its recent checks and customer conversations have not been strong. Neither has the feedback on Agentforce, the company's AI agent offering. Salesforce has been down. In fact, it's down around 40% year to date. I just finished saying how the NASDAQ was up 17%. This one's down 40%, shows you the real disparity there. In the meantime, want to go deep on the AMD in our tech spotlight, looking at AMD and tech. Melissa Otto, head of Visible Alpha Research, S&P Global, is with us. It's great to see you. So let's talk about AMD. This name, as we look at the outlook, you said AI is not slowing. Maybe there's room for all the players. What's AMD's outlook?
Hi, Nicole. Greetings from across the pond. I'm in London today. It's always great to chat with you. You know, one of the things that we're seeing in the Visible Alpha data is that the CapEx for AI infrastructure by the four main hyperscalers, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, and Alphabet, is not slowing down. Between this year and next year together, those four companies alone, and throw in Apple and Oracle, it's going to exceed around $1.5 trillion in CapEx. That sort of investment is, really just leading to unprecedented demand for investment within the data centers, and AMD is well positioned in that space.
AMD is up about almost 300% in 1 year, folks. And it came off the highs of 584, but it's still been bouncing around.
Who?
In fact, it's been on an upward move this week. It's up
Oh,
5.5%
AMD.
this week. 1 month up 11.5%. So anything it lost recently, it's been trying to claw its way back. Maybe about, let's say, $35 or so off the 52-week highs. So what is giving the catalyst to a name like AMD?
Yeah, look.
So much demand for their data center products. They have chips that essentially clients want to buy. It's just really that simple. I mean, what we see in our data just coming into the quarter, they released yesterday that they are going to announce on August 4th, and just last quarter and yesterday, we've seen in our data upward revisions for the data center segment of over 10%.
I must have missed that. That was my target.
So those upward
that's where it knifed.
upward revisions for data center.
That's right.
Is that really an AMD story, or you
The hell did I
expect
do?
to hear upward revisions for data center really across the board?
Oh.
I think AMD is benefiting from what's actually happening in the total ecosystem, but there's probably some great execution happening. I mean,
I'm trying to think what I did
kind of
here.
looking down further at the operating profit line, we can see
Now I was up like 130. Now I'm down 50.
not fully reflected in expectations. And it'll be interesting to hear what the company says come August 4th and how they guide the second half of the year. We also see upward momentum coming into next year as well. So I think, when we look at net, there is a good signal to be told around the story.
I think it's also interesting, and apropos, since you are in the UK, you were talked about the
This girl's a
investments
trip.
that are being made there, UK and EU data centers from AMD, right?
Exactly. I mean, in addition to the announcement around the earnings, they also mentioned a $2 billion investment in UK AI infrastructure and research. This is an important strategic move for them because it puts them in a more competitive position relative to ARM, Qualcomm, and some of the other players that have had a bit of a leg up in the EU, UK. And we have Nscale, private company, largest data center provider probably in the region, likely to go public sometime soon, whether it be this year or next year. And this may strategically place them, in tandem with some of these core ecosystem moves that could fundamentally impact the amount of compute coming out of the region.
Nscale, which is a UK privately held company in the data center realm, you said maybe it'll go public. Do you think that would be in Europe or maybe with an ADR here in the States? When you say maybe they'll go public, what do you mean?
We don't know. There's a lot of different. Definitely, it's certainly on my radar screen.
Okay. When you think about some of the chip pressure and the competition, we were just talking about AMD, but we've heard DeepSeek working on their own chips. We've heard a multitude of companies working on their own chips. I mean, pretty much across the board, Apple and Meta and so on and so forth. Where's the competition the stiffest? I mean, where's the chip pressure from China? How bad is it with these competitors? Are you worried?
I'm not worried because I think, it depends what the chip is being used for, how commoditized it is, and whether or not it's part of an overall compute ecosystem that requires the use of CUDA programming language. CUDA is NVIDIA's programming language. That's why the GPU chips have been so fundamental and so important to the data centers, because there's a whole package and bundle around their programming languages along with their chips, and many of the data center engineers need and use that programming language. So for just a plug and play chip that's commoditized, maybe that's fine, but they're going to have to be able to take that chip and make sure that it can speak to the CUDA programming language.
You also said overall data center client revenue segments expectations have been moving higher since the February quarter. Overall momentum is building, and when we think about the big picture of AMD versus the other guys, I know that data center is an area where we're seeing a lot of CapEx spending. Are you a believer in the AI story? Because there's a lot of folks who are saying it's priced to perfection, and even though Samsung came out with a guidance of 1,800% growth, there was just still
what was I just thinking?
going to be exhaustion
RKTO.
spending, and now we first talked about 600 billion, then 800 billion. There was 1.2 trillion. Here I thought you had 1.5 trillion maybe, but you had above $1 trillion here. You think the spending still happens?
This is where the expectations are going. I mean, unless these companies, the major hyperscalers, reel in their CapEx in the second half of this year or next year, that's the only thing that would potentially slow down expectations. But as it is, every time I've said that, they end up getting ratcheted up higher, and companies guide to that. I mean, these numbers aren't just coming out of the sky.
Yes, they are.
Really being dictated by the investments that the companies are making. One of the reasons that the CapEx has gone higher this year is because of the higher memory prices and other chips. Is that the demand is so high and the supply so tight, they're saying, hey, we need to get these. We want to maintain a competitive position. We're willing to pay more. And that, in essence, is what has driven the memory stocks, in particular Micron, SK Hynix, and Samsung. So the question then becomes, how much higher do they go? And based on valuations and where we see the trajectory of earnings, looking out for the next 2 to 3 years, we're talking about Micron trading at like 7 times PE with upward revisions coming into the mix.
Yeah, And look, I can't wait to see what happens with SK Hynix tomorrow. From Bloomberg's reporting, they're about 7 times oversubscribed, so there is a lot.
It's going to be a wild one.
Okay. Well, I know you'll be watching it, so will I. Melissa, it's always great to see you. Enjoy the UK. Maybe you'll catch some Wimbledon over there. I don't know. A little tennis. Melissa Otto, thank you. S&P Global, thank you. Coming up, we'll take the latest news and trends on Bitcoin. I mean, we saw Bitcoin hit a recent low of 57,000 on July 1st, but it's been a bit of an uptrend. So, what's going on in crypto? Let's talk about it. We'll be right back.
We would like to see a nice little dip here. Now we're coming down to a double bottom at the 100 EMA. So if we do not, that's the major support. If we do not hold that spotted pink line at 751.33, if we don't hold it, my prediction is 750.71 rounded off to a penny. 770.72 now. I changed my mind. We're at $1.29. Any rookies out there that are a little bit chicken? A little scared? Take your profit. Grow some balls and hang out with Bobo. This is solid support. It's your first one. Actually, probably your second, if you want to count to 63. Jim, you're at 131. Have you ever thought about selling? Jim, you're down 975,000%. Have you ever thought about selling? $133. Let's go.
Joe Biden is asleep. Kamala is at a dance party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. Beyonce. Carry on. Dance party with Beyonce. Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce.
That's all, folks. $133. We have now broke we have reached the 100 EMA. We are now at $1.35. You're up $150 if you bought 10 contracts at 120. You can make a business decision. making a business decision. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 I wouldn't touch her with a 10-foot pole. Dance party, Beyonce. I don't want to do. Oh, you God, you Jim, you're stupid. Can't you do anything right? That's what you gotta do. You gotta hit the default. Dance party with Beyonce. Now what is this? That's a trend line. That's a trend line. We're at now 137. Now where's the 200 EMA? I'm going to fix this here. What am I thinking? 137. What card do I have the 200 at? There we go. Oh, you dog. No, it pisses me off. Whatever that trend line was, that was perfect. It's off that yin yang that I drew up earlier. And it pulled right back to it. So I'm still at 129. I can get out with $90. Well, I'll still stick with this. Back to 133. Man. Kind of acts like it wants to go. I just saw a big old Marley titty right there. And what the heck was that? I don't think I've ever noticed that on that before. That was funny. I see her big old titty right here. Don't tell me I'm not seeing things. I have to keep a closer eye on that commercial next time. Kind of acts like it wants to, but get out 133. No. There we go. Drop. Just one big fat fucking knife here. Drop it about 160. Just yank 2 nose hairs out of my nose. It's weird how much nose hairs I grow. Come on. We're now at 139. We gotta raise the alert above the 200. Now you're at 140. See, I wouldn't sell here because there's really nothing holding it up until you get down here. That, or if I'm just happy with what I got, I'd take that and get out of here.
Ready.
Oh wow, oh wow.
Washboardjim trade stocks at dawn. He's got his eye on the charts till the night is gone. Patterns dance like a wild old song.
Oops, shit. Come on now, don't. And 35.
Ready. Oh wow, oh wow. Washboardjim trade stocks at dawn. He's got his eye on the charts till the night is gone. Patterns dance like a wild old song. Breakouts rip and dips of gold. He's got the secrets the wise ones hold. 3 black holes in the morning light. Bull flags waving like they're gonna take flight. Washboardjim, yeah, he knew it. All right.
How does he do it? How does he do it?
Moving averages, they paint the tail up and down like a ship in gale. Catching the wind, he sets the sail. Green candles climb, the bears retreat. Jim's got rhythm, the markets beat. 3 black holes in the morning light. Bull flags waving like they're gonna take flight. Washboardjim, yeah, he knew it. All right. How does he do it? How does he do it?
How's he do it? He's about there. Profit takers, step in. How's he do it? Better not say that. No, well, I'm in a trade. Oh, we're going to tank? Yeah, he can say it. He said it because I said it. He said it because I said it.
Cruise lines, they're all doing better today based on lower oil, and the inflation picture gets better. Look at the dollar's down, yields are down. We mentioned crude oil down. The VIX coming down off its recent highs, back trading right around 16. So yeah, this is a market with 6 sectors higher, 5 lower, but information technology is one of those that's higher. And so despite NVIDIA being relatively unchanged on the day, and communication services being lower, the market's higher. And here's one more thing. The S&P is up about 0.75%. The equal weight is up about 0.7%. So kind of a balance there between the regular S&P and the equal weight. So all things considered, a solid day led by most of the leadership, right? We're still missing communication services, Nicole.
Understood. I mean, a lot to watch here. That heat map, a lot, split. We are seeing some winners and losers, though. The up volume, when I look here, is outpacing the down volume. We have the Dow up 129 points and the S&P 500 up about 56 points.
We're at 123 on the rest of my NVIDIAs.
Live at the CBOE. Thank you for that.
124 on the NVIDIAs that I did this morning. I scaled some out at 99 cents. Well, a lot of them, 30 of them.
Is a disciplined value fund in the large cap space. It encapsulates stocks from every sector of the Russell 1000 value, which is our benchmark. It is a disciplined approach to finding stocks that are trading below fair value. You know, it's not enough to find cheap stocks that are low PE, low price to book. We've got to distinguish between those that are merely cheap and those that are truly undervalued. And that's where the discipline comes in.
And there are huge names in here. I mean, just because, people may be thinking that there's a smaller cap involved. I mean, you have Johnson & Johnson, you have Apple in there. Those are some of your top holdings, right? And you like financials, from what I understand.
Absolutely, yeah. This is definitely in the large cap space. We do have other portfolios that focus on small and micro cap stocks, but our job here is generally in the $4 billion and up. And since the Russell reconstitution, which happened near the end of June, our benchmark has gotten much more full of mega cap stocks that have floated over from the growth space. So a lot of opportunity for us in names that were previously a bit too expensive. Things like Apple and Microsoft and Amazon, definitely big cap.
I mean, still a big footprint here in tech. Right? You still like tech a lot. You still think there's room to run in tech, even though a lot of these Mag 7 names have been down. People were sort of caught and they said, what happened? Those were my leaders. I thought they were going to, I could retire or something, but no.
Right.
But you like tech, right?
We do, and it increased in weight in the Russell 1000 value in the rebalance. Many of the value names in tech were among those stocks that went parabolic in the first half of the year, like Micron and Dell and SanDisk and Western Digital, and all of those stocks have been moved over to the Russell Growth Index.
Oh, hell.
And some of the stuff that you mentioned from the growth side moved over into value. So we're still finding that there's good ways to play the AI boom, both in the tech space and outside the tech space, including some names in industrials like Caterpillar and Cummins that are benefiting from the physical build out of these data centers.
Yeah, I saw CMI is one of your larger holdings of the group. And SpaceX went into the Russell 1000 pretty much very early on, didn't it? I mean,
yeah.
I know it went into the NASDAQ 100, but I saw early on that SpaceX went into the Russell 1000.
Yeah, it's definitely not in the value sphere, but we have to have an opinion about these things. We cannot have.
God, what's she got PMI?
Assume, hey, we'll never get a shot at
How'd I get PMI?
Cover it. We're going to have to cover it. We're going to have to come up with some assumptions about what the future prospects are for that company, so we can do the valuation.
What?
Maybe you need some time too, because lockup has to.
She's,
we have lockup expiration. Things are going to be evolving. So even though some of the analysts have put some very lofty price targets, I saw one as high as $800 on SpaceX. It's hard to say. A lot of the other analysts are saying it's hard to really decipher. You have Citigroup in there. You have U.S. Bancorp in there. Next week we're going to be hearing from the financials. What are you expecting for the financials from earnings season? Because you have a few in here that you do like.
Yeah, we think it's going to be a great earnings season. you know, the fundamentals are lined up pretty well for the financials overall. You know, they're benefiting from the surging capital markets, the M&A boom, the IPO boom. They're benefiting from good cost control, excellent balance sheets, and a really pretty favorable regulatory environment.
Wire.
What's more important than what they print for the second quarter is what they guide to for the third quarter and the rest of the year, and we think that guide is likely to be up. And
Well, oh yeah, go ahead.
yeah, now I was going to say, in the long term there, that group stands to be one of the major beneficiaries of the implementation of
Marvell.
AI. So financials may become an AI play in the next round.
And when we think about large cap value, large cap growth, I mean, you have an investment philosophy that has helped with
These
your
bounces don't take long to come back, do they?
time. What is it? What's the secret here what's the secret recipe, do you think?
Yeah, and on the value side in particular, it's fundamental analysis. It's taking a long-term view and coming up with an assumption of what is the normalized or true earning power for this company. You know, we're dealing with a lot of names where there's a lot of cyclicality, you know, like in energy and consumer discretionary and elsewhere. What's the mid-cycle look like? That's what we're going to base the valuation on. That's where the discipline comes in here.
Here's a trade idea.
More optimistic than pessimistic on the market, big picture.
Let's say, Jim, I like to trade the IWM. Well, I'm going to show you something. You called it out last night. Power hour. It was a resistance channel. And you were fairly bullish on it. You were talking smack. So I came in this morning. That's the 390, 293.92 to break. Careful, power hour. Well, if you take your trend line, you had your breakout to your double top. And then it pulled back this morning. And where did it pull back to? Horseshack? Where did it pull back to? Ooh, Mr. Carter! Ooh! It pulled back to that resistance that you called out last night for a solid support. You call that the yin yang. So we come in this morning, we pull back to that double bottom, and that previous high, opened up the gate with what you call an ascending triangle. We leave that extension because this here trend line could come in handy later in the day. So that's called an ascending triangle off that bottom. So that's bullish indicator. Okay, it's an ascending triangle. ASCENDING. I'm going to change, that's a yellow. Okay, I can deal with that. So maybe that support could now become a support if it pulls back. Who was I getting at? Oh yeah, just keep an eye on that. I think this is the second time I brought up that morning. And that previous high that I called out last night. That would have been a good trade to take, especially at open. Then you had a triple top breakout. 1 bits, 2 bits, freebie, right at the sweet spot of the ascending triangle. Ascending triangle is a bullish continuation chart pattern used in technical analysis. It features a horizontal resistance line, horizontal, that's going sideways to sideways from point A to point B, connecting similar highs and lows, okay, similar highs, and a diagonally ascending means up, support line at the bottom connecting the higher lows. As the price consolidates in this narrowing range, the signals aggressive buying and impending upward breakout. So you got a triple top, sweet spot, higher lows. Boom. And then it pulled back. Say you missed this trade. You had 3 minutes to take it off the wick, off that trend line. So you still had 4 good minutes to take that trade. First thing in the morning. My most accurate trades are in the morning, right? That's probably where I want to put most of my buying power. A little bit more riskier because of the uncertainty. But if it's clean, I'm doing better on holding. I think I finally am getting there. I got a light bulb got to go off saying, Jim, this is a bullish look. This so far, that's what I've been saying here lately. This looks like a clean day. I can read the charts. They're falling right at supports and hitting resistance levels and pulling back and bouncing up off of a support or a chart pattern. They start looking clean. Clean. When you pull up the hour chart on IWM, where's resistance at? Can anybody tell me? On the 1 hour time frame. 5, 4, 3, 2 bits, 1 bit. Nobody knows? The 200 SMA. The 200 SMA on the 1 hour time frame. Tell me if that sounds creepy. We're at hour 145. Did anybody take the spy call with Bobo? Because if you did, the spy put 144. Please exit the trade. My name is Washboardjim, Spelunk. July 10 to July 10. I'm not sure how he does it. My eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. Where the riches were rather stored. Patience. Patience. One trade a day is all you need.
Yo, tall poppin', meat horn dropping, shield war rockin', no time for stopping. Berserker bounce, the Vikings vow, got that axe swing right here, right now. From the ice kiss peaks to the serpent's deep, Valhalla's calling secrets to keep my longship sails through the stormy spray. Got my war paint on, ready for the fray. Keep flowing, drums keep pounding, hear those old Norse voices sounding. Every scar tells another tale, north wind rising, we never fail. Yo, tall poppin', meat horn dropping, shield war rockin', no time for stopping. Berserker bounce, the Vikings vow, got that axe swing right here, right now. From the ice kiss peaks to the serpent's deep, Valhalla's calling secrets to keep my longship sails through the stormy spray. Got my war paint on, ready for the fray. Keep flowing, drums keep pounding, hear those old Norse voices sounding. Every scar tells another tale, north wind rising, we never fail. Yo, tall poppin', meat horn dropping, shield war rockin', no time for stopping. Berserker bounce, the Vikings vow, got that axe swing right here, right now. From the ice kiss peaks to the serpent's deep, Valhalla's calling secrets to keep my longship sails through the stormy spray. Got my war paint on, ready for the fray. Keep flowing, drums keep pounding, hear those old Norse voices sounding. Every scar tells another tale, north wind rising, we never fail. Yo, tall poppin', meat horn dropping, shield war.
I like that sound. Might have to write a song kind of like that. And she's cute. With an ugly guy like that. What the heck? How disgusting. Man, look at that son of a... It's all right, Jimmy. Marley, thank you for bringing breasts today. You saved me. And from now on, you need to start wearing a little bit more neckline, or I have to fire your ass. 147. I do like that voice, so that's... $146.
Levi Strauss shares also lower today
water.
despite a beaten raise quarter. The company says its core consumer is proving to be resilient even in the face of higher gas prices, and demand remains strong across several sectors. And Meta moving higher today after unveiling a major update to its Muse Spark AI model. While its former AI strategy involved an open source free model, the Muse Spark update
Washboardjim takes it to charts, 15 million in March. Washboardjim trades the charts, does it in day and art. 15 million. Sharks ding in the sky. Don't wanna cry, don't fall. Stop, don't die. Well, just hit the 200 EMA on the 1 minute time frame. Dark cloud over cloud, embers head and shoulders. Let's take this trade and make a play. We're trading off the 200 EMA. Catch it at the bottom, knife pulled back, reverse, boom. Well, I like your girlfriend, she can sing. Let me take her home with me. Chart patterns, moving averages, being in the now. Call me a Viking, playing bluegrass. Wow, I'm actually, my fingers are hurting. Chart patterns, moving averages. We're pulling back to the 200 EMA. It's power hour. Post 5 minutes ago. Whoops. Well, I think I might take this trade. If it breaks the 9 EMA, hog jowl, pig fat, possum belly, nothing wrong with that. Okay. We're getting ready to squeeze. Still a lot of uncertainty out there with this. And it's Friday, and we don't know what's going to happen over the weekend, so we don't want to be too ambitious. And then we could come in Monday and Iran finally gives up and signs the deal. But I don't think that's going to happen. You might not get opportunities like this for a long time. See, I should have went in the calls on that one. Well, it didn't move. Oh, wasn't it? Yeah. 752s. $752s at 135. 136. If it doesn't hold its support line, it's going to go down a lot. Maybe. Why are these so much different? What's the people? Where's the 63s way up here? 751. Oh, yeah. Okay, well, it just looks different. Oh. 752's at 131. More knife. Dad gum. 750 puts aren't moving. Yeah, they are. They're well like 152. Huh.
Rockin' no time for stopping, berserker bounce, the Vikings vow, got that X-wing right here, right now. From the ice kiss peaks to the serpent's deep, Valhalla's calling secrets to keep my longship sails through the stormy spray. Got my war paint on, ready for the fray.
God, I love that music. And there she goes. The 752s are showing signal sign. 135 calls. Spy. See, we broke out. Now see if we hold to 21. Ah, fuck. Tight stop. No, you can't do that. You got an inverse head and shoulders pullback. I jumped a little too soon. I promise you a very good life. You wanna sleep in a silk bed? Snake, breakout, pull back, boom. Oh! We're now at 145. I don't know how he does it, but I sat here and I was down and out. I've had 5 bad trades in a row, and I was on YouTube and this guy popped up. He was singing this beautiful song about silk sheets, and so I was listening to him, and he said snake, breakout, pullback, boom. And then he just mentioned the crossover of the 9 over the 21. And I'm sitting here starting to have an orgasm listening to this guy. I would love to meet him. $147. Fake meat bind. They don't know how he does it. Now he's over the 100. Woo, woo. We're at 147. 148. At 152, I love you. 152, I love you. I just gave that Jimi Hendrix look on the guitar playing. Are you starting to see how I see things in the squeezes? Just yes or no? Do you see what I see? Do you see what I see in here? Do you see what I see? I'm going to clean this all up. I'm going to show you something. You ever look at, there was a thing on, I can't, you ever look like somebody show a diagram of maybe a square box? It's got a bunch of squiggly lines in it, and all of a sudden there's numbers like 5, 6, 7, and you're trying to find, see if you can locate that 5, 6, 7 in that box. That's got a hidden diagram. So you got to focus, your eyes got to focus differently. And you do it with your mind. So this, called it off the 200, was my confirmation, but do you see a pattern? Type it in the room if you see a pattern. Anybody see the pattern? Type it in the room. You don't, do you? Now watch this. Come on, you bitch. It's called a fallen wedge. So you got a fallen wedge. Into the 200 EMA as it starts to tighten up. If you can count to 3, you can learn to trade with me. If you can count to 4, you just might make a little bit more. So you learn how to count to 3 and 4, and that's your sweet spots. That's when you want to start getting excited. So there's 3. Body, wick, 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 body, and body. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, the sweet spot. Wicks are confirmations of that sweet spot. So I knew that this thing was getting ready to break out any second by noticing the fallen wedge and bouncing off the 200 EMA on the 1 minute. You see it, Wayne? Would you continue to eat animal if you started to understand their language and you're able to communicate with them? Well, I had a cow also, but I also had a pet snake, and I had worms. And the worms used to talk to me. They say, "Jim, when are you going to take me fishing?" And I'd look at my worm bed and get my big old stick out and stick it in the ground and hammer that stick. And all of a sudden these worms would start crawling up out of the ground wanting to go fishing with me. So we became good friends. And they were willing to get on a fish hook. I didn't even have to put them on it. They could climb on the fish hook and grip it like I've never seen anything like it in my life. and I'd throw that thing out in the water, and all of a sudden, I'd catch a big old catfish. You have to sacrifice a few friends every once in a while to get ahead in life. Have I ever killed anybody? No. Just a fish. When I went fishing as a young child, I was a little wild, but that water just kind of cooled me down. Fishing the zigzag river on Mount Hood, there's nothing better in the world to do. Fishing on the zigzag river on Mount Hood, oh baby, oh baby. Wedge, breakout, pull back to the 200. Fallen wedge. If you can count to 3, we can learn to trade with me. It's a fallen wedge. It's a fallen wedge. Oh baby, it's a fallen wedge. You're about to lose an audience. Yeah, come on. Three times a charm. Well, that's... I wasn't even watching the clock when I took that trade, because I don't know if I would have took it or not. We've got the wedge, breakout, pullback, inverse head and shoulders. You got body, wick, wick, body, wick, body, 21 EMA. So if it's bullish, it'll go to the upside here. Inverse head and shoulders. $753s, or the 753 at $1. Inverse head and shoulders, and the 21. So you could easily pop down here. You got another one down here, and you got that fallen wedge. Yeah, just hold it. See if it breaks, it's a big pop. It's not no little beady baby one. Come on, you ain't doing my thing. Oh, that didn't work out. Number 97. $232. You're down $20, Jim. I'm back to even. Blanket. Oh, that's SPX. Shit. Spy. Back to 104.
For example, if you're a wealthy investor and you're not buying municipal bonds that are yielding 5%, which give you an effective yield of almost 6 or 7, depending on how much you earn, you're adding money.
Triple top.
It's a great opportunity. But it's not just income. I do think Kevin Warsh will ultimately get his way. I do think technology is deflationary.
But do we know what his way is? Because, I mean, Ed Yardeni called him a hawk in sheep's clothing or a duck's clothing.
I don't believe it. I don't agree with that. I think he believes that just shrinking the Federal Reserve's balance sheet changes the narrative.
Triple top.
Done up until this point. I think he's all about that.
Fallen megaphone.
Really is going to be to get rates lower because he thinks we have a much more productive U.S. economy with lower rates. He said as much as said that.
Well, it's true.
Kevin aside for a minute. At the end of the day, technology and demographics.
You raise rates, it slows the economy down. It's that frickin' simple. They want this market to crash under Trump. It makes no frickin' sense at all to be wanting to raise rates when interest rates are so high to buy real estate. It just makes no frickin' sense. People want to buy homes and they can't afford them.
I get paid quite handsomely along the way, and I get price appreciation. Well, that's a win. And I think that's the piece that we're missing in the bond market. Where it's not as sexy as NVIDIA. I totally get that.
Right.
But I do think you got to do it.
It's a bit of capital preservation. What about other things? I mean, how are you looking at international?
Powell kept them rates way too high.
How are you thinking about?
During the Carter years, 2 years, that's all it took. And they started cutting frickin' rates. This has gone on for 6 years. Five years. Listen to him bitch about the rates. I'm done with it. And we had a recession. We had an actual recession. It wasn't any of the, well, the government had a lot to do with it, but it wasn't, not like what Biden did. Biden spent $14 trillion over budget in 4 years. And he didn't even know he spent it.
Ahead of earnings tomorrow morning. That's next on Market on Close.
Come on, break.
Sometimes, you know,
So it's kind of a risky trade.
you could have done better.
We're at 21
Same
minutes.
goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
From the most iconic trading floor in the world, this is Opening Bell with Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. The countdown, the
You can easily
setups,
drop
the
down here.
stories that make markets move.
Got a break.
Minute-by-minute breakdown of the biggest headlines, earnings, and global movers. Just the trades that matter. As the bell hits and the markets react in real time, Opening Bell, live at the NYSE, right when it counts.
I'm Jenny Horn. We go beyond the headlines, tracking the trends, sector moves, and fundamentals shaping the markets in real time. This is Schwab Network. Subscribe at schwabnetwork.com. Welcome back to Market on Close. Delta Airlines set to report earnings before the opening bell tomorrow. Analysts are expecting adjusted earnings per share of $1.50 on revenue of nearly $18 billion. Investors will be watching closely for the impact of high fuel costs, as well as demand trends from the early summer travel season. Now, of course, it's time for Options Corner. Joining me here, Victor Counter, lead market technician, to take a closer look at Delta. We're going to get our first look at the airlines with Delta tomorrow morning. Rick, and as we look at Delta more broadly against the broader market, how has it been stacking up?
Well, pretty strong, outperforming the S&P and the XLI Industrial ETF, both roughly in line with each other, around 20%, while meanwhile, Delta up almost 75%. XLA not the greatest read on the airlines, though. So if we think about how Delta stacks up against its more direct competitors, still at the top of the heap here, vastly outperforming some of these other names like Alaska Airlines and JetBlue, Delta up here in green. So an interesting situation to be sure. Meanwhile, the Strait of Hormuz poses serious problems for airlines and travel stocks like cruise lines. For perspective, Delta used 988 million gallons of jet fuel in the first quarter of this year alone. So, you do the math. It was $2.62 a gallon. So this is a very significant cost for them. Any kind of disruptions to the price of this fuel is a big deal for them.
Certainly, and for all of these names, but Delta's going to be the first one, and so then sort of becomes the bellwether for the expectations for
I didn't catch how much he burned.
Look at the technical setup going
They
into
burned
the
in a quarter.
earnings report. What are you seeing here?
So what we have is a situation where we have a upward channel type shape here, matching up our two white lines that are parallel along the low points and the high points. We touched yesterday on that same channel line to our lows here, and then we've had a slight bounce to the upside here. You could have also drawn a more narrow, more tight blue upward sloping trend line here. We topped out around this level here near 95 or so. The intraday highs came in at 95.68 before we have kind of taken a hit here with this
fuel expense
news about the Iran war, U.S. ceasefire problems here.
First quarter of March.
Now, an area to watch out for. We had a
Second
high
quarter
here near about 87.39. It was breached yesterday. That's about where we closed, though. So that remains a point to watch to the downside to see if things start to fall apart again.
So that was 2.6 billion.
So when we think about our moving averages that we follow, we find ourselves between our two short-term 5-day EMA and 21-day EMA, representing 1 week and 1 month, dark blue and teal respectively, between about 87 to 90.
Actually, it's less.
Those give us two convenient points to watch out for. Our teal 21-day EMA lines up pretty closely with our trend.
2 billion.
Giving us an inflection point to watch out for. RSI interrupted. Things were looking pretty good.
2.5 billion last quarter.
Kind of disappointing news about the whole peace process happening. We were in the overbought area. We have broken out of that point, but we remain above the 50 midline here. So still more of a bullish tilt toward this situation, but earnings could change things dramatically. It's always the potential for a major catalyst that could rewrite the story overnight. Finally, our volume profile study shows that we did have
It's a business. When you're a business owner, you've constantly always got to adjust. It's never the same. Small business, I don't know about big business, but probably true with that too. For the second quarter, Dow Airlines projected jet fuel costs an average of $4.30 a gallon, seeking Alpha noted total jet fuel expenses for the quarter were expected to top $2 billion. Through this particularly offset by an estimated 300 million benefit from their Monroe refinery operations. I read something here. Where did I read that? Yeah, here it is. The surge of the fuel costs represented a $2 billion headwind compared to the previous period, promoting the airline to cancel capacity growth and focus more on profitable routes to protect margins, Guru focus. So this should be down too then. They had a $2 billion increase in fuel expense. That's what they're saying. $2 billion increase. It's not cheap to travel anymore. It used to be before Biden, man, I could head out of here for about $600-700. Now it's about $1,200. I've seen days a whole lot worse. It's been like that. They've been high for a couple of years, 3 years now, 2 years. I look at them every day. The prices of airlines. Every single freaking day. I did it this morning. More than 2 on my calls. Elbow Star Selection Rose Hall Suites, $1,500. Now it's $2,500. So in about 6 years, it's up $1,000. That's not counting the shuttle. About $2,600, which this trip would have cost me about $15-16 5 years ago, before the airlines went on strike. And then when they went on strike, the next day, they fucking took off. The prices did.
In Hong Kong and saying, you know what, we think that Alibaba's cloud growth is going to be higher than the 45%
Because
growth year over
Biden
year
spent
that they
14 trillion
that the company
over budget. Caused 30% inflation.
prove, right? E-commerce has been very competitive in China lately. Margins have been squeezed, and that has not helped investor sentiment. And along with all the AI spending, margins have been really tight. EPS has been really tight. So seeing that margin improvement will be really,
You
really
better get out of
beneficial
these
for
if they don't
Alibaba
work.
and for the China internet space in general. Obviously, we're not going to get that until these companies report report Q2, which isn't going to happen for another couple months, but it's looking more optimistic for the K-Web companies.
Yeah, I was about to say it's going to be more than just a rotation because you've had a lot of sort of bullish tailwinds, you could say, for Alibaba. Tencent as well. I know that it got a shout out from JP Morgan the other day about its WeChat AI agent. They're looking pretty encouraged over there as well. But Alibaba, there was a report out yesterday about its cloud, 40% of China's full-stack AI cloud market. You've got reports of its Q1 financials looking that e-commerce business profits may have resumed growth as well. You've also got the information reporting that it might launch its 2.70 parameter model. So there's a lot going on. Are these companies finally getting the praise for the things that they are, have been working on for so many quarters, which has been basically at their detriment, I would say, more recently? Are they starting to get the praise from investors?
It certainly looks that way, Sam, but I wouldn't take, only 2 sessions as concrete evidence of a wider trend, but it's certainly looking that way. I think what's also been helping has been there are multiple IPOs coming out. Baidu, for example, which is in the K-Web portfolio, is spinning out its a chip-making arm called Kunlun. That's really positive. Kuaishou is spinning out its video generation company, Kling. And so some of that's been kind of forcing the market to look at these companies in a sum of the parts analysis. So I think that's been helping them get this recognition. So it's still early days, Sam, but certainly looks like they're getting more recognition, and these spin-offs, I think, are helping and will help.
And what about CXMT? I mean, obviously that's been catching a lot of attention lately. It looks like Apple is reportedly setting its sights on kind of testing out some of its memory for its made-in-China goods. We've obviously seen reports now that its book building is going to start next week ahead of its Shanghai IPO. I'm just wondering where it fits in that whole memory conversation that we're having right now, because obviously we're seeing SK Hynix listing on its ADR here up the road in the NASDAQ tomorrow. And also because of the fact that the mainland Chinese A-shares have been really outperforming. I was looking at the star market last night and the Chinex, the NASDAQ style tech heavy board there. I mean, they're ripping compared to what we're seeing in Hong Kong.
Yeah, absolutely. Our KSTR ETF is up. That's top 50 in the star market's up 70% year to date. And that's mostly right now comprised of the chip makers. So yeah, CXMT is an exciting listing. It'll go into the star market, be listed on the star market. So, we're gonna do our best to add it to the portfolio for our clients. Yeah, it's a very exciting company. Apple is working on using them as a key partner for their memory chips, and really to solve the problem they've had, which is a shortage of memory chips globally, which has been increasing the price and may cause them, and I think already has caused them to raise prices for things like, for simple things, relatively simple things, not crazy new AI devices, but iMacs and iPhones, right? They don't want to raise the prices on those significantly because of this memory chip crunch. And so CXMT and a number of the Chinese memory chip companies do make very quality products, and they do it pretty cheaply. They do it cheaper than their counterparts in the US, Korea, around the world. And so companies like Apple say, well, we need to buy so much of this. It doesn't have to be the most advanced in the world. We just need to make iPhones and iMacs. So we're going to go and get it from CXMT if we can. Obviously, there's a big if there. They have to navigate some tricky regulatory and geopolitical potential roadblocks, but that seems to make the most economic sense for Apple. So yeah, CXMT is going to list. They finally set out their fundraising goal. Subscriptions are going to happen later this month. They're looking to raise just over $4 billion US dollars for a valuation of 40 to 45 billion US dollars. So yeah, very exciting IPO.
106.
We're monitoring very closely. There's also
I'm gonna get out of them.
And then another memory name, which is Yangtze Memory.
5 minutes.
That also could be listing later this
Well,
year.
they ain't either. 109,
So,
99.
this is a
Fudge.
big moment for the Chinese
I'm gonna get out. I
memory
can't take
chip
it.
sector, which has kind of gone under the radar. No one was really talking about this, but you know, it's
Buck.
kind of like with SanDisk earlier this year, right? These old kind of stodgy corporate.
I'm out. The 200. I just didn't want to. Too close. 4 minutes left. Well, the cloud of the stalk, even is better than a loss. Every time I take a loss, I regret it. Better get out at no cost. It just didn't want to break that 200 SMA or that resistance of that shoulder line. I sit here last minutes trying just to make me a dime. I'm the singing day trader. I fly around from town to town. When I lived in Knoxville, I bought a Northwestern set of golf clubs. Hit a hole in one. Took a little bit of time, but I did get my hole in one. Now they're at 106. Can you believe this? Jim, you could have been up $60. I've got to go. Dadgummit. There she goes. She broke. Well, not a bad day. Can't complain. I can't remember what I had for lunch. Oh yeah, noodles. George, I sewed even. And I want to thank you, Marley, for the cleavage shot today. Had a girl flirting with me this morning. Kind of felt strange in a way. She was exposing her tattoos on her tits. And I've never saw them before. I've known this girl for a long time, but she was just sitting there shaking them in front of me. I'm going, what the heck? Girl? Stop it. Okay, well, I can sit here and debate these fat cats all day long. It's like they have a short-term memory. And they speak untruths. Talk about stuff that I don't really care about. Always questioning the interest rates and the economy just on a continuous basis. I've never felt so better about my business than I ever have in my entire life. When I had my picture frame shop, I got audited twice under Clinton. He had increased the IRS just like Biden did by 30%. So I'll never forget when he signed that welfare reform, and it just kind of like shook everything up. Everything just turned, it brought it back to the private sector. I had a cousin that was on food stamps probably for 30 years. She can go out and work, but she'd rather sit around and have a bunch of babies and live a free life. But she was always miserable. I think she had 6 kids. We go with that. Yeah, man, I get free health care, free food, free housing. I got a maid, she says. They give me money to buy my weed. I mean, I couldn't ask for anything better. The lady this morning was talking about wealthy, saying the wealth's coming from Wall Street. And I figured that out back in 1979, during the recession of the Carter recession. I was just a little kid. That's when I started learning about economics. Had to buy gas on Tuesday and Thursday, I think. My dad did, I didn't. I wasn't driving. And it was all about Iran. Same shit going on today. Iran, 47 years later. So, I think I'm at the age where I try not to let a lot of that worry me like it used to. That's why I'm relaxed when trading, not take too much personal. But I learned one thing this week. Don't use ammonia glass cleaner on your tinted windows. So I'm gonna go out and look at them again. I'm waiting for got a couple little bubbles, I guess, are gonna end up going out of it, drying up. I talked to another guy today. They're disappearing little by little. I'm surprised I didn't know that. I remember I tinted a window in my hippie van back in 1979, 78. Well, I'm going to tell somebody you love them tonight, someone that you haven't told in a while. And I'm going to get out of here. So I hope I really enjoy sitting here playing the guitar and talking stocks. And it's at 1:19 now. I could have sold them for profit. Well, hell. All I had to do is wait a few more minutes. The calls are at 1:19. I would have made $200 at 1:21. Like I said before, every time I sell, I regret it. Almost every time. Okay. Yabba dabba doo.